Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Zach Rusty Pie for tonight's broadcast. I'm incredibly excited. We've got some massive games coming up, of course, beginning with Sin Gaming taking on Absolute. And Rusty, it's going to be pretty big here, especially for Absolute, looking to put more wins on the board.
Yeah, that's right. We've got the two new teams now coming up against each other. In their first time, I believe, in the OPL since the second split has started, and it's going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of this sort of dictated from that mid lane as well. Of course, mid B struggling just a little bit, but Rymeister really looking fantastic.
Yeah, his Rymeister has been looking unbelievable. The highest kill participation and KDA of his team. Done so much work.
Yeah, really been doing well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what games are going to be coming up today. Sin Gaming, of course, taking on Absolute, but then we're going to have the Chiefs undefeated against the Direwolves in a finals rematch of Split 1.
That's going to be a big one. And following that will be Immunity up against Sudden Fear. And closing out the day will be Avant up against Legacy.
So two massive clashes here. Of course, Legacy Avant sort of starting to get some momentum back. But, of course, Legacy falling to the Chiefs, not necessarily having the greatest performance here, losing that game to Team Immunity as well. Immunity also looking fantastic. So we'll see how they go today. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join in the discussion, use that hashtag IamOPL over on Twitter and let us know exactly what you're thinking. Because, of course, some big games coming up, and we are getting towards the meaty side of the split.
Yeah, the scores start showing now in prevalence of a particular area, and make sure that you go to the website to get more information about the OPL while we are in the middle, oce.lolesports.com.
Yeah, you can check out all the VODs there, have a look at the standings, get all of your OPL information that you would like. It's a fantastic resource. I use it all the time. So head over there if you need to find out anything more. Of course, there are open letter stuff there as well, also about the OCS. So your road to get yourself potentially to the OPL in splits in the future if you would like to. But let's bring it back to our first game here, Sin versus Absolute. And Jack Attack there in the top lane. This is another one. This might be a little bit one-sided here as well. Jack Attack, a seasoned top laner, has been playing in the Oceanic scene for a very long time, but Rosie only recently moved up there for Sin Gaming.
Yeah, Rosie, a long-standing veteran, but new to the top lane in particular. We're very interesting to see how he goes up against this seasoned veteran that is Jack Attack. I mean, we've seen some very strong performances from Rosie so far, even picking up solo kills against the likes of Swiper, for example. He's done very well for himself in this new role, but Jack Attack's a very level-headed and tank-oriented style. So if he manages to pick up a kill there, I'd be impressed.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this matchup as well is the fact that Rosie's shown himself as a bit of a Rumble player. Played it in 50% of his games so far. But Jack Attack, throughout history here in the OCE, has been a Rumble main that we've been speaking about for a very long time.
Yeah, you've always got to respect that Rumble pick. And I mean, before we move into Champ Select, it needs to be considered from both teams. Do they want to prioritize what is not usually the meta-style pick? It's usually a pocket pick of like a third or fourth priority.
Well, we'll see what does come through, of course. Interestingly enough, the first ban away from mid base is going to be that Victor. Azir immediately answering. So focusing on the mid lane here with the bans thus far. We'll see what they're going to come up with next. Is it going to be the Cassiopeia ban? Of course, Rymeister only playing Cassiopeia and Azir so far in the OPL. Has been known to play a whole heck of a lot of other champions, but that is all he's brought out thus far in the competition. And look, we'll see whether he brings back the Zed, the Diana, something like that.
Yeah, he does have a diverse champion pool, but obviously choosing these two because they are so impressive and strong at the moment, it's unbelievable. There's another mid-base ban almost taken away.
Not sure. We've been seeing it a lot in the top lane, haven't we, Rusty?
Could be anywhere. There's even been Jungle Fizz in the LCK.
That is true. There's been all sorts of stuff, but Cassiopeia can be banned away as well. And just because we want to put it there, considering the fact that all of these bans could potentially be aimed at the mid lane, that is what we're going to say for this one.
Let's stick with that now.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, Mid-Beast, a massive assassin player as well, so interesting focus. Yep, that is 100% mid lane bans. Cool beans.
That's a lot of mid focus, but then it's a pseudo top focus as well, of course.
Yeah,
We've got the Fizz and the Rise that can both be in either
theoretically.
lane. So
Cassiopeia theoretically.
Now that we have a look at the completed ban list, we have got to focus on a lot of specifics, which is what we can take away from this, which does leave open the possibility of all of the junglers first and foremost.
Exactly.
We've got the Gragas, the Sejuani, the Rek'Sai, even the Nunu if need be. And then we've got the top laners, the Hecarim still available, Gnar still available.
Rumble still available.
Everything, Maokai even.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Sin can opt for something like more of that support mid laner as well. Lulu is also still there, but Alistair, he's the one that slipped through, and Sin going to put the highest priority on that pickup.
Whoa.
That is going to mean that Absolute able to grab the top tier for the rest of the lanes, and that is going to be the Maokai and the Gragas. Maokai just so diverse in his uses in a team comp as well, so really able to pick that one up, and no one knows exactly what you're aiming for. Of course, Gragas fits under that category as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most played is going to be Maokai for Jack Attack as well, so safely and confidently picking that one away. And we didn't even get to the bot lane to mention supports. Alistar picked up immediately. Extremely strong, but it does also leave open Nautilus for Absolute as the response if they choose to pick that next.
Yeah, if they want to go for their own sort of version of that engage style support. Not going to be able to dive turrets quite as easily, but more than happy to grab it. And there's the pick away of the Rumble. We mentioned it before. Of course, not getting a look in there, but it is going to be able to burn down that tree in the top lane potentially, and we'll see whether there is going to be a lane swap to try and deal with that one. And Juve's locking away the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, so a standard counter or a soft counter pick into the Maokai is the Rumble, and it does very well in lane, which is important because Rumble works around the power spikes. And they've locked in the Rek'Sai with that, which means between the three of them, they've already got a very strong mid game.
Yeah, and look, Mattress back on the Nautilus as well. And ladies and gentlemen, Mattress now going to be a staying support, now on the main roster here for Absolute. Strawbella going to sit down on the bench in the sub role, and they're going to switch them on out. So, of course, 100% Nautilus being played by Mattress, may as well just not show anything else. But the interesting thing is Kulo, he's picked up Vayne.
Yeah, known for his Lucian and Sivir, and even like with the Jinx as well. There's more high range and team sort of based champions. It's just Vayne doesn't necessarily facilitate that as well, but it is a Kulo champion through and through.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very aggressive player that always wants to opt towards flashing at you more so than away. And
man goes in is basically what he does. He just goes in, doesn't really mind whether he dies or not. Of course, went 0-5-0 in one of his most recent performances, but has, on the other hand, gone ridiculous scoreline, something like 11-0-5, 11-1-5, something like that in Absolute's victory. So very, I guess, a polarizing player on the side of Absolute. Now Sin thinking about what they want to bring, and it's going to be the Corki Zed, so making up for the lack of physical damage well, I guess they've got a Rumble, so didn't necessarily need to pick the Corki, but look, still able to pick that one up, and we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, so they're opting to have almost like a 5-man if they want to, 5-man comp. Otherwise, they just have the split from the Zed now. It's they've made up for the lack of AD damage because of the Corki and the Rumble with that Zed pick. Yeah. So picking it at the same time, it does kind of even that out. And it's a very well-rounded in terms of damage comp. Their scaling is quite good still. It does start to drop off towards the end of a game for to compare, depending on what Absolute's last pick is.
Well, even if we're not going to talk about it dropping off, it definitely has a gigantic power spike at that level 6 mark. Of course, Corki going to be getting towards that that Trinity Force. You've got Rumble with double pen items and the Equalizer available level 6. These dragon fights around the level 6 mark for Sin Gaming are going to be terrifying, if I know anything about this game.
Well, anything that involves a Rumble is generally going to be terrifying.
Yeah, that's basically what I was going for.
Yeah, and then that's without adding the rest of his team, which are going to be able to work around that perfectly as the LeBlanc is locked in.
Yeah, LeBlanc going to be added to that mid lane roster. So, of course, when you've got 100% mid lane bans and LeBlanc doesn't make it onto the list, you know something's going very, very strangely. We're not on 5.11 just yet, so not going to have the width of the chains nerfed as much. Of course, the missile speed of distortion. Do you call it missile speed? Do you call it movement speed? Not entirely sure, but it's not going to go as fast.
Distortion speed?
Yeah.
Just go with that.
You can't distort as quickly. Yeah. Something like that. Well, either or. You don't move as fast.
Yeah, well, they've opted to go for the LeBlanc as their last pick, and it provides them a lot of... It's a very weird way to describe it, but they've got Siege now from where they normally wouldn't. And I know that sounds weird, but LeBlanc is underrated as amazing Siege capabilities because the threat for diving is exponentially increased from the amount of damage that she can put down prior to actually sieging. She can flank, put in the damage, and get out in the relevant situations, which enables sieging. But sieging aside, their team comp is stupidly tanky.
Most definitely is. Of course, yeah, LeBlanc probably not so much on the tankiness side of things, but the rest of them definitely going to be able to sit in that fight for quite some time. Sort of, you look over the other side and you think Rek'Sai maybe, but may not have quite enough gold in order to be that. And of course, when you do have the ultimate running, and Alistair is going to be fantastic at tanking things up, but the rest of the lineup are just going to explode.
Yeah, they're definitely going to explode. The damage that they can put out from both teams, in fact, their mid laners and their AD carries, is going to be massive. Even Rosie in the top lane. So everyone is going to be exploding if the initiation is right, but we'll just see how they play it out.
Yeah, and it looks to me like Absolute with a little bit more of that, I guess, single target, sort of pick comp style, whereas you got a lot of AoE coming through from Sin. But ladies and gentlemen, hop over to Twitter. Let us know who you think is going to win this game. Use that hashtag SinWin, one of my personal favorites just because it does rhyme so nicely, or ABS win if you really like breaks. And look, make sure you let us know exactly who you think is going to take this game, because this one could be very, very close. Both of these teams coming through from the OCS and looking to pick up some more victories. Sin with a little bit more success thus far, but Absolute really wanting to start picking up some victories here. And if they go up against their OCS rivals, they might have a little bit of an extra desire to take this game.
Yeah, they might have that little edge from having played against each other as well. But something that we haven't actually mentioned about both of these teams, as we are now seeing the Finnish team comps available, is that they are both momentum-based teams. When they compete against each other, or any other team, in fact, the games that they've won, they've started ahead and they've cemented that lead and carried out the game very strong. But Sin, as the example, is when they start to lose a lead, even if they've lost the momentum in some roundabout way, they end up losing the game.
Yeah, that does happen. And of course, that is derived a little bit from that mid laner. Of course, Rymeister does tend to, if he's playing well, play phenomenally well. But if things don't necessarily go so great for Sin, even if it is just a slight hiccup in the mid game, something like that, they can sort of, Rymeister especially, just falls off just a little bit. I don't want to use the word tilt, but I think I'm going to anyway, because it describes exactly what is represented by his play a lot of the time. Whereas you look over the other side, Absolute, I think it's a large thing based on Kulo. And it's not necessarily based on tilt. It's because he plays super hyper-aggressive every single time, irrespective of how anything's going. So if you're ahead and you're doing that, you're going to win. If you're behind, you're just going to die.
Yeah, Sin are more emotional, whereas it just feels like Absolute play well from ahead because they play so aggressively that being ahead only complements them further. And Kulo, 10-0 when he wins, 0-5 when he loses, it's safe to say that he's going to be the lane to look for to see how they perform.
Yeah, that is so true. But let's step away from the game just for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a competition running over on our Twitter. You can win a sweet Logitech Daedalus mouse if you just follow these simple instructions. So tweet photos of the first dragon kills in games 3 and 4 today. The first 3 entries, so you've got to be very, very quickly, will win the Daedalus mouse. And all you have to do is tweet both of the pictures over to @LOL_Oceania and use that hashtag IamOPL and just be as quick as you possibly can. Only 3 to give away, so you got to make sure that you've got your finger on the trigger when it comes to taking those first dragons. So first dragon kill for both of those final 2 games. Of course, 3 and 4.
Yeah, make sure it is in game 3 and 4, of course, not the game coming up.
Yeah, you can't do anything sneaky. We'll see the nameplates, ladies and gentlemen. So if it says Sin Absolute or Chiefs Direwolves, we'll be onto you. Promise.
Yeah, no, we'll be aware of that.
Yeah.
We'll remind you again after this next game, of course, just so you know that it is 3 and 4 and you haven't accidentally done a screenshot of the game that's just passed.
Hey, if you put 4 pictures, I guess you could probably still do it. Just throw in some extra work. You're not going to get any extra points or anything like that, but you could just do it for fun if you feel like it. I don't know. I like screenshotting stuff, so maybe you do too. But let's hop back into the game. Of course, Sin versus Absolute, and I'm excited about this mid lane matchup because Zed versus LeBlanc, and it's also going to be Midbeast taking on Rymeister, and we spoke about this as being a bit of a topsy-turvy type situation there in the mid lane because Rymeister known for his phenomenal mechanics, especially in the laning phase, but Midbeast has been slipping just a little bit. How do you think this goes on paper, and how do you think it's going to go based on this matchup?
Zed and LeBlanc is a very volatile lane, first and foremost, because either of them can die. LeBlanc's got an innate advantage of having range with the auto attacks, but it doesn't really tend to impact once Zed hits around that level 3 mark. You have all of the spells available. And Rymeister in particular, he's super aggressive and he wants to kill you in lane. And Zed, the kind of champion that you can utilize a high mechanical ceiling for, you can find kills even at the early stages against the champion like LeBlanc, who has such a low health base.
Yeah, well, that's true, and we'll see whether he is going to try and sort of take advantage of the fact that maybe his mid lane opponent for this game, not necessarily of the caliber that we've seen in other teams here in the OPL thus far. Of course, Midbeast been struggling to perform just a little bit over the last little while, but maybe things have turned around. Midbeast, of course, we've mentioned about his solo queue performance. This guy can do amazing things if he's in the right situation.
Definitely can do amazing things. Even in games where they have come out as a loss, he started 3-0 in laning phase. So if there's one thing worth noting between these two, it's that the laning is equally strong. The aggression is still there. It's just that they struggled with Midbeast to translate that early aggression into a mid-game or late-game spike. So for laning phase in particular, and with these two champions, it will be very interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is. And is the sort of, I guess, general aim here for Absolute to sort of ignore a large part of the team fighting in the early to mid game as we hop into the game, ladies and gentlemen? Or are they just going to bring it to Sin and try and battle them on their own terms?
They might not want to just straight bring it to Sin. I think there is a way to approach bringing it to them, but if you bring it to them when they've got the Equalizer and an Alistar available, it will get turned around onto you very quickly. So you need to look at hitting a priority target immediately to start it all off, and then it will go well.
Yeah, eliminate one of those parts. But ladies and gentlemen, we are, of course, onto the Rift. Sin taking on Absolute for our first game of the night. Of course, second day of week 3. Our team's really starting to get comfortable with the OPL as we do have 5-man invades on both sides searching for a potential lane swap. Or is it just going to be setting up for some sort of gank? There's Absolute throwing saplings around, seeing if they can get things going on. Malik going to get that deep ward so they can see when the bottom lane is moving towards the clashing minions over there. But no one's going to be there just yet, and both of our teams just going to be heading towards the lane. And it looks like Absolute, they want a lane swap.
Yeah, both teams doing the exact same thing at the start. They're placing down the wards to see if someone wanted to lane swap. You'll most likely see the AD carry and support Stealthix and Trashboat here from Sin walk towards the mid lane, wait until they spot someone, which I believe that ward in the top lane already has.
I think it may have missed.
It actually might have, because they haven't reacted. But this one will spot. You'll see instantly the rotation is that Sin want the 2v2. They're going to go straight top lane now in response to being spotted there. And they're going to get standard lanes.
Yeah, upside down laning here, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to have both Rosie and Stealthix and Trashboat with sort of their desired laning matchup, and things already going fantastically from, I guess, a micro perspective here for Sin early on, despite nothing happening at all. And Vayne Nautilus, not necessarily that familiar with how this lane necessarily works out as a duo, but do you think it's all that bad here for Absolute?
The big talking point about that lane is they want the Corki into the Vayne, because the Corki can make the Vayne suffer. If you have a look at the supports, both level 1, Trashboat's not going to really provide anything without using his flash, and then Mattress will be using the Riptide just to put down some semblance of damage, but nothing in particular. Once level 2 comes out though, as Malek might even be looking here in mid.
Yeah, speaking of level 2, mid beast a little bit late picking up either the Sigil of Malice or, of course, the Distortion, which a lot of these LeBlancs tend to take first. And Malik unable to find anything in his very early movements, but is able to just transition over to that blue buff, pick that one up, and continue the jungle pathing. But so far, Sin head just a little bit. Oh, Rymeister actually using the Shadow. Maybe a little bit late, did take the damage from the Distortion, but things already heating up in the mid lane.
The idea was definitely there, and Rymeister doing his best at trying to out-trade mid-beast early. Both of these players going to be super aggressive, as we have noted, and we'll see what actually unfolds as Malik has already put pressure down there, expecting the Shadows to be used aggressively, and I'm not surprised.
No, neither am I, as Sin. They have shoved in this turret. Phosphorus Bomb not going to find anything here. Is Absolute able just to farm this one up underneath the turret. Nice use of the Relic Shield from Mattress just to make sure that they nail all of the CS. Juve's hanging around here. Tremor Sense available. Knows that there's no Gragas's there. Looking for some sort of burrow gank. Going to find himself some Raptors, might be able to pick those ones up, and Gragas going to head back to base, pick up his Trailblazer, and everyone is going to be absolutely fine. Or is he trying to burn down the tree?
Completely standard start here. So Sin getting what they wanted, which is the Rumble into the Maokai in particular, and the Corki has a decent lane against the Vayne. So getting the 2v2 puts them in a comfortable position to work towards the Sin's real objective, which is hitting those power spikes with the Trinity Force and the flat magic pen from the Rumble, and then fighting for objectives once they scale a little bit later, as Juve's just poking his head in.
Yeah, he's looking for something. Is going to mean that Cooler's going to miss a little bit of farm there, as Trashboat just going to hang out. Oh, nice dredge line going to land onto Stealthix here. Takes half of his health, actually. That Titan's Wrath doing some work. His Phosphorus Bomb is going to answer, but Trashboat taking a lot as well, and a nice trade from Absolute.
A very weird trade, to say the least, though, as Kulo was getting free hits down the whole time, and Stealthix having to respect Mattress, sitting back and barely getting any damage out whatsoever, which is a big trade in favor of Absolute here. And Stealthix having to use his pot while the Vayne didn't is going to affect that lane.
Yeah, it's massive. Of course, Vayne pretty comfortable as far as the CS is concerned as well. Now ahead by a couple, but of course, with the lane just chilling out there, things aren't going to be too, I guess, different.
Malik's back.
Yeah, looking for Rymeister, of course. Does have Flash, does have Shadow, so he's going to be okay. Midbeast doesn't throw out the chain, just heads back towards that Distortion. and nothing going to be found. Of course, Malik just wants to put on pressure in this lane so that Rymeister knows that probably shouldn't go too aggressive.
I mean, it's not too bad, really, just to show yourself, as Rosie's even being aggressive. He might all in this.
Yeah, he's looking for Jack Attack here. Silences himself. Those auto attacks doing some work as the Harpoons had landed as well, waiting for those cooldowns to come back, but Flame Spitter doesn't really want to dive the turret, and Jack Attack just going to head back to base. But not going to miss out on too much in his wave. Oh, might actually be in a bit of an awkward position.
Only level 5 removes the kill pressure, but you can see
Look at the CS, though.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, Maokai beating Rumble just handily as they go in again.
Yeah, Kulo looking for something here. Wants to try and find that tumble up again, but not going to get anything. And Absolute just going to switch the lanes back. Look for some free time here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, looking to get that 2v2. Maokai immediately going back towards the top lane. Considering how the lane started out, though, interesting that they did opt to swap back, considering a 10 CS lead was in favor of Jack Attack in a 1v1 in what was considered a soft counter lane.
Yeah. And I guess it's just because, you know, Rumble more difficult to farm on, because it looked like Rosie was able to get the aggression down, just wasn't able to get the last hits in.
Yeah, it did seem like he was struggling a little bit, but you can see immediately the response from Absolute, putting their bot lane back into their natural habitat. They're going to start immediately pushing this turret down and put as much damage as they can on as possible before Sin rotate in response, which is 100% going to happen. Sin want the 2v2 and the 1v1 still.
Well, by the looks of things as well, Rymeister having a decent time in the mid lane as there's the distortion. Oh my goodness, the ultimate from Rymeister. Chains land though, but there's first blood as Mid Beast just burns to death in the mid lane.
Once Rymeister hits 6 on that Zed, if you use the distortion offensively, there's always the pressure that you may go down in a 1v1. And Rymeister doing what he does best, being aggressive this early in the laning phase, picking up a 1v1 kill against Mid Beast, as we're going to see a replay of this. And the first thing to note, the Shadow is used aggressively, dodges the chains with his ult. The second chain's having to be used by Mid Beast, but the damage was already there and it was enough to kill him.
Yeah, fantastic play from Rymeister, and this is what we expect from him. Lots of aggression early on, making sure that he can get everything moving for his team. But Absolute able to weather the storm as far as the other lanes are concerned. Sin have switched things back on towards the bottom side. Going to mean that we've got even amounts of people towards any dragon aggression that is going to come through. Of course, 7.5 minutes into the game, nothing sort of look to as far as that dragon is concerned at all. Let's see whether that is going to change as this game moves forward.
4 bottom though.
Yeah, Juice and Trashboat heading towards something here, but no one to be found.
You can see at the same time the response from Malik is to be in the top lane. If he gets spotted, which he is by a ward, they may want to go straight for the dragon perhaps.
You could try and find that, of course. Greg is fairly maneuverable, especially for a man of his size.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting that he's got so much mobility as a relatively rotund human.
There's a lot of questions about League of Legends, but Gragas's mobility is not the first thing that comes.
I think it is. I think it's one of the first.
I mean, how is Zac a thing?
That's a very good point. Although I've seen Flubber, so I sort of understand.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep. Rymeister going to continue farming here in the mid lane as Mid Beast still under a lot of pressure. Look at these shurikens. Not even level 9 yet, and Rymeister's able to get so much damage down with those. Now with the Bilgewater Cutlass and a couple of long swords. It's definitely pretty terrifying man in the mid lane. Jack Attack going to get burnt down once more, but Juves is on the way. Jack Attack turns it around just a little bit, but that's Twisted Advance on cooldown now. Preyseeker doesn't find him, but there's the red buff slowing him down. Nice arcane smash, but Jack Attack, flashes, but going to get blocked by minions a little bit, and Sin just going to destroy him there. Juves picking up the kill credit.
A questionable flash when he should have probably just recognized that he was going to go down. The pressure was well and truly there. Rosie still having the ultimate available. Instead, he does still go down, blows a summoner for it, and now Rosie does have all of his available and the ultimate for if they do want to rotate.
Oh, actually Mattress going to... There's the depth charge as well, actually throwing everything out as Malik's down here on the bottom side of the map. Trashbo gets stunned up by the passive of Mattress, but Sin able to move underneath the turret, and Stealthix even able to lock down that cannon creep, and nothing to be found here for Absolute in the bottom lane.
Nothing directly achieved from it besides a lot of pressure in lane, and it's going to be very difficult for Sin to stay in this bot lane and have the 2v2 when the advantage was so heavily in favor of Absolute. They're now opting to recall again, and the question is, are they going to try and rotate back towards opposite lanes or standard?
Well, Jack Attack, he's going to get discovered one more time as the equalizer comes down. Jack Attack moves over it. He does have the ultimate blocking some of the damage here, but Arcane Smash is there. Still going to get burnt down, though, and Juves locks himself another kill. And this is just what happens when you have the lane in such a fantastic position here for Sin.
Exactly, and this is also the problem when you don't have your flash available up against what is still the Rumble ultimate and the mobility and the gank potential provided by a Rek'Sai here. Juves very smartly coming back to that top lane after recognizing that the flash was down and that he was also pushed in too far to even consider escaping.
Yeah, and of course, now with the teleport on cooldown as well, Jack Attack can go for the long walk back towards that top lane. Now has boots, but things looking a whole lot better here for Rosie. Probably would have liked to pick up at least one of those kills, because theoretically he's still behind as far as that gold is concerned, being 30 CS in deficit. But we'll see how things turn as this game progresses. Of course, now with the Haunting guys almost towards that Leandries, things can only get better for the Rumble.
In fact, Maokai is probably still ahead of Rosie at the moment in terms of gold, and he's got the double Doran's Catalyst, so he's opted towards a more early game item-based build and still going to be even with gold is a big win for Jack considering.
Oh, it most certainly is. One thing I'm really worried about, though, for Absolute is the fact that Rymeister's being completely unanswered here in the mid lane, almost with a 30 CS advantage here against Midbeast, who's decided to go on holiday, says that I don't want to be in the mid lane. We are going to have a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen, as Midbeast gets his stuff sorted out. He's going to be back towards that mid lane, but like we said, probably doesn't want to because Rymeister looking very, very strong.
He's been doing very well in this mid lane 1v1. It's not to say that it was expected, but aggression was definitely expected, and it was going to go one way or another. In this case, the Zed picking up a solo kill, and considering the amount of pressure that Malik has actually put into this mid lane early, that's a really bad situation to be in for Absolute.
Yeah, Juve sort of like, I guess, poked his head in for a moment there in the mid lane, but otherwise has been leaving it relatively unhindered, and Rymeister's just excelled in his natural habitat, which is in a 1v1 duel for as often as he possibly can.
Yeah, he wants to do that, and even once he starts getting fed, he'll probably split push late game because he is Zed first and foremost, and he's Rymeister second.
And both of those factors going to mean that you generally want to be split pushing. And the thing is Kulo going to get himself to a position where he can answer the Zed's split push? Because I'm thinking to myself, like, Vayne probably one of the champions that would want to be in a 1v1 situation, but is Vayne ever going to be able to make it work? I mean, with a QSS, of course, against a Zed.
It's possible with a QSS, but it's not recommended ever, really, because there's no purpose for you to really be split pushing. You've got the Maokai who can handle him quite all right, should not ever really go down unless there is a Last Whisper finish super early for Rymeister. But, I mean, they should be content with having Vayne actually be a part of the team fights.
Well, of course, they probably want their AD carry.
Yeah, not split pushing. Fight. Or 1v1ing a Zed.
I actually don't mind Vayne into Alistair as well. Of course, you can use those Silver Bolts in order to get a bit of true damage past the ultimate. That one does come through.
That hurt.
Yeah, that hurt me.
He's got a Brutalizer and he's level 9, so it is max shurikens. No real surprise, but the damage was quite surprising.
It certainly was. Is Sin going to be able to take down this dragon? Not too much response from Absolute just yet. They're looking to try and get in there, but no vision available around the dragon area. And Sin just going to lock that one down themselves. Juve's just sacrificing half of his health bar for it, and it means the dragon goes down for the first time at 12 minutes into this game. Trashboat going to get body slammed, and Mattress going to come through with a Riptide. As there's the flash, actually. Headbutt onto Mattress, back into Juice, who knocks him up as well. Mattress pretty tanky, though, uses his shield in order to keep himself alive. Gets burnt a little bit as well by the Ignite. But Sin not going to find anything. They're just throwing around their summoner spells as much as they can.
I guess Trashboat getting a little bit hyphy because they were trying to kill his wards and turns it around on them. They put some damage down. It is relevant damage, but nothing actually going to come from that. A lot of pressure being put here, though. The more that they can avoid being in the mid lane here, the Sin lineup, the more that that exact thing can continue to happen, where Rymeister is going to quite easily control Midbeast at the moment. And eventually, within probably a wave or two, maybe even this wave, the tower will go down solo.
Yeah, and that's a 40 CS advantage here as well for Rymeister, who is definitely farming very, very well. 13 minutes with 119 CS, things are looking fantastic. Well and truly towards that 200 CS at 20-minute mark, and you can see there's the turret going down exactly like you said. Maybe even a little bit earlier than you would have expected here, as Juve's going to head towards the bottom side of the map. Is spotted by a ward, though. Discovers that there's one there and is going to be able to clear that one out. But a lot of vision on the bottom side. 4 men strong moving there from Sin. And Kulo and Mattress have to be very careful.
They need to respect this potential dive from 4-man. A level 10 Zed with the Cutlass and Brutalizer available. They had the Rek'Sai to spot someone, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit too hard to this dive unless Juice was just putting a tunnel for further notice. Yeah, he's going to come back around. They're looking to go.
Yeah, mid-beast, of course, down here now as well. And Rhymice actually going to get caught. There's the Condemn into the wall, immediately destroyed. And mid-beast able to lock that one down for himself. Going to feel fantastic about that one. And Absolute looking to try and turn it. And yeah, I think Rhymice is just getting a little bit over-aggressive, over-excited as they moved into the bottom lane. Sin now still on the retreat as Trashboat going to get caught by a dredge line. Whoa, that's a lot of phosphorus bomb damage as Jack Attack is down here as well. Another teleport to come in as Jack Attack forced to use that flash. Of course, needs that on cooldown basically. But there's a flash forward. Stealthix locks down the kill. And Sin, they get one back. But losing Rhymice to that quickly, definitely not a good thing. But Absolute still, I guess, behind.
Yeah, on the back of Rhymice not being able to use his ultimate, straight away condemned into the wall after hooked by the Nautilus. Well done to combo that perfectly, so he didn't actually get an opportunity at all to use any spells because he was CC for days. They're diving again. Yeah,
Trashboat actually tanking up the turret though.
Wow.
And look, Malik comes back in. Nice work using... Oh, actually, Rosie taking a lot of damage here as well as Kulo. Oh, he's going to fall for it as Rosie able to turn that one around. Stealthic's completely out of mana. Mattress going to die to Juves, and Malik now finds himself without any friends, and Sin with the man advantage, able to try and pressure him out of here, but they're just going to take down the farm, and things have got very, very exciting here in the bottom lane, Rusty.
Yes, almost looking a bit messy, but it definitely always seems to work out in the way of Sin by the end of it. And you have to question what they're doing and the efficiency, but it always seems to just show up right at the right moments. Rosie going down, Trashboat going down, but they got the objective that they wanted, and the kills are going onto Stealthix. He now has his Trinity Force. At 15 minutes, he's in a very comfortable position with item timing. Leandries and Sorkshoes finished for the Rumble as well, which is why they have been grouping so avidly for the past 2 to 5 minutes roughly. They've found their stride with items. They're looking to use that spike and push themselves with a massive advantage.
Yeah, Jack Attack still able to farm very, very well here on the top side of the map, maintaining that 40 CS advantage, maybe a little bit less as Rhymice is going to take himself down a blue buff. You may ask as to why Zed likes to take those, but of course it does regen your energy as well, and he does use that quite a lot. So making sure you've got as many rotations of your spells available as you possibly can, definitely a good idea.
It's always nice to have CDR as well as the Zed.
That
you
is
only
very
really
true.
get the Brutalizer, so having extra CDR always going to be handy. The energy regen is required, of course, to have the CDR.
Yeah, so true. As Mattress, he's going to find Rosie. Takes a harpoon for it, actually doing a lot of damage there as Jack Attack one more time in a whole lot of trouble. Deathmark on him as well. He's going to get burnt down and popped by that one as Rhymice locks down the kill, heads back to his original shadow, and everything's going to be fine here for Sin. And these sort of picks are something that Absolute really cannot handle because they're the ones that want to be picking someone off. They want to be creating these sort of man advantage situations with all of their single target damage.
It feels like Sin have been controlling this game almost from the very start, and there's been a lot of turnarounds where Absolute have found kills almost on the back of mistakes of Sin. They're kind of just letting Sin come to them and say, all right, we'll fight you on your terms, but we'll make it work. And I guess you're right, Absolute need to start making things happen on their terms. They need to start engaging the fights in situations where they can catch someone out of position and not just let them continue to do that. Because Zed now 2-0-1, Corki is massive, even the Rek'Sai is it's going to be very hard to kill him now.
Oh, yeah.
They're starting to, they've been, well, not even starting to, they've been dictating this entire game from the beginning. And Absolute need to recognize that that is happening, turn it around, and try and get something to go in their favor. With Dragon in 35 seconds now, probably a good place to start.
Certainly is. And how much of this is to do with the team comp here of Sin, who've got a massive sort of mid-game spike, and how much is it to do with Absolute sort of just not playing this correctly?
It's a bit of both, of course, because the Zed winning lane is a factor into this entire thing happening.
Yep.
Being able to solo win your lane relieves a lot of pressure that a jungler has to place in a lane already. The only time you'll be there is to counter gank, so he can spend a lot more of his time top lane, which he has, and it has worked for them on multiple occasions now. And the fact that that is happening is all a reflection of other lanes being much more comfortable. But Team Comps is working in favor of Sin at the moment. They've hit their power spikes at the right times and they are rotating around those power spikes. But Absolute not even going to contest this one.
Yeah, not looking to try and do anything here. as all of the outer turrets have been lost, meaning that Sin have a lot of forward vision on this map, and it means that Absolute cannot get in there at all. Mattress and Kulo might have to be a little bit careful as well, as Riptide is going to be thrown out for funsies. Depth charge comes through. Kulo getting obliterated through an exhaust as well. Stealthic's locking down that kill, and when there's 4 people moving towards your lane with this much mobility, things are going to be a problem.
That much mobility and that much damage that you need to respect it. Very easy kill to pick up. Just wait for the tumble out of invisibility to end, and then no options available. Actually using the Z death mark to avoid the knockup from Nautilus ult as well secures that kill for them quite convincingly, and it's almost translating towards the turret again.
Yeah, actually using this Trinity Force on Stealthix to get a lot of extra damage down as well, as Mattress actually going to get the hook onto Trash Boat, gets chained up, but nothing going to come from it as 2 versus 3 still in this bottom side. Rhymeister putting pressure on the mid-inner turret, and there seems to be pressure coming from everywhere. If you're Absolute, you're feeling like people are squeezing you. Who's going to get stunned up a little bit. Was tanking the turret, but as you mentioned before, pretty tanky. Going to continue to get caught, actually, as Jack Attack just going to get headbutted out. Sin looking to try and disengage this one. Kulo moving through, and Juve's just going to sacrifice himself. Is going to mean that it's going to be a trade for a turret, maybe even a top one as well, as the inner fell down. Is the inner in the top lane going to fall? No, probably just not enough minions. There's actually another stack coming through, and Rhymeister's moved around.
He's got his blade, so it's very easy for him to do damage with the attack speed bonus, let alone all of the damage that he actually has in his items at the moment. They pick up 2 turrets for 1 kill, and they even had damage on the bottom turret. And it just feels like at the moment that every time Absolute try to make a play like that, it takes them so long to get anything that Sin can very easily and very quickly respond to that and make it worth for them in the end. You find 1 kill, and it is in favor of Kulo, which is going to be nice. He has 3 of the team's 4 kills.
Yeah.
It's big because it's a Vayne, but then they also sacrifice 2 turrets, and the entirety of the gold that you have now acquired onto your Vayne has been given to every member of the Sin lineup.
Yeah. Things not really working here for Absolute, and you were talking about the fact that, you know, Sin probably going to be happy with an early Last Whisper on the Zed. Now already has that one completed as well, as 176 CS now.
That's pretty early.
That's very, very early for these 3 items. 2, 1, and 1. And that's mostly from all the extra global gold that they've picked up. With 5 turrets to 0 now in favor of Sin, just means that all of the global gold's been pouring into this lineup. 2 dragons to 0 as well. And they've only been losing kills, and even then, it's not very many.
It certainly has been a very controlling game from Sin thus far. They're doing very well to... Even the smallest thing of vision control has been in favor of them. They're looking around the Baron pit, for example. There's a pink very aggressively. Is Rhymeister?
Yep. Shuriken.
Yep. So yeah.
He's going to lock it down, and Jack Attack falls one more time. 0, 5, and 1 now. Not exactly his best game so far for Jack Attack, and it's just been preyed upon over and over again, and Juve spending a lot of his time killing the tree has been a real problem here, but it's working out fantastically for Sin. As Rosie just going to continue to split push, and it's almost like a 1-3-1 is the option as Malik. He's going to get caught out in his own jungle. Stealthix with a lot of damage. Actually, Malik dodging out of the way with a nice flash. Body slam there as well as Midbeast dodges the Shuriken. And Sin, with 4 members, unable to lock down the Gragas. Still a bit slippery.
But meanwhile in the bot lane, of course, the relevant damage being done, and even though nobody died, someone is low. They need to respect that there is someone split pushing, but the threat for Baron is so present that they have to send Jack over there, who has no teleport.
Yeah, Malik going to get knocked up again. Rhymeister locks down the kill. Almost looking too easy now for the Sin lineup as they're going to move towards the Baron. 28 seconds onto Malik, and they're just going to start this one up, and Sin just looking extremely confident. We'll see whether there's anything Absolute can do about it. They have seen it. Of course, Scrying Orb used as well.
Maokai has no teleport, which is a big factor in this. They're committing to it.
Yeah, Rhymeister looking for Midbeast. Actually uses the ultimate there. They're not going to find too much as there's the equalizer down as well. Sin going to continue on the Baron. They lock it down. And Rosie just using that ult just to make sure that Absolute couldn't respond.
That hurt them a lot. There was no way for them to get near that Baron pit or even consider stealing it, just because the equalizer was in a perfect position to stop that from happening. And Zed being very aggressive, using his ultimate, not to get a kill from it, but of course that was the goal. But doing damage and distracting them even more so to secure that Baron. I mean, Sin at the moment just feels so decisive in everything they're doing, and the execution has been really, really on point for them at the moment. they are controlling this game so well that at 23 minutes, they're up about 8K.
Yeah, 8,000 gold, 23 minutes. They do have the Baron on them as well. They're stealing away buff after buff. Absolute seem to be completely at their mercy in this game. 4-1-1 now for Rymeister. Has picked himself up that QSS, so going to be able to get himself out of any chains that he didn't want to be experiencing, or potentially a Twisted Advance, something like that he wants to remove. And I think Condemn, probably something that he's having some pretty painful memories about.
Just being able to use it so that you have your ultimate available. We saw what happened to him in the bot lane when he went down, and that was... What was that?
Wow! There's the death mark yet again. And Rymeister just takes him out and then spends some time back in the brush using that ultimate to get back
filthy.
in. That was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That's what happens when a Zed gets really far ahead and has a decent time in the laning phase. And I found it interesting that we haven't seen this from Rymeister. Of course, loves his assassins, loves his massive amounts of burst, but we've seen Cassiopeia, we've seen Azir, lots of consistent damage mages being used by this guy, and I'm happy to see that he's still able to play to such a high level, these assassins.
Yeah, he used to favor the assassins quite heavily, even in the tournament leading up to the OPL, playing mostly Zed and Diana, but still so adept at other mages. He's doing very well for himself, though, back onto the assassins, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, been brilliant. Of course, LeBlanc is an option that he could have gone to, but decided he didn't want to and allowed Midbeast to last pick that one, actually opting into the matchup. So, dangerous things here for Midbeast, who's still behind an exorbitant amount of CS. Yeah, I think that Rymeister not going to be too upset here as Jack Attack actually taking a lot of damage here towards the top side. And Rymeister just waiting for that ultimate to come up, and now it's off cooldown, and I believe he just used it. So Jack Attack is most likely going to die. Oh, actually, Rymeister, the E, and dangerous game saving his life. That's why you pick up that mastery, ladies and gentlemen. It does make sure that you survive through even the most ridiculous things. Midbeast trying to find it.
I think you can do it. 3 levels.
Oh my goodness, turns it around, but the ignite from Midbeast, that one's going to lock it in as Absolute trying to engage something here on the bottom side. Kulo still alive, but Unbreakable Will from Trashbro going to mean that things are a little bit more difficult. Kulo does condemn Stealthix against the wall, but they lock down the turret, and that big one did a whole bunch of damage to Kulo, and he's going to have to get back to his fountain.
The fact that Zed brought a second-person top after already diving a Maokai, which is not something I think I would say very often.
Nope.
Picks up a kill, ends up turning it around almost as predicted, but getting a little bit juked there by the LeBlanc. Goes down, but for just the Zed, they get an inhibitor.
Yeah.
I'd say it's worth.
Yeah,
considering
I'd probably put it
afterwards.
in the things are fine column.
I'd put it in the worth column for sure.
Most certainly. Sin going to lock down their 3rd Dragon of the game, 14 kills to 5 now. A 10,000 gold lead for Sin. Everything just working out as 7 turrets have fallen down in favor of this team. They've just had every objective go their way.
Yeah, it's crazy to think 7 turrets because you look at the other side and it is in fact 0.
Yep.
That's massive. The difference between them is unbelievably large right now, and it's Sin's game to lose from here on out.
Almost definitely.
They need to start closing it out quite convincingly. They might even consider just a 1-3-1 and have Rosie push in the super minions and then just turn around because his ult will be in range.
Yeah, and assuming Sin are going to take this game because things are looking pretty good for them, what do Absolute get from this? Looking back at this game, what do they want to change for this particular strategy? Because things haven't worked, right? So what do they look back on? What do they try and do for next time that these teams face off?
Well, I mean, if we were to sum this game up in a concise way for them to look back upon, it would just be the fact that they got out-rotated very heavily in the early game.
Yeah.
The fact that they lost mid lane was a big factor into that. But in saying that, Jude's very smartly ganking the top lane very early, getting Rosie, even though the CS difference is actually still in favor of Jack Attack, even though he's 0-6.
But that would have only been worse if he hadn't have had any help.
Exactly. They've managed to keep Rosie at least even as what?
Oh, Malik's just going to get ulted. None of the shurikens are going to land, though, but he's still going in. Rymeister locks it down and just heads back to the ult shadow.
That was a really big shadow to go back to. The distance.
Goodness, I thought he was just going to die. He was underneath Nexus turrets. Nexus turrets, ladies and gentlemen.
Meanwhile, in the top lane,
Matt just going to miss the dredge line. As Sin just going to try and get this one down. Depth charge going to be used onto Rosie, who just charges his way out. Absolute going to try and start something up here as Righteous Glory's going to go off there, engaging on a trash boat. Oh, the 3-man knock-up from Juve, though, as Kulo's immediately trying to escape, but in... Oh my goodness, Stealthix with so much damage now. Does have his Blade of the Ruin King. Cheeky pickaxe there as well. As now Rymeister immediately manages to cleanse out of the Twisted Advance, and Jack Attack gonna get punished. 5 members of Sin. Definitely something that this Maokai cannot tank up. 0-7-1 now. Frozen Heart was completed, but that is not enough because there is massive amounts of items on this Sin gaming lineup. They're going to take down the top inhibitor just to match the bottom one. A lot of synergy and symmetry here in the base of Absolute, but not the kind that they're looking for. No. Well, Sin are just trying to, work some art into their destruction of the Absolute base.
I would be impressed if that was their ultimate goal there. It's mostly just to take an inhibitor so that they have an inhibitor down, but if they were looking for art, then by all means, abstract art's probably better than symmetry.
Yeah, true. I guess, but still working fairly symmetrically.
Yeah.
So whatever.
I mean, if you have
you might be talking about things that are actually relevant here, Rusty, but I'd just like to mention the fact that they've created some symmetry in the base of Absolute.
They just need a tunnel on the other side, so my mini-map feels it's OCD, but
yeah, I know, right?
Requirement.
Yeah, why was I talking about symmetry when things aren't really working here? I'm just trying to troll you here, Rusty.
That last fight, though, in particular, Atlas, was them Absolute initiating onto an Alistar. And
it's not a good idea.
It says a lot about how the game is actually going and whose favor it is in if you have to initiate onto an Alistar because you don't have another option.
Yeah, they were just looking to try and find something from somewhere, I guess. And look, if they land a hook, they're going to try and go in as last-ditch efforts. I mean, you have to try and make something happen. You can't just roll over and lose a game. So Absolute just need to, I guess, try and do anything that they possibly can to find a team fight in their favor. I guess Midbeast now does have the Zhonya's Hourglass completed, but not a whole lot of damage on this LeBlanc, as Syndra's going to take their second Baron. Rymeister just standing off to the side. Actually decided to go in and help out, taking this one down. Already at half health.
How kind of him.
Yeah, Absolute. All in their base, trying to clear out the super minions, and this Baron going to go down very, very quickly. Trashboat was standing guard, the guardsman cow in the jungle.
Yeah, no means to contest here from Absolute. Both inhibitors down in the top and bottom lane, especially the bot lane inhibitor in particular, makes it very difficult for you to find any way of getting near the Baron pit. So that's going to go down for free. And you can see Zed, hyper-aggression.
Yep, already in on the top side of the map. Just uses his ult shadow to escape as Midbeast down to half health already. Stealthic's doing so much damage. Locks it down with a Phosphorus Bomb. Malik as well, made to look like he's squishy as anything. That was ridiculous. Inhibitor's going to fall. The bottom lane is respawned, but Sin with Baroned up minions heading towards the Nexus turrets. And this has been a brilliant game for our new members here, heading into the OPL, taking out the other team that's headed through the OCS into the OPL this time around. And Sin now just destroying team members and everything else that belongs to Absolute. Nice headbutt pulverized there just to lock down a kill onto Mattress, and Kulo, the last man standing, going for the desperation play. But it's going to be the Nexus falling, and Sin with a decisive victory. 17,000 gold in the end there.
A very convincing victory for Sin Gaming, and they looked amazing coming out of that game. And I mean, two of the teams very new to the league. Sin have really shown why they deserve a spot in the OPL from that game alone. Yeah,
they most certainly have. And what I really, really liked about what we saw from Sin there is that they've gone back to their roots. This is how we've been seeing Sin win their games. Of course, you casted them all through the OCS, and they were picking these mid-game comps. They were picking these comps that sort of, you can be ultra aggressive early on because that's what it's built for. And I like seeing Rymeister back on the Zeds, a champion that does peak in the mid game that he can really make these plays on.
Yeah, throwing back to the Zed and still managing to pick up kills in laning phases. Someone like Zed up against a very high mobility champion like LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Convincing win of the mid lane in particular. You can see Juve smartly ganking the top lane. The teamwork from all of them, recognizing when they hit their item spikes, the timings, when to go for objectives, when to dive as well. Everything was going so well for Sin.
Yeah, and it's another string on Stealthix's bow as well. Yeah. Picking up the Corki now. He's played a whole lot of different champions, ranging from Urgot to Jinx, now to Corki. He's played some Lucian as well. So all around the different playstyles that you can possibly opt for there in the bottom lane. We sort of mentioned that Stealthix was largely one of these players that likes to pick up the likes of Jinx, stuff like that. Sivir there as well a little bit. So look, now he's played everything but. I mean, he played one game of Jinx, hasn't actually played any Sivir just yet, and we'll see what comes out of Stealthix as we move through the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break, but when we get back, Direwolves going to be taking on the Chiefs for a rematch of our Split 1 final, and you do not want to miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and we just witnessed Sin going to town on Absolute. That was ridiculous.
Sin took it to them straight away. Yeah. From start to finish, that game was in favor of Sin, and they did not hold back.
Yeah, and Absolute sort of picking this comp that sort of wanted to scale, but didn't have a lot of AoE. Just didn't seem to work out from Champion Select, but man, Sin going back to their roots, really looking fantastic with these mid-game comps, and we'll see whether they continue to bring it into the OPL as things continue. But let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Chiefs taking on the Direwolves now, a massive rematch of the OPL final.
Yeah, the Split 1 finalists, Chiefs and Direwolves. It's going to be a big match, and well, where do we even start with both of these teams? They've been around for a very long time, and they are currently first and second on the ladder.
Yeah, of course, 5-0 for the Chiefs, 4-1 for the Direwolves, losing a cheeky game to Legacy. Of course, Legacy looking fantastic in the earlier weeks, but now have dropped a couple. Of course, Chiefs and Immunity taking them down. But now the Direwolves looking to try and solidify their spot in potentially #1. Taking this game means that both of these sides are going to be on 5-1, but it's going to be a difficult road. Of course, Perfection no longer, not actually on the lineup. Of course, still on the roster, but has been taken out of play, suspended for a couple of weeks for some maybe play that he probably shouldn't have done. Sort of said some things that he shouldn't have. So make sure that you're not toxic, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to play in the OPL. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's a fact, but in saying that, the new top laner is going to be Chippies. Let's go back to the game.
Yes.
Lessons with Atlas.
Yeah, lessons with... Look, you just don't want to be toxic, okay? It's a thing. There's no need to... Let's not beat around the bush.
It's true.
Okay? Don't say bad stuff.
Most importantly,
Chippies and Sharp are now going to be on the lineup. Sharp missing... Sharp is going to be... into the mid lane, and Chippy's there to the top side of the map, of course. Hecarim main, Aurelia main as well. Fantastic player, of course, played throughout the OCS as well. Just hasn't managed to make it into an OPL side, but Sharp, of course, natural habitat, that mid lane.
Yeah, he's come back to his roots, which was the mid lane, of course, and switching to the top, but coming back now for this week at the very least. We'll see what happens afterwards, but we'll see how he goes. It should be quite comfortable for him.
Yeah, of course, did play the Azir in their last match. Of course, Perfection wasn't there on Monday either, so, of course, didn't look too bad. Of course, they came back from an early deficit in their previous game, but look, we'll see whether they can make it work a little bit better, and Chippy's managed to pick up the Hecarim as well. But things have definitely progressed here as far as the bans are concerned. Chiefs banning away Bard and Sivir very, very early on, and Callista Hecarim going to hit the bench here for the Direwolves, and Chiefs now thinking about their final ban. Gragas going to be taken off the board. Spook's not wanting to first pick that one away. I think they're looking towards an Alistair potentially, because the bottom lane seems to be what we want to talk about completely for this game, because of course these supports doing some ridiculous things. They're total KDAs, right? Chuffer is on 18.3 as a KDA, and you're like, okay, that's just ballistic.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, but EGM's on 19.
Yeah.
So what the hell?
And they both play Nautilus and Alistar, so most likely going to be
we're
most likely going to see both of those. And something that I do need to note here is that Chippies is known for his Aurelia play. It was banned on Monday away from him, not respected this time, and most likely going to be a first.
Yeah, Chippies is definitely considering it. They've got some time though, as Sybil is hovering over what is the other early aggression jungler, now currently sort of towards the top tier of the meta in that Rek'Sai now that the Gragas has been taken away. Chippy's now considering the Maokai, of course, swipe, and more than happy to head back to that one. They are going to lock it in, so jungler and top laner now locked away for the Direwolves, but not giving their comp too far away. Yeah,
they pick very meta-style top laners and junglers, both very standard in the picks, and they don't go straight away for the Nautilus. It's a very safe pick for their second rotation, and it's going to be on Direwolves to see what they opt into last picking. With the availability of that support, they can put anything they want with it, the AD or the mid, and then last pick that last champion.
Yeah, now the Chiefs, considering what they want to go with, of course, already locking away EGM's signature champion, the Alistair, of course, heading over to Wildcard quite a while ago now, but definitely making waves on that champion, really looking fantastic when Legacy headed over there. Now on the Chiefs lineup, wanting to make the same type of impact. Spooks and Swiffer taking their time, and it is going to be the Azir Nunu locked in. And Swiffer hasn't necessarily made himself out to be an Azir main necessarily. Played it once in the last split, but did actually was never really that comfortable.
No, he's practiced it during the break. He's come back and he's a completely different Azir at the moment.
Really?
He's a lot stronger than what he was, yes. But also don't be surprised if the response is the Cassiopeia from Sharp. From what we have seen, and considering he has been top laning for the start of this split, he did like Azir and Cassiopeia for the most part. And with the options he's got any choice that he wants in the world, but Cassiopeia just excels into Azir and scales really easily.
It is generally the matchup we look for, of course. Formerly was the likes of Xerath. Sharp playing a lot of that champion. Did like a bit of Ziggs there as well. Sort of liked a lot of these long range, I just want to sit in lane and farm, was generally his sort of play style in the mid lane. Very controlled, very sort of passive play in the mid. But look, we'll see what he decides to go with. Only a second to go, though. King going to lock away the Tristana, and it is going to be Janna for Chuffer. So, look, I actually don't like Chuffer on a Janna. I like Chuffer on the likes of Annie, Nautilus. I want him like flashing forward. We talk about this bottom lane as the super flash bros. These guys want to be jumping on your face, but not going to necessarily be able to on Janna, although we have seen it in the past.
It's entirely possible that he will, as Janna, somehow flash Monsoon people and put them in bad positions. But in saying that, the Tristana with it will make up for it indefinitely with the amount of jumps that are available from that champion.
And I'm sorry, I saw what was locked in here for the Chiefs, and this lineup is disgusting. It looks terrifying. On paper, you've got Blood Boil for the likes of Swiffer and Radier, and I guess now Sharp is going to lock away the Kog'Maw, so definitely in his wheelhouse, he's going to be able to sit back, use that Void Ooze, use the Living Artillery, clear out the waves. But it isn't going to be enough against this comp that has sort of a whole lot of areas of the game closed off here. Of course, you do have Swiper on the Rumble that we haven't seen all that often, but is going to be in a very decent lane matchup, and he's going to have that level 6 power spike. And then in the late game, Azir Jinx with the Blood Boil for either of them, man, things are going to be horrible.
Yeah, the Nunu works quite well with the Jinx and the Azir, and he's got multiple options, of course, to put it on. They've got the Engage, which comes out from Ejim on the Alistar, which alleviates the necessity for Engage in the top lane, which allows the Rumble to be picked from Swiper. It's good into the Maokai as well. Their team comp, it scales exceptionally well for damage. They've got a very big mid-game spike as well. All around, it is a ridiculously well-drafted team comp, but if we have a look at the side of Direwolves, they're no slouches in their own right, and when it comes to scaling, they almost do it better.
Almost do it better against Jinx Azir?
Yeah.
I almost lost my face trying to get that out. I find that ridiculous, but I guess you're right. I mean, they do have the likes of Kog'Maw. They've got a super tank there in the top lane, which I guess on the side of the Chiefs, they don't necessarily have. Nunu going to try and get tanky, but not going to have as many resources as we talk about for junglers quite often. So I guess I understand there, but is it going to be coming out from anywhere else? At the bottom lane, I guess Tristana, does she scale quite as well? I mean, we used to see her scaling fantastically into the late game, but now with the new Tristana, how's that going to work?
It still scales very well, and the Kog'Maw in particular has this unique style of scaling where it just increases range, much like the Tristana's auto attacks with the passive, in fact, but to a much larger extent. And once you get the Luden's Echo, you're an unstoppable Kog'Maw. Once you hit level 11, it's ridiculous. It's about the range of a Rumble ultimate as well, which is way too far away. It's almost an entire screen that you can throw that down from. They've got the Janna to assist as well, gives extra AD and just gives this extra support. And if Direwolves play their game and they don't let the Chiefs go straight onto them and utilize that Rumble, or even let the Azir put the poke down, if they've got the Janna to assist and the Kog'Maw can put down the poke, the Direwolves comp will be able to teamfight quite well.
Well, we'll see what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Hop onto Twitter, use that hashtag CHFWin or the hashtag DWWin, and let us know exactly who you think is going to take this game, whether the Direwolves can exact some revenge for the finals of the first split, or whether the Chiefs still looking unstoppable this time around, because this means a whole lot. Are the Chiefs going to remain undefeated, or are the Direwolves going to be able to tie themselves with them? Because this is going to be huge when it comes to the standings towards the middle of the OPL. So, look, this game's massive. A lot of things hinging on this, and could really change the tune for what we're talking about as far as the OPL is concerned, because I guess the general narrative is the fact that the Chiefs looking like they don't have an equal so far, but the Direwolves looking to really prove that wrong.
Well, if there's any team on paper at the very least that could take the game away from the Chiefs, it is their finals rivals from the last split, and a team that is now second on the ladder against them again in the Direwolves. They've got every possibility to take this game away, and I guess from the draft in particular alone, it is quite even, but the Chiefs have a bigger mid-spike, so coming into this game, we need to ask how they will work around, say, the Rumble spike with the Azir ultimate, and how they'll actually get things going in the mid-game to either give them that lead that they can cement, or will the Direwolves be able to get through that hiccup of that trough almost of power, come out stronger at the other end?
And will the Chiefs as well be able to get the engages that they're looking for? Because we know that Kog'Maw, if left to his own devices, can just kill you straight up from, like you mentioned, more than a screen away. And it's horrible to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
So Sharp, if he does have his eye in, he could really carry this game if it makes it to the later stages. And, of course, Radiant going to be very squishy on the Jinx, definitely able to be a target. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the game, I want to remind you of a certain competition going on over on Twitter. Make sure you remember, ladies and gentlemen, to take some pictures of when the Dragons are dying in games 3 and 4. So not this game, the games following this one. And make sure you tweet towards at @LOL_Oceania and use that hashtag IamOPL for the Logitech mouse. Of course, the Daedalus there, and the first 3 in will make it. So just be as quick as you possibly can. That is the thing. Just be really, really fast.
That it is a dragon kill. You can't just see the first time the dragon's seen. It has to actually be the dragon kill that you tweet.
Yeah, you can't just be hovering towards the top side of the map and see the dragon fly past about the 2-minute mark. That does not count.
No.
Although it is really, really cute.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like looking at that most of the time. I die a lot level 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Let's move back towards the game, though, ladies and gentlemen. Direwolves taking on the Chiefs. And as far as the early game is concerned, I mean, I know that the Chiefs have a spike at around that level 6, but as far as these level 1s, what are they looking for? Are they looking to lane swap? Are we going to see some deep vision try and be gleaned?
Now, the Tristana into the Jinx is a very, I guess, difficult matchup for a direct trade if the Jinx starts with the Rockets, just because the innate range that you start with as a Jinx with the Q is a bit higher than that of a Tristana. But if we take into account the supports, you're going to have the shields from Janna to help you through that laning phase. So they're going to be okay with the 2v2 matchup, especially at level 1. Once level 2 comes around, though, it does get a little bit more difficult for them. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs were the ones to put the lane swap into effect, utilize that Nunu, who has the Blood Boil on a Jinx, take down turrets faster than anyone else could ever imagine happening, and use that small gold advantage that they might take from rotational play early and translate that into level 6 fights.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about it as well, considering the fact that the top lane matchup sort of in favor of Swiper moving into this game. And as far as like being able to clear out jungle camps, you have to think that maybe a Maokai is going to have that, but I guess Rumble's still okay in a jungle follow. We'll see exactly how it happens as we hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs taking on the Direwolves. And I'm excited to see whether the Direwolves can get this comp to work out for themselves. Of course, they've got the early aggression in the Rek'Sai. They can move around the map relatively effectively. And look, the Chiefs have a terrifying late-game comp, but as we mentioned before, Direwolves also looking equally as strong.
Yeah, they've also got a pretty good siege here on the Direwolves side if they are allowed to get near a turret. And we were talking about how good a Blood Boil is with even Swiffer on the Azir and the Jinx of Radair. But if we have a look at the side of Direwolves, the range that they start to get as the game ramps up is very good for them in a sieging situation. They've got the facilitators for said sieges where they've got the Janna who can shield for extra damage or disengage if need be. And then you've got Chippies who just sits at the front and face tanks damage. But from the looks of it, Direwolves might be the ones doing this lane swap.
Yeah, and Swiper actually was looking for King, but King is going to be discovered towards the top side. And it looks like, wow, King actually deciding to go back. So opting in for... Okay.
He's staying.
I don't know.
At least for now.
Oh, dear. Okay, Swiper's going to be heading.
He's been spotted, yeah.
Yeah, King's been spotted as well. So Swiper going to head back towards his turret. Is he going to get there in time, though, as Chopper will have the Howling Gale knock Swiper up there, but King not with enough follow-up damage, and Swiper may need to burn a teleport to get back to lane for the first couple of creeps, or is he just going to head over towards Spooks and try and get a jungle follow going? Because it seems like a lane swap is in effect now for the Direwolves.
What I like about what just happened there was King actually waited until 1 minute 30 to show himself and do any damage. And that was really smart because they couldn't instantly translate to a lane swap. You can see Swiper not actually opting to teleport, he's going to walk back. And this gives enough time for King and Chuffer to hard push that in and deny him an entire wave.
Yeah, and Spooks Started on his own over at the red buff, but of course Nunu not going to worry about it too much. Sharp, though, already taking half of his health in damage, having to chug through that flask. He's in fact even using this Void Ooze in order to clear out the minion wave, as Swiffer is able to do a whole lot of work. There's the backline gone, and his auto attacks from the Sand Soldiers definitely doing work here, as Sharp's just trying to do his very best to try and pick up some farm. Chippies and Sybil now just going to steal away the blue buff from the Chief's side of the map, but that is going to be answered by Spooks as well, who's
now
just still chilling out on his own.
Is very possible, but you can see Ejim with the ward there early and actually just being here early. It is a very smart rotation by Ejim to do this, to at least try and prevent a dive from coming out whatsoever. Swiper being level 2 is a big factor. Ejim just being there, essentially denying that dive. So relegating the Direwolves back to just continuing the jungle.
Yeah, and Chippy's continuing to follow around as well, as Sybil's going to use that Tremor Sense to make sure he knows that no one's hanging around in this jungle. They're going to take probably a Rift Scuttler here and keep moving forward, picking up as much farm as they can. Still yet to take that red buff, as Radier's just happily freezing this bottom lane. And actually a whole lot more experience being soaked here by the Chiefs, because, you know, no one in the bottom side here for Direwolves, meaning that Radier just gets free farm, free levels, and a Jinx with levels. That's a big deal.
It is, because they start to increase with range the more levels they get. Maybe even opting towards the zap to do extra damage and starting with the BF sword, because completely left unattended is fantastic of a position, especially when you can put a freeze into effect like you are right now with Radier. This is a very good position for the Jinx to be in, whereas King's not getting the solo experience, but they are in a very, very comfortable 2v2.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and this farm coming thick and fast here for King, actually able to stay ahead of the Jinx, but a whole lot more minions building up for Radier as he's just freezing this one for as long as he possibly can.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rek'Sai and Maokai kind of band together and try and break this freeze by pushing it to the tower super hard. They just need to get vision of where Spooks is and where he is on the map at all, so that they feel safe in doing so, otherwise it's a very big risk.
Spooks is set up camp though.
Yeah, he has.
On on the blue side jungle of the Direwolves. He's got a pink ward there, he's got multiple wards hanging around, doesn't in fact have any of his jungle items. He's just gone back and picked up a whole bunch of vision. And he's going to be able to see when the Direwolves move through this jungle. Pings going down for the Chiefs as well, just to make sure that, you know, everyone knows that Spooks has done a great job as far as the vision is concerned. And Swiper going to miss a cannon creep, so that's upsetting.
Directing attention to his own ward so that everyone was aware of what
yeah,
he
it's
did.
like, I did a really good job, guys.
Notice me.
Exactly, and we noticed. Don't worry, Spooks.
That's going to be not really doing anything, though, is that ward vision, funnily enough. Because the position it's in is not going to be able to stop what is happening in the bot lane, which was, as predicted, an attempt to stop the freeze from happening, as Raider does his best attempt to keep it there, but Chippy's pressure finally coming through.
Yeah, and Raider able to farm out under this turret relatively well, only misses one of those. Now continuing to farm this one out. 2 CS in the lead as the laning phase continues. Spooks is hanging around though, and Chippy's is going to have to respect Radier here. 2-level advantage for the Jinx. Massive amounts of farm as well. Hasn't been back to buy just yet. As Spooks probably just wants to steal away this Grom. Oh, not going to be able to though. Just going to get
I don't think he had Smite actually.
No, he didn't.
There you go.
Well, with Spooks, this game seems to be that the thought that counts, you know?
No, he's thinking a lot.
Yeah. This ward not going to even be spotted here by Sybil. Didn't even walk into that brush. As Spooks gets pinged out. Nice little ward deep in the Chief's base. Or at least their side of the jungle. Direwolves going to know what's going on there, and Swiffer going to continue farming this one out. So as far as sort of this mid lane being an island is concerned, does that work out here for Swiffer, of course, wanting to scale? Or does it work out more for Sharp, because he wants the same thing?
It kind of works out for Swiffer a bit better than it does for Sharp. Of course, being left to their own devices allows Swiffer to be a bit more aggressive in the way that he's playing towards Sharp and stop any reasonable 1v1 farming. And I mean, there was a small CS lead here in favor of Swiffer, but he's only just recalled now, whereas Sharp had recalled earlier for a tier. And given that, they're actually quite even. But the first buy for Swiffer is going to be a big damage boost in terms of a 1v1. And if they continue to stay on their island, then it's going to end up affecting the Kog'Maw a fair bit.
Yeah, and it's double dipping as well as far as this damage boost is concerned. 20% extra CDR now picked up with that Forbidden Idol, and of course the Fiendish Codex giving him more attack speed, as well as the CDR on his spells and the extra mana regen and ability power. So a huge buy here for Swiffer. Probably wants his Morellonomicon fairly quickly, but still likes it. There's the flash from Ejim though, as King could potentially get knocked back, but in fact Headbutt was still on cooldown. Swiper going to burn Chuffer down with that Howling Gale on cooldown. Gets the slow from both of the Harpoons. Now looking to get some auto attacks off as there's the Howling Gale. Chuffer uses the Ignite. Actually, no, that's Ejim as Chuffer forced to flash. King now in trouble, but he's trying to turn it onto Swiper, who moves into the brush. Oh, the explosive shots on him. There's the Eye of the Storm as Swiper continuing to go aggressive, but the last auto attack from King is enough for first blood. Ejim might be in trouble. No, the minions as well helping the cow out. And it's a 1-for-1 trade, but King gets first blood, and that is huge.
King picking up first blood is massive for him. Unfortunately, with his flash and ultimate still available, does go down to Ejim there with the assist from minions, which is very interesting to note. And I mean, on the back of a very big misplay from the Chiefs there, though, which has to be pointed out, is that while Rumble was overheated and with no headbutt available, as Spooks did pick that up, they committed too hard to actually trying to kill Chuffer.
Yeah, and Spooks in the jungle, as you mentioned. 3 people there for the Direwolves, still able to steal away that blue buff. Very frustrating as a Nunu, but going back to that top lane, you're exactly right. Of course, King probably didn't have to die, but it was massive amounts of misplay here for the Chiefs on, champions they're very comfortable in.
Yeah, considering that they are, we know that Ejim is the Alistar god, and unfortunately the overhit, I guess, wasn't coordinated too well with each other, and it ends up going down as a kill to King, who, I guess the trade was there, but the kill went on to the relevant person of the Direwolves, whereas Alistar picking up a kill. Whoa!
Oh, there's the Emperor's Divide. Swiffer heading back as there's a headbutt pulverized as Ejim's trying to prove his worth on this. Oh my goodness. There's Swiffer with the last attack for his Sand Soldier. Cathy and Surprise going to farm up the wave, and Chief's probably going to transition into a dragon. A
fantastic engage, and Ejim showing us why he is that Alistar god after a small misplay, getting the retribution kill right there, picking up Sharp, and a big trade is, what are you doing?
Yeah, King going a little bit aggressive. Sybil looking for the knock-up, though, finds it onto Swiper as the explosive shot getting charged. There's the big one, but Swiper only loses half of his health in that one and is just going to continue about his merry. Chiefs now able to push down this bottom lane if they want to, but they are going to move towards the dragon by the looks of things. Swiffer has headed back to base, picked up a Morellonomicon and a couple of wards, a few extra things here, and his Azir definitely looking good.
Yeah, he's got the Morello, so that is big for him compared to what is just a TR for the Kog'Maw. Is a big item discrepancy and allows them to consider being overly aggressive with their objective focus at the moment. And the fact that Sybil actually reveals himself in the top lane to simply put damage down onto Swiper, and King being up there as the AD carry, the damage sources in the wrong places to be able to contest that dragon. The first one at 10 minutes going down to Chiefs.
And is it the fact that the Direwolves are just respecting the fact that Swiper had Teleport, also had Equalizer, and that Direwolves probably didn't want to contest the first dragon anyway, or is it just a misplay?
They could have contested the first dragon, but the way that they went about it, because Sharp was already down, was that they didn't actually expect to be able to contest the dragon, just due to the numbers disadvantage. Weirdly enough, the Chiefs actually opting to go bottom at the same time as the gank coming out top was the weird part about it all. But in saying that, they still pick up the dragon after putting some pressure in the bot lane. And it's just the fact that they revealed themselves top. That was a crit.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a shiv. Wow.
Yeah, so King able to crit. Now, quite often. And we know that you like pro players that can crit all the time there, Rusty. So able to demonstrate that one. Actually gets another one there without the static shiv, so handy. And King just continuing to try and pressure this bottom lane as much as he possibly can. Radier at half health, but look at these static shiv crits. Really doing work for King, as Radier's probably pretty happy with his BF sword, but now thinking like he's got a bit of item envy.
Wants to shiv himself.
Yeah, the shiv definitely doing work here for King.
But he doesn't have a Janna on his side here, Radier, to actually utilize the extra attack damage that the shield gives, but King can quite easily utilize the Janna, sit there with his static shiv, and crit for days.
Yes, he's doing a lot of work. And of course does just get a little bit of extra damage down onto Spooks, but Spooks not going to worry about it too much, just eats things and he's going to be healthy again, but King rocket jumping out of the way, never going to be in trouble, as now Sybil looking to try and put some pressure onto Swiffer, whose Spidey senses are tingling just a little bit. Oh, Swiper actually looking to try and come back into something here, living artillery onto Swiffer though. Does he have the flash? He does. There's the heal available as well. Emperor's Divide thrown out for funsies. That was an odd one.
Just a zoning tool.
Yeah. I don't think we can give him that much credit.
No, I mean, Swiper was behind, which was why the decision from Swiffer was to turn that around straight away and engage, but hesitation was what actually occurred there. And
yeah.
Not knowing if he should commit to the turnaround engage because he wasn't really sure what to make of the Rek'Sai and how big he was, in fact. So very easily able to get out there with the tunnels. Nothing coming from it besides an embarrassing Emperor's Divine.
Yeah. So, look. People relatively divided on Swiffer's ability to play Azir, one could say.
Sounds like we are divided.
No, Swiffer a fantastic player. We saw Cheese as well, actually having a great game on Azir. Still had a couple of misplays there. The champion just a little bit tricky.
Seems like we're granting people like a certain amount of misplays a game as Azir.
Yeah.
Because he is so difficult.
The Azir count.
I'd give him 1.
Yep. So there's one, Swiffer, you can have that. And until we see another one, you can still be granted Azir pout playing ability. The Sybil's just going to take down a Gromp, I believe. Has he done anything towards the top side there? Blue buff may have been given over to someone. Not entirely sure. No steals, but it is going to be pinged out on the other side of the map. Spook's hanging around there. Does know the timer, of course, stole away the last one. And is going to have
Look
vision
at
of
the
the
ward
area.
coverage in the jungle of Direwolves here near the blue. Just before the blue buff spawns, there is legitimately about 7 wards to actually give them vision of every angle where the blue buff could be taken from. As Swiper...
Yeah, he's in a bunch of trouble here as the Equalizer does go down. Band-Aid in the top lane, going to clear out the minion wave after his corpse is removed from the map. And Sybil and Chippy's able to get some work done, but not going to have a minion wave to push the tower.
I mean, in hindsight...
Oh, beautiful buster shot there as Egypt's going to have to flash on top of it. There's the flash out of the way from King, though, but the ultimate from Spooks, is he going to get the damage down? No, Chopper with the Monsoon, even healing King up, and they're looking to go back in.
They are looking to go back in and probably stop the tower from going down as Sharp and Swiffer.
Yeah, Sharp actually able to get some auto attacks down here. Oh, not quite finding it as Swiffer did get the Sand Soldiers into a nice position, but didn't want to dive a turret. Had already fallen down just a little bit. Still ahead in farm as the Chiefs in the bottom lane just sheepishly moving away. And this game super close. 500 gold the lead for the Direwolves as we move towards the mid-game. Sybil able to take down this Rift Scuttler as Swiffer. Oh, there's a headbutt. Pulverize out of the tunnel. And Sybil is forced to use the flash to get to safety. The Chiefs now 1 minute on this dragon. Egypt knows that he can head back to base, get some more mana, get some more health, and get back in time in order to contest this. And you can see the Chiefs definitely want to take that one down because there is a heck of a lot of vision available around the area here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of vision almost shared between both teams at the moment. You count the tunnels as what looks like vision on the minimap. There is vision everywhere. But, I mean, at the moment, it's a very stagnant game. There's nothing really happening besides that first dragon going down. 2-2 in kills and 1 turret to Direwolves. They did pick up a nice kill in the top lane as a trade for the blue buff, and a lot was happening in the bot lane, but no kills actually coming from it in the past 2 minutes. Summoner's burn, and that's going to be really good for the next fight around the dragon if they do opt to fight at 25 minutes. But if we have a look at the items of the Chiefs, we have got the completed flat magic pen items from Swiper.
Yeah.
I would not really advise fighting this dragon if you were Direwolves.
Well, Ejim back with some mana, dodges the Howling Gale, and is going to be able to clear out some vision here. Removes a tunnel as well. He's just going to sweep things out. And no vision available for the Direwolves apart from that Rift Scuttler that was locked down by Sybil, I believe. Actually just dissipates, and the dragon going to be started up here. And the Direwolves probably not going to make it here in time. No vision available of the area. King's in the bottom lane, and we've got a Rek'Sai back in base without the Void Rush available. So look, that's going to be dragon number 2 falling down in favor of the Chiefs. But the Direwolves maybe a little bit strategically letting these ones go in the early stages of the game, just wanting to scale up to a point where they can happily fight. Yeah,
it was Dragon 2, but again, it is only Dragon 2, which doesn't really provide you with any effective combat stats for taking someone down. So contesting it, not a massive pressing issue for Direwolves at present. They can kind of just sit back and continue to farm and just accept the fact that that was going to go down. And from this, they look to maybe scale up with items themselves before considering a legitimate 5v5 fight. You can see that the Infinity Edge, Morello's, and all of the Magic Pen items from the Chiefs side are completed, but you're still waiting on the Luden's Echo from the Kog'Maw in particular.
Yeah.
And maybe boots 2 or the next makings of an Infinity Edge here for King before you even want to consider fighting. Just because the raw 5v5 that you have from champions is not going to go in your favor this early.
Well, King able to do some work on this Tristana, able to farm up underneath this turret relatively well. Still behind by about 30 CS here to Radier, but King been moving around the map, making a few more plays. Is Radier now going to take down a red buff for himself. So we'll see whether they utilize that and to try and actually get some fights on their terms. As Ejim waiting on top of a ward, Spook's hanging around as well. I don't know whether he's got the Raptor sense, but if he does, it will spot the fact that Ejim's feeling a little bit silly.
I don't think he's feeling silly. He just doesn't know that it was there.
Oblivious,
yes.
maybe. Yep.
Not silly.
So not silly. I'm sorry, Ejim. And actually, Ejim often goes back and watches these and says silly things about me on Twitter. So, look, I apologize, Ejim. Please
don't fall for that bait, Ejim. He's telling you to do it.
It's not true. Swift able to lock down the cannon creep there in the mid lane and continues to farm up very, very well on the Azir. Now also ahead by about 30 CS there in the mid lane. Was down to about a 10 CS advantage. Sharp had clawed that back, but now, since going back to pick up that last item, still a little bit further behind. King actually taking a lot of damage from the red buff, but of course allows him to give Radier some turret aggro. Not going to be able to take that last rocket.
Now, I know that last hit was the Shiv proc, and generally speaking, it's quite difficult to last hit as Trist under tower because of the explosive shot dealing damage to each minion next to it with the last hit. But he is legitimately critting to last hit everything under the turret. I don't think he's missed one under a turret.
You are very obsessed with crits.
Yes.
Just going to point that out and leave it there. That can just hang, I think. Is Radier going to continue farming up here on the bottom side of the map. 3 pink wards still available around this dragon. And, man, the Chiefs haven't needed to spend too much on that one because they have been spending a lot of time just hanging out, being more than fine. Still 400 gold the lead for the Direwolves. Things very, very even and very slow this game. Often we see the Chiefs games, if you did manage to catch the Chiefs versus Legacy game, it was a very, very different story. Of course, the Chiefs moving around the map a whole lot, able to get things going using the split pushes to their advantage. But this time, both teams just playing it out very slow, methodical game.
And this is playing not necessarily into the hands of the Direwolves, but to their favor at the very least. They've got that Ludens now finished on the Cogmore. Irrespective of the CS advantages, that one turret seems to be what's keeping the gold lead slightly in favor of the Direwolves here.
Yeah.
And the fact that the top laner is kind of evening out a CS difference, being 1-0 up and 30 CS on top of that. Doing very well against Viper here is Chippy. So you have a look a bit more overall at what's actually happening. And Direwolves are starting to get their big items, which will help them to fight, as Spooks is just going to continue to be a pest.
Yeah, he's being a pain. Might even be able to steal away himself a Raptor if he wants to. If he can be bothered. As here's the Smite War. There's the Consume Smite, and Spook says,
Top
yeah, I have that, and
Yeah.
you don't, so I'm going to be able to take this one.
You can't beat that.
No, you certainly can't. Spook's going to cop a living artillery for his trouble, though, as Sharp just trying to get something done. Reindeer Cogmore, adorable in the bottom lane, but not able to really answer the aggression of Swiffer and Spooks when they're together, when he's on his own.
And I mean, to be fair, he's almost an entire item behind us.
Oh,
whoa.
That is an interesting dive. Oh, the Ignite's been put down. Heal to be used. Is the rocket going to land? Oh, Spooks throws in the Ice Blast, but it's a really nice shield. Oh! Super mega close rocket comes through, but not going to lock down the kill onto King, who's on single-digit health there on the bottom side. Turret is going to fall in the bottom lane, though, as Swiper going to help Swiffer out with this. And oh, Sybil
Returning
just
the
steals
favor.
away the blue buff. There it is.
Finally getting his revenge here on Spooks being very annoying, but they do get the bottom turret, and they got a lot of damage down onto the second one. Even though they didn't pick up King, they're getting what's required of them, and that's objectives.
Yeah, exactly. And King, of course, now without any summoners as well, did have to use the flash and the heal. Buster shot also on cooldown, so Radius still sitting with his heal and his flash available. Ejim didn't even need to flash, so that's a big deal. Having that flash pulverize into the headbutt combo is massive for any potential fights that are going to break out. 49 seconds, speaking of which, on this Dragon for the 3rd time round for the Chiefs. They want to lock that one down. And now the Chiefs with this comp that's probably happy to scale. Oh, actually, Swiffer looking to try and get an Emperor's Divide, but doesn't find it. He's just going to flat out die.
Oh, wow, Sharp. That was really good. He actually aimed for the flash.
Oh, my goodness. Beautiful play. And I don't know what Swiffer was trying to do, but his Emperor's Divide button seemed to have not worked in that situation. And Chopper probably just there at the right time.
Yeah, he felt like he wanted to go in and then changed his mind as he went in. knowing that he wasn't actually in range to commit too hard to that. So a small mechanical error there coming out of Swiffer, and being well played by Sharp though. Still having both of his summoners and managing to pick up the kill.
Yeah, Luden's Echo completed, like you mentioned, so feeling good on this Kog'Maw at this stage, goes back to base and picks up a completed Archangel stuff, going to be very close to that Seraph's Embrace because of that tier being picked up so early on. Not going to stop the Chiefs from being able to pick up this Dragon at a very quick clip here. 22 minutes into the game, three Dragons, to nothing. And the Chiefs now staying ahead on that front. The 6% stats from that first one starting to become pretty relevant this game.
Definitely starting to become relevant. The third Dragon taken with near no hesitance, no actual delays whatsoever. So their fifth Dragon win condition is starting to become very evident, and Direwolves need to start respecting that. But, I mean, at the moment, things are going quite well for the Direwolves. They need to just start picking up some fights that'll be on their terms very soon. Speaking of.
Yeah, Sybil actually going to get the knock up here onto Swiper. There's the Flash Twisted Advance, equalized by Swiper's ultimate here, but he's going down very, very low. There's the Flash Pulverize, doesn't find anyone as Ejim just headbutts Sybil for fun, and Chaffa comes through, does get the slow as Spooks and Radiant are going to come through. Radiant now able to get a lot of damage down. Monsoon going to try and do some work, but Super Mega Death Rocket straight into the face of Chippy's going to get him low enough in order to be taken down. Radiant gets excited, the last bit of which going to be used to try and search for someone, but not going to find anything more here. The Chiefs trading 1-for-1. Both top laners are going to go down, but Sharp very, very low now. As Chuffer gets some vision down. Oh, everyone looking for Ejim. The turret going to fall in the mid lane, but Radiant now trying to get something back. Gets exhausted as well, but he's not going to stop. Flashes over the top of the Howling Gale as Spooks now looking for the kill. The zap lands onto Sharp. Radiant gets excited out of the way of the Acathian surprise. It's just going to be used to pick up farm. More zaps to land, more slows, but Swiffer, he wants that kill as he rotates around after taking the turret. And Swiper even stopping the split push here on the bottom side of the map as King. He wants to get it down. There's the Buster shot. But what more do you have? There's the rocket jump. And King just gets burnt to death. Swiper locking down his first kill of the game. And we're going to have a small pause. So as soon as the game gets into the exciting stage, the game just says, okay, we need to pause, we need to calm down because everything was slow now. It's all accelerated and I don't know how to handle it.
It's giving us a second to actually assess what just happened right there. And that was a very extended trade in the top lane in particular. Radair finally getting excited, actually picking up nearly 3 kills from that. I think Swiffer getting the last one there onto Janna. A big fight in favor of the Chiefs, and very well timed for them to be able to cement what was a very good trade. Even though King got the bottom turrets, they pick up the mid turret in response. They're most likely going to get that top turret. I think that went down.
I believe so. They've definitely got a whole bunch of minions up there.
So that's a 1 trade for them with objectives. It's then a 1 trade for them with kills. Everything's starting to roll in favor of the Chiefs, and because they already had that slight item advantage, it's going to be even bigger.
Well, we're going to have a look at a replay in the mid lane here of Swiffer.
That was when he was about to use his ultimate and suddenly had many regrets. And I guess he used his... This is the really good part. Sharp, look where he threw the artillery. Predicted the flash so perfectly timed by Sharp. Very good prediction.
Yeah, wonderful play. And Swiffer just... He had the ultimate up. He just didn't really know where to use it. And of course, getting a Kog'Maw away from you, it's probably something he's going to be well and truly fine with because he gets moved away and then just keeps throwing out ultimates over and over again.
Yeah, Kog has no issue with being thrown away. Range is not a concern for a Kog'Maw, but I guess just using the ultimate, it's a small disrupt if you at least knock him away. True. It's just the overconfidence on the engage followed by the sudden regret of Swiffer.
Well, we're going to see a replay of this fight as well. And this one, it goes a little bit longer as Swiper's going to use the equalizer to try and at least soften up the Direwolves.
Yeah, it's a very prolonged fight. And it does start with Swiper going down as Ejim unfortunately missing that flash engage. But you can see it's a 1v3 at the moment as Radair finally makes his way into the fight. And for the most part, the rest of this fight is spent with Sharp already low. Chippy's sacrificing himself to stop Radair from getting excited at a very relevant time. And I mean, from here on out, Ejim kind of gets caught. They realize they have an opportunity to go back onto him, but Radair's right there. Like, he's actually just farming minions right now, waiting for them to engage onto his friend. Turns it around. Gets exhausted, but that doesn't even really matter because he's just going to flash the tornado like a beast and continue to get excited. From here, you've got Swiffer coming from the right at the moment. He's going to be able to flank Chuffer as so many crits.
Yeah, and that zap didn't actually land there from
No,
Radiant.
they hit
It
a
was
minion.
a point-blank minion
Yeah.
shot. Would have landed, though, so it was a very good try. Except
It
the
was
pesky
straight.
minions,
Yeah,
man.
those meddling minions.
Meddling minions every single time. We're trying to get this game back for you as quickly as possible, ladies and gentlemen. We, of course, have a slight pause. We'll be back into it very, very quickly. But actually, we're going to be back into it right now, as the Chiefs just going to revel in the aftermath of their 4 dead on the side of the Direwolves. Was actually a prolonged ace for the Chiefs. And they've turned around that gold advantage. Of course, the Direwolves were ahead by about 400 for a lot of the game, but now 2,000 odd in advantage for the Chiefs. 0-0-5 for Spooks as well. He's going to have another. If he has another Immortal performance, of course, his previous game, in fact, it wasn't his previous, but the one before that on Nunu, 0-0-18.
I think not just an Immortal performance, but a 0-kill performance with no deaths as well would be unbelievable.
It would be pretty silly. So Spooks, we'll see whether he can get a kill. Maybe die a couple of times. Get that one sorted out.
Feel better about ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
On,
His Nunu is very, very silly. As the Chiefs were trying a bit of Baron. Decide instead to take down a Rift Scuttler and just try and deter Sybil from being around here. Swiffer just going to head over the wall there with the E and continue to farm this one out. And is Azir really starting to roll? Does have another needlessly large rod as well, looking for that Rabadon's death cap. Or potentially as on... No, I'm not even going to say it, because it's going to be a Rabadon's death cap. This is Swiffer.
Yeah, it'll be a Rabadon's. I've no doubts it will be a Rabadon's.
No
Even
doubts
foregoing the
whatsoever.
Stinger, by the way, just because he has the Blood Boil available to boost him up.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to go for that extra attack speed, but I guess it'll be a competition between who Spooks actually wants the Blood Boil now.
And Radier as well picked up the Phantom Dancer as well as the Infinity Edge, now with a BF sword on top of that. Swiffer doesn't need to be careful. This Cogmore doing some damage. But Radier, I mean, he's got wave clear for days as well. Look at these crits already doing, you know, 7,500 damage. Pretty silly stuff.
7,500.
Yeah. What?
So
That's
750.
Yeah, 750, 7,500.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Look, I just like to
700's in a
experiment.
quarter century.
Yeah. What?
No.
Not sure about that. Yeah, 3/4 of a century of... No, it's not even that. That doesn't even make sense.
I
don't know the Roman numerals for it, nor how to say Roman numerals.
I'm not going to get into Roman numerals.
Let's not talk about this. I think we're done.
I think the important part that we can talk about is the fact that they're trying to siege the mid.
Yeah, and Direwolves now with a disadvantage as well, trying to do that, but Explosive Shot doing relevant damage as it lands onto Radier and Ejim when it explodes on the turret. Down to half health. And that is actually going to be Swiffer heading back. So the Living Artillery is still doing work. And look at this wave clear from the Direwolves. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they forced Swiffer back, and Swiper had also recalled. So unless they take this turret quickly, there's the engage potential from the Chiefs.
Yep. Well, they're trying to engage something. Headbutt not off cooldown just yet as the Direwolves. Yeah. Direwolves looking to try and continue this one out. Chippies does have teleport available, so he's going to deal with that top wave and then be able to teleport in. But are the Direwolves going to be able to just deal with this turret, or are the Chiefs going to be able to pull the trigger in time? Unbreakable Will is available for Ejim, so the fact that he's on low health, probably not as much of a problem as you could otherwise imagine. And there's the flash headbutt! And look at how much CC is available for the Chiefs! The equalizer onto 3 people at the same time as Swiper going down very low. Ejim getting caught as well as King's trying to rip through this fight. Radier's untouched in the back as Swiffer with the huge ultimate. King almost gets crit to death, but now look at the excited Radier. And the Chiefs roll over the team fight. And if they pull the trigger, they pull the trigger. Ejim, that's what we were expecting.
That was a great engage from Ejim, but I mean, it started to look like it was going bad for the Chiefs. You could see nobody actually dying from the Direwolves lineup for the first 5 seconds. They were looking to turn it around before old mate Swiffer pulls that trigger.
Old mate Swiffer.
Ridiculous engage, using that Emperor's Divide and catching them all in a horrible position. Jinx gets excited. They end up getting the Baron on top of that and a ridiculous team fight from the Chiefs.
Absolutely insane. And I guess Swiper dying was probably a result of him not quite having that Zhonya's Hourglass available just yet and playing very, very close to the front line. Of course, Swiper, generally that tank player wants to be right in amongst it, unable to really get there this time around on the Rumble, but is going to have that in another 500 gold. They're looking for their 4th dragon here as well. Sybil now hanging around. The rest of the Direwolves want to get there in time. The Chiefs do have to deal with this top wave, though. That could be dangerous, as Rumble is actually still waiting around this dragon. Look at the zap damage. My goodness. Bloodthirster completed for Radier as Chippies has found him. There's the flash knockup. Radier's going to get destroyed. This could be the Direwolves fight, but the equalizer and the Emperor's Divide doing so much work. Direwolves flashing away on all fronts. And you kill one of the damage sources, the other one gets the blood boil and tears you apart.
And this was on the back of another good team fight by the Chiefs, but it was so recent that there was barely any summoners from anybody. The jump actually getting interrupted by King, I believe, from the Tristana, trying to get into a better position. Finds himself on top of the equalizer, and this is the Chiefs team comp, and their ability to fight around certain areas coming through really big, as we're going to see
that
replay. And that, yeah, on top of the Rumble ult, the Jinx ultimate coming through at the same time as the Azir Sand Soldiers. And you can see Direwolves actually still have their backline doing the relevant damage. King and Sharp, but watch this.
Oh, and he waited out the exhaust too.
Yeah. Like you ever had a chance of winning that fight, completely out the window because of that engage from Swiffer.
Yeah, and used the double heals as well, I think, as Radier and Swiffer. Yep, they do have them on relatively similar cooldowns. Of course, the second one not going to be as effective, but Swiffer, you saw, went down to about single-digit health during that fight and still looking fantastic. You can see wandering up the lane, Rabbidan's death cap in hand, or on head, as that otherwise would be. Spook's 1-0-10, though. He has managed to pick up the kill. So not going to continue that route, but he's had a brilliant game. 11 out of the 13 kills for the Chiefs. He's had a hand in. And now with a whole lot of extra support available to him as well. That Lock of the Iron Solari is there. Spook's just going to run around and be annoying towards this Gromp, I guess. Chippy's going to come over and try and do some work. Radier not going to get found by the Howling Gale, nor is he going to find the Zap. And the Direwolves still trying to hold on to this game. You can see, look at the pink wards available for the Chiefs. Lots of vision around this map, but I guess not as deep as you'd otherwise think. The Chiefs like to grab a lot of extra vision, but not this time around, as the Chiefs now looking to try and set things up. They steal away an easy blue buff and continue to just have control.
The vision for them is in a very relevant area, though. They're not going overboard with their vision because they're focusing around the bottom half of the map, and that is where the entirety of their vision currently lies.
Yeah.
Even when that sun turret goes down, there's a ward directly next to it to maintain the vision of the mid lane. And then it looks to me, just because of this vision, and from what we're seeing now in particular, I guess will help that fact, they're looking to siege bottom.
Yeah, the Zap almost finds Sharp there, as well as the shield from the turret going to be helping out. Radiant now critting for 1,000, which is pretty silly.
Turret.
Yep, that turret gets melted. And with this Blood Boil, they have the rotational advantage. 4 dragons means that that 3rd dragon buff definitely helping them out with the movement speed. And they're looking for the 5th. It's going to be up relatively soon as well. Only another 3 or so minutes before that one's there. And the Direwolves now just looking to try and defend, and they need to fight for the next dragon. That could just spell the end of the game. Although, their defense of their turrets, based on this Baron buff that the Chiefs have swirling around them, is definitely being good. They only lost 1 in a turret.
Yeah, it's pretty good for them so far. I guess they've got the Kog'Maw who can actually focus onto the champions and not just on the wave clear, though his wave clear is unbelievably good.
It is.
It kind of pushes them back a little bit. We have to second guess. If we commit to hitting this turret, we're going to be taking a lot of damage. We're up against a Righteous Glory Maokai, a Rek'Sai who can just straight away go in, and it's very possible that they can get dove. We've seen how quickly Radier does go down if they catch him. It was just unfortunate that there was no summoners during that fight, and it still went in favor of the Chiefs. But I mean, the potential for a one fight is always going to be there for the Direwolves. They'll need to execute it exquisitely.
Yeah, it's true. So, Chiefs continuing to put pressure on. Not going to see the Dragon timer just yet, so just over 2 minutes. And I keep mentioning it, but I just feel like this 5th Dragon is going to be a big deal for the Chiefs, or whether the Direwolves can grab there first. They're not too far behind just yet. 7,000 gold.
Swiffer wants this.
Yeah, he's looking for King.
In fact, he's found King, hitting his minions.
Swiffer doesn't like that. He likes to keep his own minions, and there's the auto attack doing half of King's health. Swiffer just running at him. There's the E. Oh, flashes over the Emperor's Divide, uses the heal. Ejim gets the ignite, and Swiffer in the end is able to get the kill. But man, that flash from King was incredible.
Ejim cheating just there. That was a really intense 1v1.
Oh, I know.
But that was really well played by King in particular. Unfortunately, going to go down in that 1v1 trade, and you can see
an extraordinary amount of crits from Radier.
Yeah. I'm the one that talks about crits.
Yeah, I know. Like, you put it in my head, but he just
he crits more.
He took half of Sharp's health with inherent rocket damage.
He crits a lot.
He certainly does. Oh, able to actually get some rockets onto Sharp here as well. Gonna have to move out of there. The equalizer comes down. Super Mega Death Rocket picks up the kill as Radier snipes him after the flash headbutt from Ejim just to discern the Direwolves from wanting to defend this turret. And now with that mid lane inhibitor down, The Chiefs easily able to take down the Dragon here in a minute if they want to, or they might even try and get some damage down onto these Nexus turrets. The wave clear's insane, and it's just the fact that 6, 1, and 3 is Radier. He's able to get so much damage from such far away now, level 17 on the Jinx. And it's just getting too hard here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, 5 completed items from Jinx with the Blood Boil to boot, the Alistar and the Nunu.
Oh,
as
Spook's
you can
just
see, the
ulting
zoning.
here. Yeah, they're going to use the zoning absolute zero as Sybil. Yeah, Sybil just have to flash away here. As another flash available from Swiper, just going to Zonya's as well. He's going to be safe.
Luden's?
Oh, Luden's Echo, exactly as you predicted from Sharp, is going to lock down the kill. Direwolves are going to use their lockets as Sybil trying to get in amongst it, but Radier just going to turn around, flashes, picks up the kill, gets excited, King in trouble, but not going to get too much more. Yeah, that's doing so much work here. King's very far away. Chippies is engaging again. Ejim, Righteous Glory's been popped, and Chippy's going to flash away. Super Mega Death Rocket just going to lock down another kill, and Radier's eye is most definitely in.
It's
tonight.
ridiculous. At the moment, he is just, whoa, that's a really close.
Yeah, living artillery,
close.
yeah. Oh, Swiffer. Has to be careful. Just going to use the E, going to get himself to safety. 5th Dragon is now up, though. The Chiefs relatively low, but look, there is no follow-up here from the Direwolves. No teleports to be had, and that's a 5th Dragon buff for the Chiefs. 17-9 now, 10,000 gold in the lead. More importantly, 5 Dragons to none.
5-0 Dragons, even 8-3 in turrets. Everything going in favor of the Chiefs, and it just stemmed out of this one fight where it just goes so well for them. And that's what the Chiefs are ridiculously good at, is capitalizing on a single thing. Translating that, you've now got the 8-1 Jinx, who is at 5 completed items, working on a 2nd Phantom Dancer again.
What is it with Radier and building 2 Phantom Dancers with a Nunu?
He just likes 2 Phantom. He just wants to be over the attack speed cap because of Nunu. And I guess, you know what, it alleviates the ability that you have to Blood Boil the Jinx because you've got Nazir.
That's true.
Which is not
He's
too
even
bad.
going to headbutt Sybil out of the way here, and they are going to lock down the 2nd Baron. Oh, Sybil not going to get Emperor's Divided over the wall, but Swiffer's still going to be able to lock down the kill. 5th Dragon buff, of course, getting a lot of extra auto attack damage. King just going to happily recall in this top brush. The Chiefs, completely unbeknownst to them, that they could have had a kill on the AD carry, but isn't going to matter too much to them. They just want to push out these waves as quickly as possible, and it looks like the top lane is going to be the first port of call.
It's not going to be super easy for them to siege this unless they just instantly commit to the dive. They do have the Rumble ultimate available. We've seen Absolute Zero as a zoning tool, but it's going to come down ultimately to the guy who's critting for 1,400 at the moment. If he can continue to crit with that 5th Dragon.
That 5th Dragon buff is doing work for Radier.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness, Ejim in there with unnecessary help taking that kill down because Swiffer and Radier had the damage without anything else. And the Chiefs transition that into another turret. Sybil getting torn to shreds by Radier. And the shield from the Bloodthirster, everything just working out. They're easily going to end this game. Multiple waves of super minions, and Radier doesn't even want to shoot the Nexus. He wants to be getting as many kills on this fountain as he can. Turns around, afterthought shots on the Nexus, and the Chiefs lock down their 6th win in a row in the OPL. And Direwolves down to 4-2.
The Chiefs looking incredibly strong, though. We just see them turn it on with their items. Work around objective play, 5-0 in Dragons. Such a strong performance from them. And the Direwolves, they did look very good, but just dropped off towards the end there in a mid-game team fight.
Yeah, just weren't quite able to make it there. It was a little bit of an interesting sort of situation that they put themselves in with the fact that they weren't able to contest any of the Dragons. And the Chiefs just looked like they took control slowly but surely. And even though they were behind in gold at the beginning, it just looked like everything was playing into their hands.
It definitely was playing into their hands. The way that they play around the map, they work it so perfectly. I think we even have a replay as an example of that. And this is around the Dragon fight. Radier kind of struggles a little bit at the start of this fight, but you can see how strong they are as we'll roll the clip. And immediately, once Radier gets caught, just watch how the Chiefs manage to turn this fight around. The equalizer in the perfect position. Swiffer comes in again and goes massive, and even without what is their star player of Radier, who just did so much work in this game, they still managed to come up big in every team fight.
Yeah, and that Emperor's Divide didn't actually do much damage there as well. I mean, it was all of the Sand Soldiers' attack command and Swiper landing that perfect equalizer onto both of the carries that just locked it down. And I didn't even notice that during that team fight. I thought the Emperor's Divide was another big deal situation, but no, all Swiper for that particular one.
It actually happened a couple times. I don't want to roast Swiffer too much. He played exceptionally well,
He
but
did.
The Emperor's Divides weren't really on point.
Well, also King having the best possible flash over the Emperor's Divide that I've ever seen. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head into our next matchup. But as we go into the break, we're going to have a listen into how the Chiefs play these ones out with sounds of the game.
I can follow up.
Yeah,
I can follow with Jinx ulti.
Nice. Oh. Nice. Jinx.
Nice, no.
I got knocked out.
Careful, go. Come back. Get the reset. I didn't die.
Nice.
Reset.
Snowball's
Hold on,
kill
dude.
Jinx.
Nice.
Woo! Yeah, boy.
Hello, welcome back everybody to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Julian Patriotime. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and what a great last game there between the Chiefs and Direwolves.
Yeah, really interesting game coming through. Once again, we see the Kog'Maw Tristana poke comp trying to push down turrets, but they let through the Alistair, and they really made them pay the Chiefs with some hard engage. But some very good mechanics shown. Just an overall pretty high-level game of League of Legends.
Yeah, great stuff to watch. So the Direwolves not quite able to pull it out with perfection, probably notably on the bench there, but another really exciting game coming through. Immunity going to be taking on Sudden Fear, and Immunity on a win streak at this stage, beating Legacy in their last match.
Yeah, so they're able to take down Legacy, who once again ran that poke comp. T-Gun was the person that dismantled that on Morgana, and he had an absolute stellar performance coming through there. Immunity currently sitting 2-3, maybe not where we expected the veteran lineup to come through, but they have made some changes, noticeably in that bottom lane, being able to bring Denian in there. And it's a team that has started to look better. They haven't made any mistakes for themselves. Denian not playing today, so we'll have to see whether they can really get it together playing with a sub in Zenk.
Yeah, so Zenk going to be playing there instead. I have to say it's interesting to see what might happen there, just because there seemed to be a lot of readjusting now that Denian was in the lineup. Ryu, remember, joined late last season there as well, so he was there late in the first, but it's taken a little while for Immunity to sort of get together, but looking like almost a new team, honestly, when they beat Legacy, and looking themselves, I think, to pick up their third win in a row now.
Yeah, they looked fantastic when they beat Legacy, and they really did it comprehensively, and you could see that they were playing with much more confidence than we've seen so far this split. And I like the fact that you mentioned new team, because we've kind of seen the evolution of Immunity. They brought in Ryu, they tried to even out how they were off the field together. Now they're bringing in new players, and they're starting to play more like a cohesive unit. Unfortunately, with the speed bump of having to use a sub, we'll see whether they can keep the momentum rolling through.
Well, it was T-Gun, who's always very vocal on Twitter, was certainly assuring everyone that was not just a one-off there against Legacy. So they're out to prove it here against Sudden Fear, who honestly have plenty to prove themselves. You want to talk about changes, another team that's gone through quite a few as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Sudden Fear coming onto the Rift, unfortunately not able to pick up a win so far. And, you know, they completely changed everything. The players that I like to point out in Sudden Fear are Robo Santa and Christmas Trees. To me, they're like the catalyst on the team. Shiny down in the bottom lane looks relatively consistent. He's had some good, his fluctuation isn't as big as the other two. Let's just say it that far. So Christmas Trees and Robo, I think if they step up and have solidly consistent performances, this Sudden Fear lineup will look much better than they're currently performing.
Yeah, and it has been their mid laner, and I guess their new top laner that has sort of struggled to adjust, as we are going to pop into Champs League now as well. Immunity on the blue side, Sudden Fear over on the red, and a Fizz ban will start us off.
Yeah, so maybe throwing into the top lane, maybe it's been played in the mid lane. Fizz, you kind of never know, because he feels both roles relatively
Jungle,
well
maybe.
right now. Yeah, jungle.
Could go crazy there. As Kalista going to eat a ban. Pretty standard stuff, though. We saw Denian's Kalista, of course, in their win against Legacy. Zenk, of course, subbing in, but likely a Kalista player as well.
Yeah, you just can't not play Kalista at the moment. So strong. Also taking away the top lane Hecarim to Robo Santa, so he's getting a lot of respect bans coming through. I like it. I actually really enjoy when Immunity protect their top laner Ryu, because he's a very good team fighting top laner, but does struggle in laning phase. So if you can get him on something like a Rumble, but then protect him in the laning phase, I actually think Ryu performs much better than people give him credit for. It's just when he does get picked on in that laning phase that he does seem to follow off. And, you know, credit to other teams, because that's a definite tactic coming in. They do camp the heck out of Immunity's top lane.
They do. We've seen Ryu struggle, honestly, in quite a few lanes, but Cassiopeia going to be banned out there as well. Rek'Sai actually the other man there for Sudden Fear, so still standard stuff as, of course, Ryze going to eat the last ban.
Yeah, not surprised there. Red side going to ban Ryze.
Yep, don't want to let that one through. It's very, very scary.
Yeah, there's a reason he's getting a little tap.
Yep, just a little tap. As were you considering his options? I actually wouldn't mind the Rumble here, just because Maokai's the only other big top laner open. I guess the Nar matchup's kind of a wash, but lots of options here for Immunity.
Yeah, there certainly is. They can also not give anything away and just lock in the Morgana for T-Gun. He had a fantastic performance on it, picked it up a couple of times. Deals relatively well with Alistair in lane especially. Doesn't really break through that black shield, so it's hard to get any CC down on a priority target. And T-Gun's just shown that he's at his best at the moment when he is playing that Morgana.
Yeah, really good at protecting AD carries. Denian, of course, very aggressive. Not playing today, of course, so might be a bit of a difference here for T-Gun. But, I mean, are you considering their next pick, Soul Strikes, of course, also joining the lineup. Not really mid-season, because they're still pretty early into the OPL, almost halfway through. But, you know, they've certainly been learning. A lot's changed on their roster. They were once a group of very veteran old friends, and now things are different. And of course, Gragas going to come through as the first pick.
Yeah, I actually missed this. The Rek'Sai ban was taken away, and that's what Soulstrike's picked up his couple of wins on. So I like the fact that he has gone to another similar champion in Gragas, can still get relatively aggressive, excel in those skirmishes, because to me, that's when Soulstrike's at his best. When he's able to mix it up in the 2v2, 3v3s, has very good target prioritization, pretty good gank paths as well. That's when I think, take it away from the 5v5. Didn't really like his Nunu when he brought it in, didn't get enough done early game. So I think definitely more of an aggressive jungler in the Gragas this time around will suit him well.
Yeah, actually, you said gank paths there. That was the biggest thing I took away from him last split when he was playing on Direwolves. So completely agree. Give him more of an early game jungler, let him apply some more pressure as Sudden Fear. 20 seconds left. Hovering the Nunu that you just mentioned, obviously an option here, and they're going to pick it. Nunu Azir.
Yeah, Nunu Azir being taken away. Christmas Trees once again taking that into the mid lane. Saw it banned last week, on Monday, for it. This time being able to grab it, so staying aggressive in the mid lane, like it. However, right now, Immunity need to make a decision. Do they take the Jinx? Because if you let through Azir, Jinx, and Nunu, you've got that same zone control that the Chiefs just ran that's absolutely terrifying towards the mid and later part of the game.
And the other part of that comp for me, and the Chiefs really showed this in that game, it's just the threats. Like, the fact that Blood Bowl gets so much value on either carry means that when you have those two carries that are Nunu, you're just like, well, if you kill one of us, the other one's going to kill you.
Yeah, and the part of Blood Boil that people forget a lot of the times is the move speed. Like, the repositioning of Blood Boil is so invaluable when you want to be using your gap closer on Azir to get into the fight. Being able to move around the fight before you have to use the E is just, you cannot put a price on how much additional safety it gives you.
No, and you're pretty good against the aggressive junglers as well as Nunu. So being relatively popular as Ryu is going to take his Rumble once again in T-Gun. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Morgana once more.
Yeah, exactly right. Taking that one in there. So all of a sudden, they won't have one aspect of the zone. I expect them to go for something like a Maokai now in the top lane, Sudden Fear. Play it a little bit safer and try and get through that. Have at least one tanky member to join the Nunu in there. But so far, if they take the Jinx right now and run something like an Alistar, they've got a really good team fighting comp.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the comp we saw last game from the Chiefs, which pretty good as far as team comps go. We'll see what Sudden Fear want to settle on here. Immunity hiding their mid laner. Of course, Cheese does like to get fairly late pick. And actually Zank, their new player, hiding his AD carry as well. So we'll see what they want to do to round out their draft. But Sudden Fear, a lot of things open to them here. But I think I agree. I don't know how I can get away from Jinx.
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether that does come through. Wow.
I mean, I haven't picked it yet, but that would be a lot of utility and really setting up for a big carry like Jinx, which is weird. It's what they pick, Lulu Jana, but that Jinx is still not picked yet.
Yeah, and you know, I actually think they're going for a Kog'Maw.
Yeah?
So I think that they've got enough disengage and peel right now, and I think Immunity think that as well, because T-Gun's hovering it. He's like, hey guys, I know what they're going to pick.
Yep.
Because, yeah, that is a really good protect the Kog'Maw comp. Azir kind of fills the role that Rumble used to fill in it in the top lane. He adds more damage, but also has a zone control ability through the Equalizer, but in Azir's case, through the Emperor's Divide, going to be able to shove people away. And the fact that if you add Blood Boil, Janna Shield, as well as Lulu Shield, that's just so much additional damage to go with all the attack speed he normally builds.
Haven't seen it in a while, but Juggernaut could be a thing that Sudden Fear, at least considering their picks, would at least indicate that that's where they want to go. Immunity, though, kind of thinking about a couple different carries. This would be adorable if they did it, just because it would block so many picks away from Sudden Fear. And to be perfectly honest, Kog'Maw being a flex pick almost in the mid lane now would make Sudden Fear's life very awkward in this situation.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because they're the two hyper carries you want to run with the Juggernaut or the Protect the AD carry comp, as it were. Instead, they take the AP Cog, and on the side of Sudden Fear now, you're in the zone of, do I pick the Sivir, who does a lot of AoE damage? Do I go what SKT generally run with their Protect the AD carry comp and go for mobility carry, something like a Lucian? You see Bang run Lulu Lucian a lot with Faker and Bangs over in LCK. So there definitely are attractive options, but nothing quite like the amount of damage that a Cog, that a Jinx will bring to a Protect the AD carry comp.
No, and really smart drafting from Immunity as a result. So I like the AP Cog. We're going to see Cheese on it for the first time, and Jinx just fine as far as late game carriers go. Sudden Fear going to take Tristana. It's probably the only carry they had left to take if they wanted to play something a bit more late game. And we look down, both comps pretty interesting.
Yeah, that kind of changes up the direction of the comp that Sudden Fear is going to go. Tristana peaks a lot earlier. Don't get me wrong, with all the shields, she will be much better late game than she currently is, just because of the damage augmentation. but they're much better at pushing turrets with Tristana now. All of a sudden, you've got Azir, Tristana, both very good turret pushers. So if you win any form of skirmish, you can just rush down a lane, tank it up with Nunu, and be able to kick through the front door. So it's got a little bit of a different feel, more zoning, skirmishing, and then trying to get objectives off it, whereas a brute force AD carry would have meant a lot of team fighting.
Yeah, it would have. And new Tristana especially, you mentioned that drop-off. The range sort of hurt a bit there. Much more single target now with how explosive charge works. But if rapid fire's on and you've charged someone up, help picks, you can do a lot of damage to one target.
Yeah, you certainly can. You know, actually, Tristana reminds me now more of what Vayne is.
Yes.
Because you are very single target, because you have to hit the person with the explosive charge on to be able to do all that additional damage to get the cooldown of your Q down. Kind of a pseudo hybrid between like a Kalista and a Vayne, like where you want to stack it up with that, get the shots off, and then you can go for the backline a little bit more easy.
Yeah, and still has that escape. Still has some of the things that a lot of Tristana players will remember, but for some reason, Tristana, we were kind of joking about it off air. Apparently, the new Oceanic mascot. Everyone is playing this
Everyone is
champion.
playing it. And as I said, like either the Oceanic players know something or the rest of the world knows something. I don't know which way it is yet.
Well, we'll have to find out soon as you look through the team comps. And of course, get on Twitter and give us your thoughts about who you think is going to win the match as well. Use the hashtag #IamWin for Immunity or SFWin for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, and you know, both teams drafted very well. I think that Immunity kind of got the mind game blocking both the hyper carry picks down in the bottom lane. Sudden Fear, they hit back with that Tristana pickup that we've been highlighting so much, and I kind of like the feel of both comps. Very skirmish heavy, got some good poke on the side of Immunity. On the other side of the map, you've got a lot of steroids coming through to try and build up your two primary carries and get it done.
I think that's one of the coolest things about current drafting with Azir and Jinx and those sort of champions floating around is that as soon as you see Nunu, the jig's kind of up. You sort of already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just like, especially with Azir in the meta so heavily right now, if you leave them up as a tandem, they're nearly guaranteed to go first round on the red side, because you're exactly right. Azir is scary enough. He's kind of poke without Nunu, and then you like get all this consistent damage. It means you can also circumvent the Stinger generally. You don't need it in your build. You can go straight for that Luden's Echo, which just gives you so much more mid-game damage. Really is a good augment pick. Nunu's kind of a facilitator in the current meta, that he unlocks a lot of good item pathing for both your AD carry as well as your mid laner.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And I think maybe the top lane is where to look to next. Ryu going to be back on that Rumble. Big comfort champion for this player who's played it. Probably, honestly, it's been his best-looking champion when we've seen him play.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, both in Split 1 of the OPL and in this one as well. But he's up against Lulu. I guess Robo Santa didn't want the awkward counter matchup, anti-counter matchup of self-counter matchup of the Maokai. They're going to take the utility instead.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that Lulu makes anyone a pseudo-tank like is good for teams that struggle and get caught out a little bit, which is what Sudden Fear kind of is at the moment. They do get caught in rotation, so I like the get-out-of-jail free card that that's going to bring. But it's also a really good lane. It lane swaps very well. Lulu's always been a lane bully. The ranged auto attack is going to hurt Rumble early. Going to probably have to put another point in W. That's what Rumble's used to do to deal with the Lulu matchup. And I think that as long as he doesn't get ganked early in Dove, which is what Lulu's always been really susceptible to, that should be a relatively good bully lane in the lineup for Robo. And that's his champion pool. He likes to play bullies.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we've seen his Hecarim, but he plays it fairly aggressively. Now going to be onto the Lulu with the Hecarim ban, so a bit different there. I guess mid lane we can go next, and we're starting to see quite a lot of this against Azir. People love to play poke into this mid laner. Haven't seen Avaris just yet in the mid lane, but we're starting to see quite a bit of Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw is just such a cool pick right now, because you need half an item and then a completed item, being Tyr and Luden's.
Yep.
And job done.
Yep.
Like, you can honestly nearly not farm for the rest of the game as long as teams don't stack MR, and you're going to be completely fine. Void Staff is a fantastic item on him, so cost efficient, because Pen's really good on Kog'Maw because it's his base damage that does a lot. You know, across the board, I'm glad we're starting to see Poke run into Azir, because he is very susceptible to it in the laning phase especially. You can shove back into him. You can also get a lot of damage done to him, because if he uses his E to get around the map, then he's very susceptible to Poke damage. So I think that teams are starting to figure out how to play against Azir, whereas week 2, week 1, we were just seeing it blind pick thoughtlessly because it was nearly unanswerable.
Yeah, and I think it's part of the reason why Cassiopeia is the only ban that people start putting out, because they're like, okay, haven't figured out Cassiopeia. Finally figured out Azir, though.
Yeah, Cassiopeia is a weird one like that, huh? She's very difficult to play against. It seems like a very straightforward. She's a short-range mage. She's very squishy, but none of that seems to matter right now.
I mean, she's so strong. I mean, we've seen the damage, we've seen the highlight reels, plenty of good stuff going on for Cassio, so not going to see her this time around. I guess the bottom lane's the last place to go as you look through the lanes. Zank, of course, a sub-80 carry for immunity, so quite a lot of pressure here to give his team an undefeated week and, apply more pressure and honestly get the win that T-Gun almost promised the fans on Twitter. I think he can do it. Jinx is a great champion here. But again, the Tristana's back, and I have no idea what this matchup looks like.
Yeah, exactly right. Trist actually shoves really well, so should be able to go into any 2v2 and just shove the lane out. But the important thing is if you get a lane swap, she kills turrets incredibly quickly. So if they go into a 2v1, look for them to try and rotate 4 people down there and get that early gold advantage. It's what people have been trying to block against the Tristana because she is that good champion for getting you a 2,000 gold lead very early in the game.
And it's funny because traditionally that's what Jinx is good at. But of course she got changed recently with the minigun, which someone pointed out to me. So that option not there. We'll see what happens here at the early levels as Immunity and Sudden Fear will take to the Rift for their last game, actually, for each of them of the week. Here, Immunity, of course, a win against Legacy in this week. Would love to finish the week 2-0, but certainly with Denny not being here after a wonderful Kalista game last time, Immunity got plenty of work to do against Sudden Fear.
T-Gun spotting out the 5-man invade. They went for a 5-point here, Immunity. Sudden Fear, they ran in as 5 members. They've all been scouted out. So they will get the deep wards, but they're not going to get a kill like they would like.
Ooh, free gold for T-Gun there as well. Getting a Tormented Soil in and is collecting some gold there from the Spell Thief's Edge, but those wards will come through. There's one down at the Krogs. Pink Bomi going to line one up and take it there to check for vision of people coming to the bottom lane. Again, it looks like they're scouting for a lane swap. Immunity will trade the same vision with them back and forth. And Ryu, he's going to go back. Zenk's near the middle. Then we're going to have a bit of a game here.
Yeah, so Zenk was looking to see where they ran out of the jungle, and they didn't, so they're assuming that they're stealing a buff, but they reverse out the same way. I'm pretty sure they were spotted by a ward down there. Yes, they were. So lane swap coming through for both teams, although actually it looks like Zenk running down into the 2v2.
I think Shiny's actually hidden himself here because he snuck down the lane that nobody had warded. So if Immunity wanted a lane swap, they're not going to get it here. They'll actually spot them now in Sudden Fear. By the looks of things, are relatively comfortable with a 2v2. In fact, Shiny, he's just hanging out.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Tristana. Trades really well early game. As soon as you get that explosive shot and jump, you're a legit kill lane still. And as pointed out in the last game, Janna adds a BF sword to your damage.
Yep.
So you don't even need to go that first.
No, we saw the static shiv first from King in the last game there for Direwolves versus Chiefs. So Shiny and Patu going to take away the Gromp for themselves. Nunu's actually on the other side of the jungle, so starting Krugs into red by the looks of things. But no Krugs here done for Immunity. Sudden Fear going to start the bottom lane with an experience advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like a Pink Bowman wants to go for the blue steal, but Krugs is actually a really long hike away, and we'll see whether he gets there in time. He will.
He's running there. Soul Strikes does not have his smite after starting Gromp, so Pink Bowman's going to say, hi, how are you? Soul Strike's going to say, I was great. I'm not very good now. Pink Bowman's going to get the buff.
Yeah, so he's going to be 3 buffed here. Very hard for Gragas to respond to an invade. He sticks extremely well, but doesn't have the damage. And both mid lane was being pushed in, so Christmas Trees did his job to facilitate that because Cheese couldn't lead.
Smart stuff there from Christmas Trees, and Cogmore does take a little while to ramp up in the mid lane as Patu in the bottom side gets hit up by the Chompers, but Shiny, you can see the trade damage. They're level 2, and Shiny just out-traded Zenk.
Yeah, and the thing... Oh, wow, as he eats a bind.
Yeah, never mind. Maybe the trade's coming through as Shiny eats a bit more poke, but that explosive charge did a very legitimate amount of damage.
Yeah, it certainly did, and this is the thing. They traded onto a support, whereas Shiny traded onto Zenk, so much more important right now for Sudden Fear because they've got their potions still available on their AD carry, so he is effectively winning the health pool trade.
And I think, again, we were talking off air, trying to sort of figure out why is everyone playing Tristana? You mentioned to me one of the best champions to actually pick Tristana into is Kalista, who's seen a whole lot of bans. Why is that? Short range, trades well with the explosive charge. Kind of the same thing with Jinx in minigun form.
Yeah, it is very similar. So as long as they're willing to auto-attack you and you can auto-attack back, you will win trades with Tristana. The danger is if we start seeing like Corky come back, with just one auto-attack trades come through, she loses those pretty substantially.
Yeah, not so good in the burst department, but certainly auto-attack trades Tristana looks not too bad as we're still having Zenk pushing into the bottom side. Triss going to keep things comfortable though and just pull the creeps into the tower to try and last hit them as effectively as you can. Do have to be a little careful on Tristana.
Yeah, so Zenk actually shoved in, just tried to hold it for a freeze there. Shiny tried to hold it for a freeze there. But Tristana pushes relatively well. You see right now, just through auto attacks, is pretty much out pushing. The reason they're winning the push is because of what T-Gun just did, and that's what I wanted to point out. T-Gun every single time is Wing the back line, making sure that it's always in Zeng's favor to just auto-attack it down.
Yep, and of course gets that free money when the Spell Thief procs there as well. So good stuff there going in the bottom side for Immunity. T-Gun again off to a great start on his Morgana. Cheese though sort of hanging out with the Crystal and Flask in the mid lane, just trying to keep things happy and farm away. You already said it, 1.5 item power spy for Kog'Maw and he's good to go.
Yeah, and the longer the lane stays uninteractive, I mean, like, Kog'Maw doesn't care if no one uses a spell. He just wants to farm all day. And honestly, like, it's very hard to shove him off farm because his ooze is really long range.
Yeah, and does a lot of damage as well if you start standing in it. So Christmas Trees will have to keep himself careful, even in the CS there in the mid side, as Pink Bomi can have a quick wander through the jungle, but just puts the ward down. No real buffs to take just yet.
And as we have another trade in the bottom,
yeah,
actually.
Zank now in trouble. That charge again, contributing very meaningful trade damage.
So one of the reasons we're seeing more Kog'Maw is the lack of gap closers coming through in a lot of the cases. Like, if anyone runs headfirst into Kog'Maw this game, he does surprising amount of damage for a poke champion. With Ludens and the front-loaded burst that comes through from EQ and then one shot of his R, he really does have an all-in, like, one combo potential on a lot of squishy targets. So the longer people are willing to not run the Aurelias of the world that have these gap closers to get onto the Poke Mages, there's the real potential that Kog'Maw will take off as a pick in the mid lane because it's got both the poke element as well as a really good burst if you're able to line up the combo.
Yeah, it's one of those surprisingly good bursts for a poke champion, which is not something we always expect.
Which is why we saw Jace disappear.
Yes.
He used to do the same thing.
And now he's just actually disabled currently on live, sad times. But we'll move through as Pink Bomi going to take out the Wolf Camp as well. Checked in briefly with the top side, but Ryu and Robo Sanchez having a bit of a farm war there. And Soul Strike's going to take the crab away from himself. And looks like right now he's got quite a bit of farming going on.
Yeah, because of the Doran shield pick up there, it means that not able to get the auto attack harass through that he needs right now. And Robo, he's not level 6, about to be dope.
Good equalizer there from Ryu. Soul Strike's coming too. Flash Body Slam moves through. And Ryu, a very easy first blood.
And Ryu is really benefiting from having Soul Strikes on the team. An aggressive jungler this time around, willing to get in his lane and really try and get him ahead. And once again, you saw he already had a CS advantage. Now Robo's going to lose half that creep wave to the turret. Just a fantastic gank from Soul Strike.
It was indeed, as Pink Bomi comes in to recover some of the CS. Robo Sansa forced to use his teleport just to push the wave back off his tower. And a great ult timing there for Rumble. Really smart time to call your jungler up as well. And now finally, with the junglers in the top side, Shiny and Partu pushing back in the bottom lane.
But all of a sudden, there's a teleport advantage for Immunity. That means that Dragon, a real potential to come through here. We always talk about Rumble's level 6. As soon as that ultimate's back off cooldown, expect them to go down and try and fight for that buff, which is really against Nunu's favor because Nunu, great at securing objectives, wants to be that jungler that pulls you off Dragon.
Yeah, but sort of has to be in that position. Don't want to get rumbled. We've seen many, many a time around a Dragon fight that not going well. And Ryu, I also love what he's doing with his item build here. So I know you're a big fan of this item currently, but he's actually going Abyssal Scepter first by the looks of things.
Yeah, and the reason behind it is you've got Lulu, you've got Nunu, and you've got Azir. All of the champions on the top side of the map are going to be doing magic damage. So it's just a really cost-efficient item to pick up for defensive and offensive stats early.
And we already know that Rumbles do like to get their magic penetration early. Abyssal going to give you a decent amount of that anyway.
Yeah, and realistically, the lineup of Sudden Fear don't want to be targeting the Rumble, so there's very low risk of him getting into melee range and blown up. They want to be on the Jinx, they want to be on Cheese. The more time they prioritize in trying to take Ryu out, probably the better fight is going for Immunity right now. So in short range, he's going to be doing a lot of damage.
He is, and even going to be a little tankier from the Abyssal as well, as Partu actually got way too low in the bottom side. Shiny gets exhausted there, dives in, misses the jump. T-Gun takes out Partu, but Shiny still going in 1v2 trying to get a kill, but he's out of mana. Zank ults him in the face, and that's a kill for Immunity too, in fact.
Yeah, and what happened is T-Gun started walking forward because he knew he had level 6 on the way, so he just wanted to be as close as possible. In the end, they're able to win it 2-0 because Partu came back and ate a bind, but in the end, fantastic laning coming through from Immunity again, and this is something we weren't sure with the sub that they could pull off.
And you can see once more, Soul Strike's in the top side, speaking of nice laning, trying to get Ryu even further ahead, and Robo Santa, you just tell by the positioning, he's not very interested in walking forward.
Yeah, he wants nothing to do with this lane. They know that he's up there, so they will try and take Dragon, which is very risky. So we'll have to see whether they're able to pick up this first Dragon of Game 3.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, first Dragon, very important for a competition that we're running, so make sure you guys get in that Dragon depth as Robo Santa in trouble. Ulti comes through, pops the Wild Growth though to keep himself safe. And you can see Lulu now going to get dove there. Ryu going to get the kill. There's Dragon going down. Sudden Fear will claim that, but another kill for Immunity.
Yeah, sick mechanics coming through from the Spectator, trying to go both at once.
Nails it.
Nails it.
Cheese now in a bit of trouble maybe. His Christmas trees gets aggressive, but still holds his ulti. Doesn't quite go all in, and a little out of mana there is poor Azir. And Cheese has a blue buff, going to keep relentlessly pushing through with this Kog'Maw. Charging up the tier, working towards the Luden. 4-0 already down a Dragon, but Immunity, they are flying high right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be for Sudden Fear to set up for Dragons anyway, so it doesn't really matter the first one goes down. Sure, the base stats are very nice, but right now you would take the 2,000 gold advantage over a single Dragon any day.
You would indeed, and you can look down some of the items. Not quite bought yet from Immunity, as Shiny actually was BF sold this time around. Just wants a little more raw auto attack damage, but Zhang going to put a beautiful set of chompers down. That's Shiny forced away. And again, the trade's coming through, and T-Gun always threatening.
Yeah, and Zenk is playing this lane incredibly well, zoning with abilities, making sure he's always matching T-Gun's aggression. Something that we maybe criticized Stenian for a couple of games, going a little bit more aggressive. He's definitely following T-Gun's lead right now, and T-Gun picking off exactly where he left off on Monday night, playing another terrific Morgana game.
I have to say, if I was a sub-AD carry, I'd probably trust T-Gun in this spot. He's been playing absolutely fantastically all week long. You said it, so we'll see if that continues. 75 to 77 CS, so fairly even, but mid lane, as we check back in, Cheese, he's so happy right now. All he has to do is farm. He's even got a CS lead.
Yeah, exactly right. That 0-0 score line. He's just going to be sitting there with a big grin on his face because, honestly, Kog'Maw right now has got probably the steepest power curve out of any mid lane champion. As soon as you get those two items that we keep speaking about, the tier as well as the Ludens, you feel like, because it coincides so well with level 11 generally as well, like the game just completely flips for you.
And it does. Ryu, you can see as well, almost got his Abyssal Scepter, so he's quite strong right now. If they sync up together, maybe even around that second Dragon that they might be looking at, Immunity's first, I suppose. Sudden Fury are going to struggle to try and pick a team fight, and they're already struggling a bit in the lanes with all the pressure that on either side of the map.
Welcome back to top lane.
Yeah, Robosanta in trouble. He closes it down once again. Wonderful ulti there. And Ryu, that's his third kill of the game.
That is a very scary Rumble coming through on a Pink Bomi. He's trying to get aggressive. Needs to be careful because he has his ult sure, but that's just too much damage.
Yeah, he might get domed, but he is getting dive. Ryu going to come through. Gragas with the damage. Ulti down there from Pink Bomi, but he's going to die. Ryu with a fourth kill. Soul Strikes tanks the turret just enough. And they're not going to get the top turret just yet, but Immunity will take the kills.
And you know, huge credit to Soul Strikes coming here, repeatedly ganking the one lane that you thought might be a little bit of a liability because it's a lane bully and Lulu against it. Gets up there, helps the Rumble out, who's going to have so much effect in this mid game, and all of a sudden, 14 CS as well as 4 kills. Ryu is huge.
Oh, T-Gun flash ulti there as well, looking for Partu maybe. Tristana flashes up. Partu actually maybe safe enough. Zenk going to come in for the damage. Good chompers lined up. T-Gun needs to nail a binding. Doesn't have it. Ulti out for Jinx. Does not get the kill, and Shiny will just fend them off.
Yeah, but double summoner spells used there from Shiny. He's got absolutely nothing to escape the next time that happens, even if he eats a stray bind. So once again, even more of the map right now going in Immunity's favor. And what the heck has happened to Immunity this week? They're looking like a terrific team, coming into this struggling a little bit.
T-Gun, this is blinding there, unfortunately, after all the praise. As Zenk sets on the chompers once more. Soul Strike's actually in the bottom side of the map, looking for a gank. But I think more importantly, Dragon, no, not quite up yet. Actually, just wanted a gank, did Soul Strike.
Yeah, it's still about 2.5 minutes away, Dragon. They will get another shot coming through there. They must be close to the Infinity Edge power spikes, which is what Jinx loves so much. We like talking about champions that do well with only one item power spikes. Jinx and Lucian probably with Affinity Edge are up there as the two strongest for me because of the minigun as well as the Light Slinger passive. Tristana uses it okay, but just doesn't have that attack speed steroid on demand like Jinx. She has the good Q, of course, but sometimes you have to hit the people that have the satchel on them, which just isn't a priority target.
No, that's more about your spells than your items. And I think I even like BF Pickaxe Berserker Greaves for Jinx, which is another fairly popular Jinx build. So lots of options here. Immunity going to be looking for this next Dragon that's up in a minute 35, but Sudden Fear trying to aggressively clear wards. Pink Bomi definitely navigates around those chompers as Partu does eat one. And they'll stay safe for now, but Cheese level 11 has his boo buff. Need to see Large Rod completed. Not quite at Ludens, but Immunity only getting scarier through this mid-game.
Yeah, they certainly are. One thing we will mention in Sudden Fear's favor right now is their jungler went Sightstone first. So they have a really good vision control over the bottom side of the map. They're going to know exactly where this Gragas is Problem is, they didn't extend it to the top side, and he's back up there trying to dive Robo again.
You can see Robo. He's like, all right, I'm officially leaving the lane.
I would be bottom lane if I was Robo. I'd be like, we're shoving down a turret.
Just teleport there. I'm done. Checking out of the lane. Soul Strikes instead will steal away a Krog or two. Even puts a ward down just in case Robo walks back.
And you know, this is another really smart move coming through from Immunity because they took the turret. They've got a good recall timing now because Dragon's up in 45 seconds. So they're going to have the fed Rumble down in that bottom lane ready for the Dragon. You can see him walking down right now.
A subtle thing there as well is the minion positioning for Immunity when Rumble started walking back down was immaculate. So Lulu couldn't even go out to farm a couple safe minions, and once again, Ryu's not going to need to use that teleport. He's actually used his ulti, by the looks of things, trying to get a gank onto Christmas trees in the mid.
Yeah, so they were trying to pick up a kill. Maybe they don't have the exact timing on Dragon, although you think they must be pretty close. As Zank and T-Gun, they're a little bit low, and bottom turret took a lot of damage, so it's going to be retraded in mid.
Yep. Mid tower will go down. That's good news for Immunity. Going to open up more space for them to make plays. Don't have the Rumble ulti, but likely feel strong enough to fight around this Dragon despite all that. I mean, Zank's going to have to maybe be a bit healthier, but the Ludens has been completed for Kog'Maw. I'd be a bit worried if I was Immunity, but I think they should pull the trigger on this Dragon.
Wow, Soul Strike.
Oh my god, triple body slam knockup. Ulti onto 3 after the Q, and Ryu just comes in for cleanup duty. Shiny's already dead. Exhaust comes through. Ulti hits Pink Bomi as Robo Santa takes out Cheese, but Ryu, his 6th kill of the game as he takes out Jana for a double. And this duo here in the top side of the map, they've been doing work for Immunity.
Soul Strikes is absolutely smashing the map. The triple spells came through and everything. Got the body slam, got the barrel, and then the ultimate knocking all 3 backs. So, wow, they're able to pick up the Dragon for it as well. In the end, Immunity just playing the map incredibly well.
And again, it's that duo. It's the top laner jungler that seemed to have built so much synergy over the last week. Gragas ultimates in the lane have been spectacular. That was a body slam in the bottom side. Looked almost suicidal when he went in initially, but managed to make it work there with Ryu hanging out. And it's great stuff.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the top lane wave, and look at exactly where it is. Rumble goes up there, is able to grab that huge wave that was coming through.
Delicious.
Even more gold now in Ryu's back pocket just because of the minion wave positioning, and Immunity 6,000 gold the advantage at only 16 minutes in.
And a lot of that has to be on Rumble here as well, which is just awesome stuff for them to think about. We do have a quick pause here in the game. One of the players is just restarting his client due to a visual bug, I believe, so shouldn't be too much longer. But you don't think the other thing I love about Abyssal Scepter specifically is that even though Rumble used his ulti to try and get a gank mid, he was still strong enough to fight around the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you get near a support, near an AD carry at that stage of the game, you're going to be nearly doing true damage with your boots, with the Abyssal Scepter coming through. And you just saw the Flame Spitter able to chunk everyone out when it was in that overheated. And when you pick up 2 kills like that, even if Cheese was like getting destroyed on the back of that team fight, was able to pick up the Dragon for it.
Yeah, just ridiculous stuff. I was going to watch this again.
Yeah, so 3-man knock up into the 3-man barrel and ultimate. And you know, from there, it was just all about Ryu's damage. You see how much work. That's just a Flame Spitter. He's not even hitting anything else on the back of that coming through and taking out. As we mentioned, Cheese was caught by Christmas trees, so good job from Sudden Fear to get something from it. But when there's a 6-0 Rumble rotating into your bottom lane, you're like, hang on a second, he didn't kill me, take him back top. Like, get him back in your side of the map.
I mean, it's funny because we've been talking about power spikes sort of all game long. We always talk about Rumble in the double pen items. It's Abyssal Sork this time, usually the Haunting Guy Sork. We talk about Kog'Maw, Luden's Echo, Tyr the Goddess. Tell me, Spawn, what happens when you kind of go very far past your power spike? Because Ryu, he has quite a lot of extra gold to spend this time around.
Yeah, and this is like the great thing about champions like that. We always talk about their power spike, and then they get exponentially stronger. It's just you don't see it that much. Myron in Korea is one of the biggest culprits for this. He'll pick up like death caps on his Rumble, and all of a sudden he's doing like ridiculous amounts of damage. Same can be said for Kog'Maw. Same can be said for Rumble. They hit a threshold where they're good, and then anything past that is like bonus territory where they start becoming great. And you can see right now with Ryu, he is definitely in that zone because he's gone for a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be that death cap. Maybe Azon is there as well. But whichever of the items it is, even if it was something silly like a Luden's Echo, he's going to be dishing out quite a lot of damage. As we can see, Speaking of items there as well, bottom side actually has Zenk and Shiny there with their Infinity Edges, so they're good to go as far as initial damage items goes, but you said it already, equal gold there, but the item a little bit more effective on the Jinx.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, right now she's got another Brawler's Glove, so just praying to Iron Jesus to see if he can get a crit in there in one of the lucky skirmishes, but Shiny was able to push through, pick up the turret, and you feel this is what Sudden Fear need to do. They need to get a turret objective advantage quickly to try and equalize some of these kills and minion deficits that they've had in the early game. Otherwise, it's just going to be way too hard to catch up.
Well, it's not coming in the top lane, I can tell you that much, because Robo Santa is freezing that lane as deep as he can in the top side, trying not to die to Ryu and Soul Strikes once again. We've seen Ada's completed as Soul Strikes goes in. Bomy's forced to flash out of the Gragas barrel, clearing the pink ward fairly aggressively. Christmas Tree somehow dukes that binding, but Cheese is coming in, needs to land an ulti, nails the last one. Ulti comes through for Jinx, because why not? And a kill there for Cheese, finally.
And we spoke about the amount of burst damage that comes out of Kog'Maw's combo. Christmas Trees just ate it. Like, every single bit he could possibly take, he took.
He did.
And he died.
Straight to the face.
Yeah.
And he died. He did die indeed. And Cheese even going to keep pushing the mid lane. Bottom side looks to be assaulted by Soul Strikes there as well. And Paul Robo Center, he can't catch a break here. It's not often we see Rumbles die, but we may get to see one this game.
Yeah, we certainly might. And you see Jinx tearing through the turret. Now that that added bonus armor is gone for a while now, going to be able to chunk those down nice and quickly. And Robo, unfortunately, he's just going to be relegated to cleaning minion waves the whole game. Never going to be able to go aggressive on what we said should be a lane bully.
It should, and he's got his 40% CDR. He is not useless in a team fight, especially given that he's level 11, thankfully, and does have the rank 2 ulti. But it's just going to be night and day as far as influence goes, because Rumble, when he goes in for that next shop, whatever Ryu decides that he wants to pick up from this stage onwards, he's going to destroy people. Of the 9 kills that Immunity have, Ryu has 6 of them.
Yeah, he's definitely really strong, and you know, that might actually play into Sudden Fear's favor, because when you've got a Protect the AD carry comp and there's no army yet built up on the really fed person, there's a big chance that they group up, loot, misstep something, and then Kog'Maw takes over. Wow.
Yep, and then Kog'Maw takes over. That's not really in the Sudden Fear things I want to have happen this game book, but Ryu going to group with his team. Zenk, Cheese, and T-Gun all going to team up there as well, and a very strong 5-man siege unit will now be initiated.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is then Tristana will take over a team fight, but right now Cheese is taking over the game.
Jeez, Christmas Tree's in trouble. Ulti down, comes through as the Wild Growth hits in. Ulti actually misses as part 2. Tries to reset the fight with a Monsoon. Sudden Fear will hold on to their turret for now, but I don't know how much longer they can hold. And you've already seen the poke this Kog'Maw dishes out.
Yeah, and like, what did they use? Nothing. Just Cheese's combo coming through there and a body slam underneath the turret with an equalizer. On the other side of the rift, you have the Wild Growth flashes coming out. It's just going to be unrelenting right now.
Yep, and this turret tower's dead to make it 1 here for Immunity. So the 4th turret now gets captured by them. That's the first tier 2 turret that have managed to take themselves out. Dragon is back up in a minute 30, so teams might look to reset and contest for what will be either team's 2nd Dragon. But again, Rumble's going to go back and shop, and nobody's going to want to fight him.
Yeah, and this is what the Legacy as well as the Direwolves comp has been trying to do. They've been trying to set up for these poke situations where they can engage turrets, but both of them were beaten through very hard engage. T-Gun was playing it very well on Morgana. You saw last game, Ejim beat it with Alistair, being able to get onto it. Right now, Sudden Fear don't have an option to dive the backline, so they can't get near this Kog'Maw, who's repetitively chunking people out.
I mean, not to mention that Ryu's also doing plenty of damage. The double AP coming up big. Even Zenk respectable there as well. So Immunity going to go back, spend their gold, and then run to the Dragon. Cheese has an Archangel Star finished up right now. Looks like Zenk's working on a Phantom Dancer, actually finished Berserker Greaves after Zeal instead. And Ryu goes back, he's just got his zombies in a blue pot.
Yeah, he's the blue pot coming out. Wow, luxury build. He's just going to be able to run into it and absolutely delete Partu or Shiny. Like, there's no hope that they survive. Maybe Christmas Trees can position well and try and get away from it. But right now, Sudden Fear, they should probably just stall out the game, because the later it goes with a Protect the AD carry comp, the stronger they will get. But Immunity in the mid game with that double AP, with all the poke that we keep mentioning, if they land one Dark Binding, are just going to be able to take the team fight.
Yeah, the 6,000 gold that Immunity have, it's just one or more items on all of their relevant carries. So not quite enough here for Sudden Fear to contest. Soulstrike's actually positioning fairly aggressively, trying to look for a pick by the looks of things. Dragon is back up, a couple pings going out onto it, but Soulstrike's ever aggressive, really wants to kill us. Christmas trees, you better run.
Yeah, well, what they've done is they've rotated into the bottom lane, and Soulstrike's is just looking to see if he can chunk anyone over the wall. Very smart movement coming through there. Everyone has to take the long range, and now they get some free shots on the turret.
A binding hit there as well, I think onto Azir, but a big minion wave stacked up as well. Azir going to have trouble clearing this up before the Sand Soldiers get set up. Lulu, though, able to help, so good wave clear from Sudden Fear. Going to keep this tower up, but with Cheese with having the blue buff here, they're just going to get eventually poked off the turret.
Yeah, you see they're already 2 members at half health. That's just Cheese firing that living artillery. Wow.
Ulti down as well. They're just trying to zone them off the turret. Find use of the cooldown. They're Immunity get their 5th turret of the game.
All of a sudden, they have to back completely. Immunity going to be able to sweep through the forest, take the dragon as well, so they're going to pick up their 2nd of the game. And they're playing this poke composition incredibly well because of the lack of hard engage. They're just not respecting Sudden Fear.
And it's sort of interesting because Immunity basically beat this comp earlier in the week, and now they're just like, you know what, that actually didn't look too bad, their Legacy. Well, guess we'll give this one a spin.
And as I said in the Immunity Legacy game, this is a really good comp. AP Kog'Maw right now is a one-man turret sieging unit. If you compare it with any AD carry that can chunk through turrets like a Tristana, like a Jinx, you're going to get work done in the mid game. And unfortunately, Sudden Fear just didn't get that hard engage you need to be able to counter it through. Unless this game goes super late and Tristana gets towards 3 items when she's going to be chunking people out, it's just too much of a risk to fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sudden Fear actually might have caught someone out here. T-Gun, though, has very good ward, so just a bait there from Soulstrike to Sudden Fear. Immediately clear out the ward that they realize must be there. Soulstrike's taking damage. Relatively tanky, though, will body slam himself out to safety. Now Teleport going to come through. T-Gun's going to dive in. Robo Santa's made it in as well, but Ryu just going to make everybody run away. He doesn't even have his ultimate. He's melee mode Rumble right now.
Yeah, and he's just chasing people out of there. Teleported in. Top wave is stacking up right now for Immunity, so the longer they keep this side of the forest clear, the better off they're going to be because that is a huge minion wave, and it looks like they're just looking to get into position to take the last outer.
Yeah, nice and calculated here from IM. Just want to make sure they take out those turrets, and then maybe once that space is opened up, look for a Baron, but they've got the Kog'Maw. He doesn't have a blue buff right now, but Immunity, understandably, in no rush in this game.
Yeah, so they have this one window while Cheese's blue mana bar is still up to take it down, and it looks like they're trying to shove through.
Yeah, going in. Cheese eats a snowball. Pink Bomi actually ulting him off it. Chompers will go down. Bomi's going to take big poke there. Binding lands in as well. Ryu does have his ultimate back. Bomi almost dead. Cheese flashes out from Christmas Tree's ulti as they almost get him. And the ulti once again going to zone them off. No, not quite actually. Sudden Fear keeping the turret, but Shiny just gets chunked.
Yeah, he gets absolutely smacked on the back end of that. They do save their turret, so good repel there from Sudden Fear, but Immunity will go back, spend all of that gold they've been able to pick up, and Sudden Fear are doing the right thing. They need to sweep out. They just need to prolong this game, honestly, for another 10 minutes. Maybe then they can look for the team fight with the big Tristana. But right now, it just seems that they have no control over the map.
No, I mean, Robo Santa is building towards a death cap, so going to be finally strong at 2 items. Shiny, 1.5, almost 2. Needs to build in probably towards 3 or 3.5 for this Trist, but we'll go back and now spend a bit more gold. And even Christmas Trist probably has gold banked up, given that he's been working on Illudens for quite a while. So nothing but Baron to worry about right now. In fact, Bomi realizing this, going over toward it.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Shiny is he's in the position where there's not going to be an incredible amount of armor. There's probably going to be a Zhonya's on top and then some armor on jungle, but no one else on Immunity is really going to prioritize it. So he gets the luxury of being able to go for that Blade of the Ruined King or the Bloodthirster next item, which means that his damage relative to power spikes is actually going to be incredibly high. So he maybe has that going in his favor, so he maybe only needs 3 items. But if they ever do get any armor on a priority target, he's in a pretty big hole.
I mean, he also has to not eat any of the poke, because that's the other problem here, is Immunity actually aggro the Baron. I think that was an accident, as Tegan going to take a bit of a tail whip there, coming through from Baron, who's very grumpy that he's been woken up. We look down, though. Rabadon's is done for Robo Santa, so it's sort of finally gotten to that point where Lulu is, hey guys, I'm useful, I'm ready to go. I don't know if Sudden Fear could pull the trigger right now, but like you said, they're buying time for themselves.
Yeah, and one thing that I like to point out about Robo is he actually sets up lanes really well. You can see bottom lane is pushing in favor of Immunity. I didn't catch whether it was Robo, but generally he is a person that sets up the lanes for the team. So that's in their favor, because if they can stall this top turret with Christmas Trees, who has yet to pick up his Luden, so lacking a little bit of wave clear, they will be... Oh, wow.
Yeah, Bomi grabbed up there again. Ryu coming in. She's actually, though, getting poked off on the other side. Good Sand Soldiers there from Azir.
And they're finally looking aggressive with this Triss comp.
Shiny, though, ate a harpoon and lost about 25% health. Ryu, though, going to get chased out of the area. Christmas Trees eats a binding. Soul Strikes, gets the ulti. Finds Pink Bomi. Ulti moves in onto Christmas Trees. Doesn't quite kill him.
Whoa.
Equalizer down in the choke, though. And it's just poke after poke here for Immunity. Finally take out the front line there for Nunu. Shiny's forced a rocket jump away. And it's only one kill, but that's all they need.
Yeah, Shiny needs to be a little bit further up, to be honest. You see how big the shield was on him, and they didn't need to fight. Right now, look at bottom lane. There is an absolutely mammoth wave crashing into that turret. Probably would have taken it out. All they needed to do was poke them back, but they went a little bit too aggressive too early, and now they're going to lose top.
Smart stuff here, though, from Sudden Fear. Might get a tower trade just from the minions as Shiny trying to be a bit more aggressive and get some poke down, but the poke is certainly in Immunity's hands. They'll take out the last turret. Patu eats a binding. Ryu gonna dive straight in. Pops is on, is exhausted and is still doing ridiculous damage, and she says, thank you very much. I'll clean that up now. Robo Santa getting aggressed on. Ulti misses from Kog'Maw. Zank flashes forward, though. Only needs one more auto. Does get blown back away, but Ryu, godlike, takes out the Triss. Robo will live, but still 2 kills to Immunity.
Yeah, but poor Cheese.
Ooh. Bomi actually gets the kill into Cheese. Yep, that is poor Cheese as Ryu gets himself a double. T-Gun dying in the chaos there as well. So a trade actually not bad for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, in the end it was a 4 for 2, because you got to remember Bomi went down before it all began. They didn't get bottom turret either, but they just didn't need to fight. This is the thing. Sudden Fear just need to be patient. Instead of giving up kills as well, they should have just forfeited the turret after they lost Bomi there. Still counted on the fact that bottom wave was shoving into that turret and they were getting some good damage down there. And honestly, they just need to trade more effectively, because right now, Ryu's massive. You hope that eventually he will dip off because he's gone for a low item threshold build. You can see he's already 4 items through. And eventually they will catch up in gold, but they're just playing the game a little bit too fast-paced.
I mean, if it's Rumble that we might fall off just a bit from how efficient his build is, Kog'Maw's not going anywhere as far as the damage goes. Void Staff now completed for Cheese. I have to think Zank has items coming through fairly quickly as well. And even Soul Strikes getting tankier and tankier with that Cinderhawk and building on the tank items. Dragon is alive. Immunity might be looking for a fight. T-Gun with a flank finds Avant and part 2. Goodbye.
Yeah. He just gets burnt down by Ryu, who is the legendary now, 9-0-2, having a fantastic Rumble game. But once again, this is something that they shouldn't be contesting. 3rd Dragon at 29 minutes into the game is not worth losing a member over. Still another 12 minutes from now that Immunity is going to be near Dragon number 5. They just need to bleed objectives for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and they are sort of trying to lose the minimum. Blue buff going to get taken away as well. Sudden Fear again can't contest this, so Blue going to go over to Cheese by the looks of things, although Bomi thinks about a steal but can't quite get in range.
Yeah, so Cheese picking up the all-important blue on Kog'Maw. I would say that's actually more valuable right now than the Dragon coming through.
Yeah, I think so as well. You can see Zank level 13 chilling out there.
Yeah, and they're rotating top, trying to take out Robo, who might actually have to burn a teleport to get out of there. He does pick up the turret, but he has to run really quickly.
Yeah, Whimsy's away already as he takes out the turret, so it gives his team a little bit more gold. Immunity, though, I think have their sights on this Baron. Scuttlecrab is currently in control of Sudden Fear. But Immunity just, again, trying to open up more room, keep Sudden Fear pushed back, and they'll do reasonable Baron damage, I think, when they get on top of it.
Yeah, they certainly will. They'll be able to chunk through that. They have relatively good Baron damage coming through. Jinx just really does well against Baron anyway. Robo gets to eat a huge minion wave in the bottom lane, but Baron is a real objective right now. They need to be careful it doesn't get snuck.
I feel like Kog'Maw, AP Kog'Maw, sorry, is interesting against Baron. Obviously, AD Kog'Maw's quite good, but I don't know. Kind of curious to me.
Yeah, his auto attacks are okay.
Yeah, only when W's on. They're pretty awful apart from that. As Immunity will start the Baron now, and Sudden Fear actually have T-Gun just waiting to snipe. Somebody's hanging out casually on top of Ward, but he doesn't know that right now. We're going to throw some bindings out, trying to look for some stragglers, but Sudden Fear, I think smartly just not going to check the pit.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just don't go near Immunity for now. Try and wave clear. You've got a Luden's Echo on your mid laner. He's going to wave clear relatively well. And as long as you're not taking a huge amount of pokes before they even get to your turret, you should be able W3D2 with Shiny, with Robo. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Soul Strike's going in, finds Christmas Trees, who gets Wild Growth and flashes out. T-Gun, a little too far forward, taking damage. Bomi, though, shredded down at Christmas Trees. Good ulti moving them back in, but Shiny needs to hit onto some targets. Getting a Greston, takes so much damage from the poke, and Zank with the cleanup. And that's the key kill they got. Immunity still alive. Zank ripping through people now as 2-item Jinx. And Christmas Trees, he's in no man's land getting chased out by a Gragas.
Yeah, and Cheese's target prioritization, taking out Shiny, who had the chance to clean up that fight, was just spot on. Now with Baron going to be able to push through.
Soul Strikes might be in trouble, but Inhibitor's already dead, so Gragas probably not too upset about what's happening. In fact, Christmas Trees might even get his back cancelled again here as Soul Strikes. Uh-oh. Doesn't see Christmas Trees hiding in the brush. Will again delay the timer. Actually, heal popped there by Zank, I believe, to try and chase him out.
Cogmore might be able to snipe him.
Maybe. Just needs an R or two. Finds the first one. That damage was dumb, and he takes the snipe.
Yeah, the range coming through from Cogmore right there. That's why levels are so important on him. And Cheese cleaning up another kill. You know, with all the kills that Ryu's been able to pick up, getting them through the early game, it's definitely going to be Cheese who shuts the door on this one because he is huge at the moment.
He's massive as he takes another blue buff away. Robo Santa in that mid line, attempting to clear out the Baroned up minions, but super minions especially, not even the wave clear Lulu can clear that out efficiently. Shiny in the bottom trying to get a bit more fun, push that wave back down as well. And again, sudden fear of tools to try and do things here in the team fights, but when you're 10,000 gold behind, it kind of feels like your items don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. And you know, I actually think Shiny right now needs like a QSS. Because he just needs some form of MR. The reason I say QSS over something like a Banshee's Veil, because he's going to get all this effective health from the shields. QSS a little bit cheaper, also going to help if he gets caught by a bind. But right now, it just feels like even with the shields, he just doesn't have enough base resistance to get him through anything.
It seems to be the case here. We'll see what Shiny wants to opt to. His immunity going to pressure down the bottom side of the map. Already have the inhibitor in mid that they took out with a bit of a chase coming through. And Cheese again, just wrecking people under these turrets.
That was with the Janna shield on as well. It's just to the point right now where Cheese, if he hits anyone, they die.
Bomi again, you can see he's going to die by the looks of things. Soul Strikes dives in. Mikhails gets used. Ulti comes through on the Bomi from Jinx, and Soul Strike's going to get himself the kill. Frontline dead here, and Soul Strike's just going to hang out and go through. The base gate Shiny locked down. 2-shot there by Cheese, and I am in complete control.
Yeah, they'll roll through this one, be able to pick up the game.
T-Gun ulti's in there, pops his on his, but doesn't need it. And instead, they'll just break a couple more structures and look to end it.
Yeah, they're just looking to end. They're taking a lot of poke damage, though. Need to be careful.
Azir gets taken out. Ryu flashes forward. Zank gets a kill onto Lulu. That's going to be 4 kills and 2 inhibs down on Cheese. And the rest of Immunity move in for the kill.
Yeah, so the aggression wins out in the end. Immunity with another fantastic performance will get a perfect week coming through and improve their record even further.
Very cool stuff there, Immunity. Amazing performance here to round out week number 3. And Cheese, the big man towards the end of it. But Soul Strikes and Ryu, we might have to start looking at this duo more often.
Yeah, and that was just incredibly coordinated up in the top lane. As I said, the other 2 lanes were neutral. The only real bully lane coming through was that Lulu, and it was camped relentlessly. Normally the treatment that Ryu gets from counterparts was returned in full favor that game.
It was. He must feel justice finally for all of those weeks in past OPL games, and a well-deserved camp there as well, because he did so much work in the early and mid-game with that gold.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to point out, he actually fell behind in farm because he grouped that much. He knew he was a strong member, and he just facilitated the mid-game and steered it through with rotating around the map, completely sacrificing all one-on-one pressure and just grouping up with his team and sieging really well.
Yeah, awesome stuff there coming through. But we are going to go to a quick break. But when we return, our final match of the evening, and it's a big one, we'll be here. Don't go too far away, because Avant are taking on Legacy. And welcome back, everyone, to the OPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me once again is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and a great last game with AP Cogmore and friends. With you with, an honorable mention for the early and mid game there on the top side. And Immunity, you said it, perfect week for them.
Yeah, exactly right. Coming through with the team comp that they beat Legacy. Like, T-Gun dismantled the Legacy version of it. They swapped out the Tristana. They went with the Jinx, who has a little bit more team fighting presence, you have to say. And then we're just able to smash in that last game.
They really just took over. Very one-sided towards the end of it, but well executed by Immunity, who are looking quite strong despite the sub-80 carry player. But we mentioned Legacy. That's where we're going for our next match here. Crazy match here, Legacy versus Avant.
Yeah, this is a huge one coming in. I'm really interested in the top lane. Minky Whale going to be taking on Porky. Legacy haven't been playing that great lately. They lost a game against the Chiefs, then dropped a game against Immunity. We have to see whether they can bounce back against a very good Avant lineup.
Yeah, Avant have been looking good. But before we get too far into the game, we have a competition that we started last game, I believe. So hopefully you guys are paying attention. Here is what you should do. So hopefully you're there for game 3, because we want you to tweet 2 different photos in the one tweet. We want the Dragon Kills, the first ones in games 3 and 4, and the first 3 successful entries to tweet at LOL_Oceania and use the hashtag IamOPL. Win a sweet Logitech mouse.
Yeah, and even if you missed it, maybe you could go back to another website, rewind it a little bit, take a snap, come back into this one.
Try and get it.
There are ways to circumvent a program like that.
There are indeed. Maybe get into that YouTube stream and see what you can find. But don't forget to miss the Dragon Kill in this game. And I don't know how this is going to go through. And, of course, if you guys want to tweet through anything else as well, let us know who you think is going to win. Team's favorite moments, how good AP Cogmore is, whatever it happens to be this week. Get on Twitter and use the hashtag IamOPL.
Yeah, so moving into this game, we've got Avant taking on Legacy, as we mentioned. Legacy, they've started to struggle a little bit just in recent weeks. And, I don't think there's much cause to worry. There's still a veteran outfit coming through there. Ju in the bottom lane has stepped up massive, filling EGM's shoes with his departure to the Chiefs. And their bottom lane, honestly, for me, is one of the areas that you could pretty much tick a huge box right now, because they're performing pretty well as a duo.
Yeah, they're looking great here, and that's for both teams, I think, if I'm honest here. Avant as well, their brand new bottom lane, Warble and Destiny, looking great. That was maybe the one big thing we could look to last split for Avant and say, this is where some of the inconsistency lies. So they've sort of kept a lot of the top half here. Brand new bottom lane and Avant back on top, it feels like.
Yeah, and Warble, long-time sub coming in, and he's performed fantastically, coming through on the likes of Siva fairly often, but translating his play, I think he was solo queue, then Sin for a little bit as well. Able to come into the OPL and really stamp his foot down with some high-quality AD carries right now.
Yeah, he's looked great, but maybe for me on Avant, it's Kensti that's been playing well again finally. It's a very, I'm going to say hot and cold player, I feel like. Kensti, when he's playing his champions, when he gets to go off and do whatever he wants, he looks amazing. Sometimes, maybe like his jungler Chelby, it's not always all there, but it's been there so far for Avant.
Yeah, it certainly has. And you mentioned the Cho'Gath and friends. He was physically massive, but also metaphorically pretty huge for his team as well. Coming through there with some very timely ruptures. The silence was on point. I think that he might actually expect to start seeing some bans coming through there. Cho'Gath has just got high kill potential on squishy targets throughout the entirety of the game. Like Flash Bite does a lot of damage, and I think that is something on the side of Legacy. They don't want to put their carries in that much risk, because they do rely on Choose, on Tally to do a lot of the damage.
They do indeed, and we'll see what happens in the draft as we move into our last match of the evening. Avant taking on Legacy here, and again a big match, a rematch actually from the finals at the end of last year, if I'm pulling that one out of my brain correctly, and already some strong mages getting banned away. Noah's here, thank you, and please, no Rise.
Yeah, Rise being taken away. Nunu also joins in for, I think, maybe the first time this week, coming through as a ban, and I've been waiting for it to happen for a long time. Nunu is the most annoying. Actually, Rise is the most annoying, but he's temporary annoying. Nunu is long time annoying, and he just counter jungles. He facilitates so well, gets you in and out of sticky situations. And as I said when we were watching game 1, he steals your buff, and then there's no point even hitting him.
Yeah, he also unlocks the Azir and the Jinx, and those sort of carries that are being quite popular. Even Lucian, who's fairly popular, benefits from the Blood Boil as well. So I agree, I like the ban a lot. Hecarim actually banned from Avant-Garde as their last. Alistar gonna eat it there as well, so no Alistar for Avant-Garde either, and one left now for Legacy.
Yeah, Destiny plays Alistar really well. He's roam, and honestly his mid-game presence, not even his support that he brings, is super high. Other champion that he does it well on is Thresh, so we'll have to see whether that one gets taken away, because generally when they're able to get Destiny roaming around the map trying to make plays for the team, Avant look very good.
They have, and it's just been, again, Shelby sort of being on form. Even on champions like Sejuani, much more team fighting than we've seen. It says that Cho'Gath finally eats a ban.
Yeah, I am not surprised at all. It's just something that Kensti plays incredibly well. Safe in the laning phase, farms incredibly well. It's hard to stop him from getting to 2-3 items. When all that CDR comes through, the bite's just on much too short of a cooldown to be able to deal with, so they take it away. And what you mentioned on Chelby there is so critical for this Avant lineup. He's had flashes of brilliance in the past. He had the best 5 minutes of Lee Sin play at finals when they were able to come through. Sorry, I think that was summer finals and win it. But honestly, if he continues to play calm, consistent League of Legends, he's an incredibly strong jungler. It's his decision-making in the past that's let him down, never his mechanic. And if he can keep that very tight, this Avant lineup looks incredibly scary on the top side of the map.
They do. And they're going to start things off with a good pick there for Chelby. You have to think Gragas going to be the first pick. Seeing this so many times. Such a popular first pick.
Yeah, I don't even think you need to say it anymore. Gragas just does everything. I'm not surprised to see him come through first, and also gives nothing away from the comp. We just saw Soul Strikes go huge on Gragas with ganking presence in lane. Farms really quickly, so yeah, he just does it all right now.
Good stuff. Rek'Sai open, of course, if Carbon wants to take it, but Carbon does like to stick it to the enemy jungler. It's sort of funny. Chelby and Carbon, classically as a matchup in the region, have always been very aggressive. They like to get in each other's face, duel in the jungle, take other camps, and kind of really just get inside each other's head.
Yeah, it was really good when they were playing Lee Sin and Rengar, respectively. Chelby, a huge Lee Sin player. Carbon was a very good Rengar player coming through there, so see whether that is something that ever comes through again, because I used to like those days.
I did too, but instead, with a lot of Cinderhawk champions running around, we'll start with Nautilus and Kalista actually coming through for Tallyworker.
Yeah, so Tally always been a very good Kalista player since she was released, likes to pick up the new champions and do work with them. Nautilus just so good with the kit. A little bit more aggressive than what Thresh Kalista is. Of course, they have the double leap away with the Kalista ultimate than Thresh landing, so they're a safer lane. But as far as bully lanes go, Nautilus with the spammable E just does remarkable damage for a support.
He does, and I think for me it's also how good Nautilus's ultimate is against Kalista, so I sort of like the duo there that they picked away, but Avant, of course, have plenty of picks for themselves to make. You mentioned the Destiny Thresh. They will at least give it a look here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that one coming in. But Avant, they've been interesting with their drafts, I say, but still strong in their team play. So I'm curious to see if this is what they want here. Going to take a couple more seconds, but lo and behold, Warble. The Silvermane is going to go to Ashe to pair with that Thresh.
Yeah, so I think the second Ashe that we've seen, I think Denny imported out in one of his games. That didn't go too well, but Ashe incredibly strong in the current meta coming through. Good lane bully potential with, of course, just the ability to be able to volley lanes repetitively, very spammable. Has the global now on the E to give extra vision. And one thing that Ashe does that no other AD carry really does is just start team fights off screen. The arrow is absolutely massive, so if they ever get someone in a pickable situation, they can just fire the Ashe Hour at them. If it hits, all the follow-up that can come through from the Gragas, from the Thresh, means that if you don't have vision of this Avant lineup, and you try and face check anything, they will kill you incredibly quickly.
And we've seen a lot of that from Avant recently, but Legacy going to respond with the Rek'Sai there for Carbon, and Choo Choo's back on the Victor train.
So this is what I was going to say next. I'm surprised they went with Gragas if they wanted to play Ashe, because Rek'Sai, you can't face check against, because the Tremor Sense is just ridiculously good if people are moving. So all of a sudden, it's only brush camps that you can really set up to catch people out, because as long as Carbon is burrowed scouting the area, he should be able to keep his team safe from something like an offset pick.
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of good CC as well. Nautilus, of course, getting in range can really rack Ashe. That's always been her one problem. You get on top of her, she dies instantly.
Yeah, but she's kind of like Kalista at the moment in the sense that her kite is that good that if you don't kill her in the CC that you catch her in, she's just incredibly hard to pin down after that. With the augmented Q that comes through, just all the arrows flying everywhere. I don't even know what it's called.
Ranger's Focus.
Yeah,
there you
whatever
go.
that is, it does heaps of damage.
It does.
Yeah, so it's hard to get away from Ashe right now.
It is indeed. As Avant going to round things up pretty normally by the looks of things. Not going to be in the top for Porky. Not the Rumble this time, but LeBlanc back for Kensti.
Yeah, so going with an Assassin. We spoke about the pick potential that can come through. You need a little bit of CC, which is what the Gnar, he will keep them there after the Ashe Arrow, but Kensti, they're legitimately looking to single out one member of the Legacy lineup. Right now, I'm thinking Victor, because he's very immobile. Shoot an arrow at him and then kill him. And that's why Choo Choo's is hovering Cleanse, because that's the only way he can get out of all this CC.
I think it's a great spell choice against Ashe in particular. I guess the other thing I like on Avant's side with the Ashe is actually the Gragas ulti.
Yeah.
You catch him with the arrow, get away.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone else, not the guy you ulted.
Yeah,
That's bad
so
news.
in between the team, so you can knock them further towards your team, push everyone else back. Completely agree with pick comps. It's always been a good choice. The other thing about the LeBlanc matchup right now is just really important to break tether the first time. So the cleanse isn't even going to be bad during the laning phase for Choose, so it's something that is a good laning pick as well. And wow, Minky Whale goes back to Aurelia.
It's been a while.
This was a permaban against him when he had his first stint on the lineup, because he plays it incredibly well.
He does. We've sort of seen Minky. He's a very aggressive player. Like, Minky's a lot of things for Legacy. It feels like sometimes he's, the dad. He's the emotional support. He's certainly the one that keeps their spirits up. But man, when he's going forward, that's when he's happiest. The Whale does not like to be behind.
No, he certainly doesn't. And if you look at the Legacy lineup, and they're stacked in regards to talent, but if there's one person you want with farm, it's probably Minky right now, because he is such a good momentum player. He gets ahead, you can nearly guarantee he will translate that to other parts of the map. And we've seen him on the likes of Hecarim, Diana go absolutely mental this split already. So giving him a carry into a counter matchup, players love taking Aurelia into Nah, does incredibly well. It's just going to be in Minky Whale's favor.
And I think this top lane is an awesome one to watch here, because it's two very skilled top laners, especially in that laning phase with Porky and Minky. And Minky's Aurelia, again, you said it was famous, very famous last split when he was playing sort of late there as well. Can't wait to see it again against Porky.
Yeah, and you can't not mention Chelby and Carbon in this matchup, because you think with how volatile Minky will play that top lane, they'll either swap on him, because players don't like playing one-on-one versus Minky Whale right now because of his laning phase. It's kind of sporadic. He plays very aggressive. And so if you're up there to counter gank, it will do good things for you.
It will indeed, as we look at the team comps for the first time here as we load into the game. But of course, get on Twitter and use those hashtags and let us know who you think is going to win the game. Use hashtag AVWin for Avant with their fancy Ken Steelabong skin that he loves for some reason. Don't know why he likes that skin. Or hashtag LGC win for Legacy and the Whale playing Aurelia.
Yeah, so no skin coming through from Minky Whale, which is weird because Aurelia has some of the best skins in the game.
She does. She has great skins here, but not coming through this time. I don't know why Kenzie likes that LeBlanc skin. He always uses it.
Yeah.
It annoys me.
Yeah.
Green Ash. It's whatever. It's fine. As you can see, I think Warble on Ash, despite the silly colors, is actually really cool because, again, he's a Sivir player, is more of a utility carry there as well, but Warble does have sort of hard carry blood running through his veins, so the fact he's willing to take Ash, a very supportive AD carry, and sort of trust the rest of his team to carry around him is kind of really cool to see.
Yeah, and you talk about Sivir, very good press R AD carry. Ash, also a very good press R AD carry. If you hit a prioritized target with your arrow, able to take them out, it doesn't even really matter if you exist or not because you've neutralized a threat. So definitely has a supportive element to her kit, does very good damage in the late game especially. Ash always has because of her ability to kite. Rip Ghost Flash Ash.
Not good.
Ash, it was great.
I miss it.
But on the other lineup, that's why Minky Whale's Aurelia pick is just so good right now, because with Merc Treads in team fights, he's going to be able to negate a lot of that CC that Ash is going to be there for. It's why we used to see Aurelia. Her job is to catch the arrow, as it were, in this team comp, and then really try and steamroll the backline to the point where the likes of Chelby, the likes of Porky, they're not trying to dive carries, they're trying to peel back and deal with Minky Whale on this Aurelia, who's going to be very hard to lock down.
Yeah, dealing with Aurelia, especially Minky's Aurelia when he gets ahead, not an easy task at all. So the onus really on almost the top laners in this matchup in a lot of different ways to really get things going. We've seen what happens when a Nah can get big in a game and really start to carry and get those big ultis off in Mega Nah form. It's going to be a tough matchup across the board. I think for me, I still haven't quite figured out why Victor's seeing so much play, because sort of like Tristana is the other big Oceanic champion.
Yeah, Victor, he has seen some other play in regions, like NA play him a little bit as well. He's got a pretty solid laning phase coming through there. His wave clear is really good. The one danger of him is if you ever fight near a wall and Victor's on the other side of it, you will die. He kills people over walls really well. That's the one thing about Victor. You have to be aware of terrain, because if he drops the ultimate and the gravity field over the wall, he just destroys you. So I like the way people play Victor currently. It's like an assassin that also has good poke potential that can come out of the laser beam. But I agree with you. He is very immobile. That is his biggest weakness. Like, he stands in one spot and then he doesn't move very quickly anywhere. Even with the Q, he's only a burst of speed coming through, kind of like Ari, but without 3 dashes. So I agree with you. He has a very clear weakness. And if he ever gets Nah ulted in this game, he's a sitting duck.
Yeah, I mean, Naralt, Asho without the cleanse coming through. There's lots of problems potentially here for Two Shoes, but we've seen his positioning immaculate, his laning excellent there as well. So should be just fine there in the mid lane. Tallywhacker's Kalista might be the last highlight though. Wobble's Ash is already pretty cool, but Tally back on a big playmaking carry.
Yeah, and the all-in potential with Kalista coming up against the Ash, if he's able to get level 2, level 3, good damage through there, that's going to be an incredibly rough lane for Warble, because if anything, this is probably the champion that Tallywhacker defaults back to. We've seen the Tristana, we've seen the Ezreal, we've seen Varus. But yeah, he's very, very good at Kalista.
He is. And Tally, I mean, he was a top lane player for a while. I think a Riven specialist in some ways there as well. Loves his mechanically intensive, kind of very hardcore, really hard to play champions. As far as AD carry champions go, Kalista's right at the top.
Yeah, he single-handedly forced Rumble out of the meta for a while in the top lane with his Riven play because you just couldn't take it against him. Now, very mechanically heavy AD carry. Let's see if he can get some work done.
And Legacy, they need a win here, honestly. Didn't get one in the week earlier on against Immunity. Avant looking for an undefeated week here as well. So lots to play here for both sides here. As some pretty cool picks are going to be in our last game of the night.
Yeah, and you see 5-point defense coming through right now for Avant. They don't want to get invaded on Legacy. They're stacking into the bottom wave. Maybe looking to see whether they can catch Destiny out, although he has spotted them.
Yep, has seen them already, so not going to get them just yet here. Minky leading the charge here as Legacy get through. Actually, no Trinket Ward there in the Tribush. Only a couple Trinkets being put down right now. So Deep Vision will come through. Destiny finally going to ward as they rotate in as Tally just gets one auto attack on it, because why not here? And again, might be just scouting for the lane swap.
Yeah, and that's a weird ward coming through from Destiny, because he won't actually see them exit if they do from that side of the jungle. So right now, Legacy kind of don't have to move anywhere.
Oh, they got the ward. Warble and Destiny with a team up there. That was very cute positioning from the Ashe.
Yeah, it certainly was. You see mass recalls coming through from Legacy. They do want the lane swap. They're heading top, pinging out a ward. See whether on the bottom side... No, they're actually calling the bluff and staying bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Legacy, I think, can still just see Destiny down the bottom side. So if they wanted the 2v2, it looks like they're going to get it. I mean, this is Warble's counter pick, don't forget as well. So I believe he's at least comfortable in the matchup. But I think AD carries, especially Tallywhacker here, going to be very integral to how this game plays out. So we'll see what happens in the bottom side. But for me, I'm very happy for standard lanes because Minky versus Porky in this matchup is a treat.
Yeah, that's the one that I've been looking forward to as well. We'll see whether Porky, who had to blind pick, can deal with the counter pick that came through there. The one thing I will say is I haven't seen how Black Cleaver does against Aurelia. I'm assuming it's still not fantastic, but we'll see whether he can make it work.
We'll have to see as Jungle Camp's going to get started by Carbon, but Minky actually didn't take a camp. I think Porky might have got a slight amount of experience, but he's going to come up to the top as well. He'll walk there, though. Minky will have to use his teleport, but other than that, nothing really major happening in the early levels.
Yeah, so Minky grabbed an extra potion and burnt teleport for it, looking to get ahead early, but I think he missed a melee minion, which is going to not be great if Na can get level 2 early.
Started Blade Surge, though, so able to get the creeps right in the back there. But again, range versus melee, at least as far as Mini Na versus Aurelia goes, does have to be a little careful trying to CS the backline.
Yeah, and it's going to get to a point where he'll probably go Tabi first, just to shrug off a lot of the damage, and then he'll just try and Blade Surge, get damage done within his E ratio like Aurelia's like to, and trade incredibly efficient.
Yeah, and that was sort of the matchup before, and we saw it as a good dodge from Warble. Gets out of the way of the hook there from Flying Dew, but level 2 hit by all 4 members of the bottom lane fairly quickly, and I think this is a lot about how this matchup works out. Warble just wants to not eat hooks and keep farming away.
Yeah, exactly right. Ashe, once again, funnily enough, like AP Cogmore, is just happy for neutrality until level 6. From there, try and set up ganks with the ultimate coming through, but Kalista, anything but. Very loaded kit, wants to kill you early in the game.
Carbon's gotten quite low on his red buff, actually, but will be safe. Used his smite pretty aggressively, but able to clear it out. He hit level 3. Might have enough there as he pops back into the burrow with the health regen to take out the Raptors, and gets low, but he'll be fine. Carbon, maybe a bit aggressive on the runes there.
Yeah, I think what he did is he actually smoked the Gromp and then gave it over to his bottom lane. So he didn't get level 2 off it, because that's why Tally and Dew were able to hit level 2 first, even though Warble and Destiny took the Krugs. So they definitely had a camp to themselves, but in regards to that, Carbon just went a little bit lower. Lucky he wasn't invaded.
Yeah, good guy Carbon, though. Helping his bottom lane out. Goes back and gets himself a Ranger's Trailblazer. Tally hits the first hook in the lane, actually. And Destiny, a wonderful double flay comes through. Warble coming in for the damage, forcing the flash. Destiny, though, going in there, needs the damage down. Warble doesn't quite have enough yet. First blood goes to Destiny. Let's in there for Warble. Might be enough.
Oh my
Plays
goodness.
him out of it as well. And Destiny played that so well.
Yeah, he certainly did. And that's the danger of ever fighting a Thresh. His auto attacks do work early game coming in there. Destiny able to come up with the kill. Warble, they prioritize the AD carry, which is so important in this matchup. You will see Dew try and freeze this lane, which is good things for Legacy, but First Blood still going over.
And Tallywhacker, he's always aggressive, it feels like. Whoop, want to see this again.
Yeah, so Destiny goes in, gets a very good play, and from there, Tally has to burn everything to try and get away. You see the heal go down as well, but just wasn't enough to get him out of there. Destiny able to pick it up. And then the shield came through. And this denying play was just absolutely huge. Make sure he takes up creep aggro as well, which is something that you don't normally see from support players. They leave you to the wolves in that regard. But able to do everything perfectly.
Yep, played it wonderfully and gives them a CS lead and the first blood, of course, and even another assist as Carbon now diving into the mid side once Kensti, and he's going to flash away to safety.
Oh, but he takes a lot of return damage, which means Kensti might be safe for a little bit longer, although probably has to back.
Minky, though, against Porky. Mega now already up, and Porky getting good trade damage down. No level 6, so can't come in with the ulti, but Minky loses a big trade there in top.
Yeah, he certainly does, but he has a lot of sustain through the flask as well as 4 health potions that he started with, and he's W, so he's going to be completely fine. And honestly, this is what Minky wants to do. Farm unharassed, get to the point where he has his boots and maybe the making of a Phage and Sheen, something like that, and then he would just start outright winning trades. Aurelia, very annoying because of her high sustain.
Yeah, I mean, hit and style gets those points up. Equilibrium Strike, I think got a small nerf relatively recently, so usually maxes that instead, and you can see 3 points already. Minky, much like Vladimir, hits level 9, going to be A-okay.
Yeah, he certainly is, especially people sometimes still max Equilibrium Strike just because it's a better trading tool, especially against Gnar, but going, wow.
Yep, for a gank actually as Carbon joins into the top side, but Porky reads that one pretty easily, hops himself away in the mini-no, and now Chelby actually going to rotate himself up.
I was going to say they need to be careful because this lane is reversing really quickly, so Minky, he needs to shove it quickly with help of his jungler or just go back because Chelby loves to gank when your lane's stacking up.
He does. I mean, Chelby, we've already seen it, lots of setup ganks. Has been honestly fairly quiet so far, but you can see Minky level 6 now. Porky also level 6, building up some rage. This is going to be a nice setup for a dive.
Yeah, they want to dive here, which is weird. Porky actually shoved the wave back instead of letting it push out.
Coming in now onto Minky, ultimate to the watch. Shelby comes through, but Minky survives it there and Blade Surges away.
Yeah, able to get a lot of life back through 2 people with the Blade Surge as well. Remember, it gives you more healing if you hit champions, and now big wave, but they're not going to be able to finish the dive.
Big wave indeed. And did Minky even get stunned there? Because his passive did so much work if he did.
No, he actually dashed through and didn't get hit by the wallop. He got hit by the Gnar, but that was it. So nothing else coming through to CC him up.
Makes sense there. So strong stuff from Minky as Choo-Choo's and Kensti getting a little precarious here in the mid lane, but they'll trade some damage back and forth. Doran's rings here, so no potions left for either of them as Wobble down the bottom side. Gonna get grabbed up by Flying Jupiter Lantern, keeps him safe.
Yeah, and not getting hit by the Pierce either, so no damage coming through from Tallywhacker, and they're farming pretty consistently in this bottom lane and not in much danger of dying.
No, and again, Ash wants to keep the lane neutral. Doesn't have summoners up quite yet, but Pickaxe going to make farming and trading that much easier. Kensti sort of in the same spot. I think they're just trying not to get killed here in the mid lane for the most part, and Carbon actually going to clear this out. Legacy might look to start their first dragon.
Yeah, trying to get this one done. They traded ultimates in the mid lane, choose a little bit higher health, but of course Kensti's ultimate going to be available with much better frequency, so Chu still needs to be careful. Good timing of doing the dragon with blue buff here means that Kensti can't contest if he wants to pick up his blue, so Tallywhacker will be able to chunk that one out.
Yep, no vision there either, and Legacy are going to be the first ones to pick up a dragon, so Avant 1,000 gold ahead actually after that kill. And of course, remember guys, if you're in that competition, I hope you got that last dragon.
Yeah, make sure you screenshot that one. And seeing Avant, they gave it up without much of a contest. Not really surprising coming through there. They do want Porky to be able to contest these ones, and Porky just wasn't in a position to fight. But he has gone double Durans, which means he is very committed to winning this lane.
He is, and you could see already he was getting good trades down. He called up Chelby for a gank, but couldn't quite get it done. Minky, as you said, just trying to keep the farm up, has his Phage now, so going to be scaling towards that Trinity Force here. And as Aurelia gets stronger, gets those levels, gets those items, it's going to get harder and harder for Porky to keep this Aurelia down.
And this is a confident Aurelia build. Not going boots 2 for the Rash, just going straight for the Phage. Maybe it was a Giant's Belt purchase. I don't know whether he reactionary bought that, but not much harass will come through from Gnar. So he's just going straight for Trinity Force, seeing if he can get that huge mid-game spike.
Yep, Wobble as well, going to go back to get a few more early game items once his power spikes to start coming through. Also, Fiendish Codex completed there for Kensti, and looks like Choo-Choo's upgrading that Hex score to start things off. So some early itemization coming through. Sightstone's finished up for supports there as well, but other than that, just some trades on the top side as Minky going aggressive, and Porky's now the one forced away.
Yeah, not able to get in there, and using the Blade Surge nicely to get minions low so he can use the Blade Surge with the reset. once again, just solid mechanics coming through from both top laners, and it looks to be very back and forth.
Yeah, that was the Minky Whale special, I feel like, when we saw Irelia last time. Always surfing on top of those minions, clearing them out with the ultis. So good-looking stuff there. As Porky going to AoE down the minion waves in Mega Gnar form as well. And just what we expected from these two top laners, just efficient trading back and forth and bounce so close.
Yeah, but Minky honestly starting to get the upper hand in that lane, and you feel that across the board, Legacy may be starting to stress out an advantage in mid lane as well as top, but slightly losing bottom because of that first blood.
Yeah, Kensti getting pushed out quite heavily, actually. So Avant trying to pressure advantage in the other stages, pressure advantage in the bottom side, sorry, with two other lanes under a little bit of stress. Tallywacker, though, returns down. BF
They want to kill Chu so bad now that Ashe is level 6.
Oh, well, finally, the roaming Eddie carry, what we've always wanted here. I mean, there's no dragons, so it's certainly the mid laners. Minky still winning these trades in the top side.
Yeah, and there's 3 members up there. Porky needs to be careful. Does have ultimate back available for Mega Gnar, but is still in a very real diveable position.
Good wards as well, actually. Would have spotted it off by the looks of things. Carbon, though, gets the knockup. Porky's going to flash away. He is Mega. He crunches away. And Choo just can't chase any of that.
But once again, it's just the little things. That will give a wave over to Minky Whale and maybe burn the teleport as well. Not to mention the mid lane pressure that they seeded to get that gank coming through. So probably an advantage of Avant.
I think so. I mean, again, Warble keeping the lane, even actually still ahead on CS in the bottom side. Actually went boots too after that pickaxe, so wants a little more mobility maybe against those hooks, but again, just content to farm the lane out as mid tower goes to Avant.
Yeah, potentially as Chu's now looking to get aggressive on Kensti.
I mean, he's got his ulti. He doesn't need to do too much more, but not quite in range again. Victor, woefully short-ranged.
Yeah, he certainly is not able to get anything done down there, and the boost 2 pickup, that's different coming through from Warble. I think it is what you mentioned, just the defensive qualities of the extra speed. It's Kensti now being dope.
Coven coming in, but Shelby here to defend the tower. Maybe actually going to try and move it off. Shelby clears them out with the barrel on the Gragas, but Legacy continuing to pressure. Choo just mowing down the waves with a death ray.
Yeah, able to just continually shove in there. You saw that they bought Porky there as well, just to see whether the dive was going to be completed there onto the jungler. Everything resetting, and honestly, a very quiet early game that Avant has steadily built a gold lead in.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the first kill. They lost that dragon, so a bit of a trade-off there. Tower actually going to them as well in the mid lane, so a good rotation after Choo-Choo's tried to roam top. Does lead them to a decent gold lead here. But that first kill, they were sitting at 1,000 gold ahead. Again, sitting in these lands, making sure they get their farm, just playing very patiently.
Yeah, and one thing I need to point out is the fact that there is a 15 CS advantage right now for Shelby.
Oh, flying Jew, it's a hook there, but nothing else coming out of it. And Shelby, you're right. Being a very different Shelby than we saw maybe in the middle of last year here. We've talked about it. He's really changed from being a hyper-aggressive jungler to just being much more rounded in his play.
And, you know, these tanks, as soon as they get any semblance of farm, just become such trouble to deal with, especially for the Kalista in the mid-game. Having to chunk through a tank Gragas is not going to be a good thing. And Shelby, he's just trying to farm up a storm and get an advantage through not ganking lanes this time, but just the pure CS.
Yeah, he's just been farming up, ganking where appropriate, taking some farm to sort of cover those lanes. As flying Jew, it's a hook. Destiny might ride it in. Does find the flay here. Box not going to get used. Tally returns. The ulti though for Warble comes in, and there's the counter ultis coming through. Depth Charge moves in. Fate Score comes in as well. Shelby now here trying to get them off. Box goes down. Ulti there is good from Shelby, but Tally takes out Destiny. Minky flashes away, and Shelby, he wants it so bad. He will get it, but he might die as a result. That damage is done. Warble moving back in, but gets hooked by Jew. And that's all Tally needs as Kensi comes down, gets one kill, going to try and make it two, but Tallywacker jumping around everywhere. Kensi dives back in, actually gets himself the kill as Choo-Choo's takes out Gragas under the turret. Actually, Kensi's still alive, though. Didn't go down quite yet. Prey Seeker will land. Tether will come in as well, but Choo-Choo's cleans up the double.
Yeah, and that was all through a teleport advantage. You see Porky was able to grab a turret, now pushing in on the second one. So, honestly, 3 for 2, still in AV's favor, and this is something that we keep coming back to. They're moving around the map a little bit better. Minky had the right idea. He saved that bottom lane 2v2, but they just weren't able to get enough to make it worthwhile.
No, and a nice pinpoint Warble ultimate starts it off. So the first arrow looking good there for Ashe's. Destiny comes through to clean these waves out. But let's see this crazy fight again.
Yeah, so they know they have the teleport advantage. Tally smartly stops his recall, and Warble gets chunked out. He has to burn everything. Minky joins the fight, goes a little bit too deep, takes a turret shot on the back end of this, I believe. Yeah, and that's what killed him there. Shelby able to chase him down with that Cinder Hulk. And from there, It was just all about LeBlanc beating him into the bottom lane, but Dragon has been started.
Yeah, it's all about Dragon right now. Second does fall to Legacy, so maybe have that as a win condition they can look to. Juke, very nice there from Carbon. Gets out from the hook, but Destiny flays him instead. Shelby gets the knock-up, and Porky hops on his face for the kill.
Yeah, so able, wow, the
Ulti
Barrow.
onto Juke. Bait's call not up now for Tallywacker. It's very close. Does use it there and able to get him to safety, but a close call there for Nautilus.
Yeah, they start zoning off the minion wave as well. Porky probably going to be able to steal away the blue buff, get that over onto one of the carries. Might even take it himself if he wants it.
Might. Shelby wants it. Who's going to get it? It resets. That's a bit awkward.
Yeah,
Shelby,
no one's going to get it.
No one this time. Too many hard leashes there. Shelby, though, going to stay to clean it up.
Yeah, that is the tankiest blue buff I've seen in a while.
He's very manly. Is Shelby going to collapse some tunnels, get some wards down as Minky in the top side, able to get his team a turret.
Yeah, so they're able to equalize top lane turrets. That's now not meaning too much of an advantage. They blew a lot of ultimates in the bottom lane once again, but no kills going down. And this game, honestly, on a knife edge still. Either team up for grabs at 15 minutes in. Legacy have the Dragon advantage, but a slight gold advantage still in Avant's favor.
Yeah, and getting stronger are Avant as well. Porky going for the tank item, so just the Doran's for Lena, no other damage items coming through. Milanomicon completed for Kensti, who's got a blasting one for any number of items. And
Abyssal coming through.
Oh, nice stuff though. I was going to say maybe Murktrades, but I think you're right. It is Abyssal.
Yeah, so he'll be going for Abyssal. Looking to use the human cannonball. LeBlanc, so entertaining to watch when you flash double distort on people, able to get out at fair distance as well. So look for him to try and launch himself onto those carries and snipe them.
I mean, there's a reason you do it. It does fairly insane damage in a nice short area, so I like it a lot from Kensti coming through. I think Abyssal Scepter, one of those items that if you can build on a mid laner now, is just great.
Carbon just burnt Flash away from only Chelby.
I mean, look, he was very afraid.
Yeah, he was petrified.
I mean,
he burned a 5-minute cooldown against the Gragas.
I mean, Shelby, they've had a lot of history. Maybe assumed someone else had to be there despite having
PTSD,
two friends.
yeah,
little
flashbacks.
I mean, those flashbacks Carbon will not enjoy. His Kensti going to get himself a blue buff. And as we're talking about, that Abyssal, if you can build it, it's just such a good item.
Yeah, it's just so cost efficient in both defensive and offensive stats coming through there. And there's still a lot of magic damage on the Legacy lineup. You have to deal with Ju. You're going to have to deal with Choo Choo. So it's not a horrible pickup.
Yeah. Choo Choo's might even be looking for the same item here. At least has a Negatron right now. Just
on
for the
him,
damage.
I definitely agree with it because he is horribly short-ranged, and LeBlanc at any stage has the option to launch onto Victor.
Well, we look at damage items on Legacy. We can look up there as well for Minky. He's actually finished his Trinity Force, so power spike through there. Bloodthirst done for Tallywacker. All of a sudden, that slim gold lead not looking so bad for Legacy.
Yeah, and it's just because Legacy have really smooth item curves coming through. That's the thing about Kalista. She's got a very efficient 2-item buy with Hurricane as well as Thirster. If she goes into any form of armor penetration like a Last Whisper after, it's still a very good build. And Minky, honestly, only needed his Trinity Force to get going in this game. Now that he's over there, Boots 2, Frozen Heart, probably the next things that he's going to look at.
And this is the part of the game where, and why people fear Minky's Aurelia is Ju actually going to get ulted back in. That was a very interesting interaction. Keeps himself safe with the cube at Tallywacker on top of the Fate's Call there as well. But another good bit of pressure. Warble still has his ulti as well.
Yeah, that was a cool interaction. It looked like Barrel beat Hook, but then Fate's Call beat everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's the rule of Fate's Call for sure, as Warble throws a Hawk down the lane just to get a bit more vision. Scrying Orb as well will scout them out. Minky does not have his telly just yet. And Avant, as a result, will get their third, no, not quite, looking for their third tower, but don't quite claim it.
Yeah, everyone rotating into this bottom lane right now. You see LeBlanc as well as Victor. They're also hanging out. LeBlanc's trying to follow Victor and catch him in transit, try and see if she can delete him before he's able to get through there. But turret will live for now, although Carbon's recalling probably will go down.
Porky hanging out also finds Minky well. Actually down in CS, but we'll catch up.
Actually, Carbon has ulti.
As it clears out this web. Yeah, it is Rex.
This is going to be the never-ending story of bottom lane turrets.
I mean, Avant wants it. Shelby doesn't have his ultimate, but there's a few too many threats here. So Carbon, ulti's down, does not save the turret. And Dragons will be next look here. 1:45 and Legacy, they're on track for their third quite swiftly.
Yeah, they certainly are. See whether they can set up. Carbon has gone for a Sightstone. On the other side of the map, you see Shelby has the makings of a Frozen Heart. So he's going to be much more fight-ready than what Carbon is. Carbon really is trying to ensure the vision is up. Because as we keep mentioning, this AV lineup only needs that one pick from the Ash Arrow to be able to start everything in their favor.
Yeah, they've got LeBlanc as well, who loves when the enemy jungle is littered with wards and dark on their side. As Abyssal is now finished up for Kenzie. Randuin's completed for Porky. Infinity Edge and Double Dagger actually done now for Warble. So things looking good for the early Avant item builds, looking to contest for this next dragon.
Yeah, I want to see if that Double Dagger goes into a Phantom Dancer, which would probably, wow.
Wow, arrow onto Carbon there. Kenzie dives in as well. Now the slow's coming through. Can't get away from Warble, and a beautiful setup for a kill.
What a good pick in the mid lane, singling out the jungler. 50 seconds left. That ultimate on cooldown. Probably not enough time for Carbon to get back for this dragon.
No, it doesn't have his ult either, so definitely not enough time, I think. And Avant, actually, no, it is up, not up quite yet, excuse me. So we'll have to see how that pans out. But Porky clearing things out, got his teleport ready to come back down if he needs to be there. Frozen Heart completed for Chelby is a massive pickup against his Kalista as well. So the pick's good for Avant. They're going to see what else they can get off it.
Yeah, and this is why Kalista started struggling in the meta, because both Sejuani and Gragas build Frozen Heart naturally because they like the mana on it as well as the cooldown reduction. And all of a sudden, Tally, he can throw as many spears as he wants into Gragas, but it's going to take a while to kill the fat man.
Well, Warble ate a couple, and that was not happy times, but keeping himself safe. Choo Choo's the next target, gets singled out in the jungle as Kenzie and Chelby back on form, it looks like.
Yeah, and you see the sweep is coming through early, the upgraded sweeper even for Destiny. They're controlling vision around the blue buff. And once again, this is just a lineup that is terrifying to face check. You've got the LeBlanc for picks. Gragas, you've already mentioned how well he couples with it. Not to mention an Ash Arrow and a Thresh threat in the bottom lane. They get 2 picks, leads to the first dragon for them.
And I love the double pink quads they had flanking that dragon as well. So no way for Legacy to get in, probably without dying. And Avant finally arrest control of the dragon, keep that gold lead stacking up, and all of a sudden, almost 21 minutes in, we're 3,000 gold up for Avant.
Yeah, so Avant, they're just going to slowly try and build the lead. On Legacy's lineup, they are really looking for Minky to save the game because he's 40 CS up. He's 0, 1, and 2, which isn't a fantastic early score, but you can see going for probably a Randuin's Omen and some Merc Treads next. He's going to have a very good 2-item build to try and dive onto Warble. And if they can get rid of one of the damage threats, there's relatively not great damage coming out of the rest of Avant.
No.
They're not incredibly low because Na does more than a lot of top laners, but it's not an extremely high damage threat.
No, Kenzie might struggle with Warble dead especially. You said it already, Avant sort of need a pick here. Legacy instead will get a tower to try and answer some of the gold coming through. So 2 to 3 now in that particular objective. But Avant still leading in gold, still leading in kills. And with the last dragon starting to catch themselves up there as well. And for me, it's been Warble's arrows. We wondered, it's the second Ash we've seen so far in the OPL this split. And his arrows have been on point so far.
Yeah, he laned it incredibly well, to be honest. He's 20 CS up, which is an incredible feat coming in here, and has just been able to avoid a lot of the aggression that Carbon was trying to put in his lane. Once again, credit to Chelby to really be able to get in there and help his laners out this time.
You can see Kenzie in the bottom side, although Minky caught Chelby by the looks of things. Barrels come through. Minky going to chase in. Chelby forced to ultimate there as Minky just throws the last dagger to send a message. And Choo Choo's in the mid lane clearing things up, but Warble's here to answer that. And Kenzie, I love this from him in the bottom side. He's the split pusher now for the team.
Yeah, and this is something that LeBlanc feels a niche role in for about 5 more minutes, where she can still solo out people and kill them fairly easily. We'll be able to go head-to-head with the Kalista, even the Victor, and try and get people deleted. So I definitely agree. Smart map movements coming through here from Avant, relying on Warble to wave clear. Porky and Kenzie still going to split push.
And it's one of those weird things where he's probably not going to get a tower out of it. He might get some damage down. He's probably not going to get a kill. In fact, if anything, he's maybe more at risk of dying just based on positioning if he makes a mistake. But it's so much extra gold that you wouldn't have got otherwise, and you basically buy time for everyone else and free up a lane in the map, that if you can afford to do it, it's such a beneficial thing.
Yeah, it's another soaking lane, because realistically, the reason it's not going to get a kill is because no one is going to answer it at this point in the game. You see straight away Kalista backs out of the lane. Carbon looking for another pick.
Kenzie's still hanging out though as Choo Choo's ulti comes through. Warble going to get knocked up, but the lantern is good from Destiny. Minky now going to try to dive his way in, but even with his flash, he can't go too far through. Carbon goes over the wall instead. Destiny going to pop the box to peel him away. And his Thresh play, this bottom lane, in fact, have looked so good this game.
Yeah, they can't catch anyone in the end. Fantastic disengage. They get the inside track to try and push down a turret. But even then, looks like Avant are going to be able to respond.
They've got Kenzie. Tremor Sense is good there from Carbon. Minky instead going to try and zone him out. Eats the chain for his troubles. And Legacy will try the turret here, but the wave clear might just be enough from Avant.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can push them away.
Looks to Arrow, lands on the Tallywhacker of all people. Kensti dives in as Porky gets the kill. Destiny is low. We'll get the double flay, but go down. Gravity Field in a good spot, but Kensti gets another kill. Porky, massive ulti there and just wallops them to death. Warble going to try and play cleanup as Kensti gets a double, and Avant turn that quickly around.
Yeah, they look for Baron as well. 23 minutes into the game. What a gnar coming through from Porky. Absolutely massive in that team fight. And once again, the arrow that started it all off.
And Tallywhacker, of all champions on Kalista, no summoners there to save him. No Mikhail's up yet quite far flying. You're not even looking at it quite yet. Avant are going to have to peel off Baron. They're on to Minky actually is looking for a Quadra. We'll find Kensi another kill instead. We'll delay the Baron, so a good move in. But the Warble arrows, man, they are scary.
Yeah, smart move from Minky right there. That was definitely a Baron if he didn't contest it. Got damage down on the back line. All of a sudden, if Kensi ate any stray damage from Baron, he was falling, so they back away. But that's just elongating the lead. Now out to about 4,000. And Legacy, honestly, with how their vision control was set up in the jungle, they were looking for a skirmish, not a turret siege. They just ate the arrow.
Oh, Destiny actually cues himself away to the Raptor camp in case anybody else is coming. But Carbon says a quick hello and then backs away from it as Porky, nope, not going to come in to clear the waves. Actually, Warble, by the looks of things, wants the Raptors as Destiny. He's having a hard time here with the Raptor camp.
Yeah, I actually wanted him to continue. That was an epic one-on-one, and I think Destiny might have lost in the end.
Maybe.
But Wardle came to the rescue.
The Raptors are very scary. Warble finally going to rescue his support this time around. Usually works the other way here as Avant looking for the Dragon that's up in a minute as well. But Legacy, smart rotations, honestly, keeping themselves in the game. They're a smart team. They know when to take their advantages, when to take their trades, and they'll get a free turret here.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up bottom. They will get the recall in time as well. So completely agree. Good map movement to get into the bottom lane. One thing I do want to point out is we mentioned a lot how efficient Tallywhacker's item build is on Kalista. Bloodthirster into Hurricane. However, he's still equal in 2 major items with Warble right now, who's got an Infinity Edge.
Shelby lanterns away. Flying Jew takes chunks there from Kensi as Minky trying to dive in onto the LeBlanc. Carbon's going to follow through as well. Minky diving a little too deep. Mikhails comes through. Destiny now going to look for a hook as Carbon. A little too deep there on top, but Shelby gets altered back. Porky going to zone the rest out. Carbon's got nowhere to go. Choo-Choo's over the wall on the Victor, trying to poke people out. But Porky's 1v3, poking things up here. Got a boatload of arrows into his body, but still chasing through. Arrow is good. Narulti will just miss, but Kensi dives in, gets the kill onto Rek'Sai. Choo-Choo's is far too low. Minky's dead to Porky. Gragas going to get the next kill. And Avant keep coming up with these ridiculous team fights.
Yeah, Porky just absorbed so many key cooldowns in that fight. Went low, but then got the perfect transform. Once again, they pick up a 3-0. And on a knife's edge, Destiny nearly fell down. One laser miss Warble. He would have been chunked out and not able to fight, but chips falling in their direction. Kensti incredibly fed right now, and they're just coming up with slight win after slight win.
Kensti is so sneaky. I swear, every champion he plays, whether it's an assassin like LeBlanc or more of a wave clear control champion like Cho'Gath, he just finds a way to get himself kills. This Shelby might actually be the one dead here onto Tally as Carbon flanks around onto Porky, interrupts the hop there with the Umbaro. Warble trying to kite away, and Porky might think about going back in, transforms into Mega Gnar as Shelby. He's got a little too much trouble here coming in. Ren will give Tally a kill, but a fine trade there for Avant.
But you saw the problem with the comp. That just took 3 members, half of mid lane with no turrets, to kill the Gragas. There's no way if this gets into a 5v5 team fight, Tally has enough damage to be able to chunk them out. And it looks like they're setting up to beta Baron because honestly, there's nothing else they can do.
Oh, Porky could be in trouble. Nah, gonna get knocked up by the ulti. Good bait from Legacy, but Porky can't quite finish the lantern. Dies mid-air to the laser.
Yeah, got Warble's heal out as well, so now maybe they can start up the Baron. Got good secure coming through there from the Kalista. Hawkshot will be useful here to be able to scout it up, but it's a 3v5 still. They're going to make him check it.
Kensi going to try and dive through. Avant have tools here. A bit scary for Legacy to
This is
do this,
petrifying
Baron.
for Legacy.
This is, yeah, you said it there, Legacy. They're in the Baron. The arrows are through. Shelby not there in time, so Avant needs to go in now. The hook lands onto Baron of all things, but it's secured by Legacy, and Avant have to run away.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't throw the Ash Arrow in. Tally's on the back end, they will.
Yeah, throw it now. Tally eats the arrow. Kenzie dives on his face, and Warble gets the kill.
And that's what I can't believe they didn't do when they were doing Baron, because that would have been a 4-man distort instead of just taking out Tallywacker. Look how fed Kenzie is right now. Instead, they give up Baron and a 2-for-1 in Legacy's favor. That's probably stalled out the game for maybe long enough for Legacy to get a window.
And I think for me, the key member of Legacy in this game, it's Minkuel.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get to a point where he can frontline against Warble, because right now, everyone else is eating Ash Arrows apart from Minky.
I mean, Minky doesn't care. He's going to shrug off most of those slows. He actually did go Merc Tread, so managed to skip the Ninja Tower that he might have wanted for the lane. Avant are going to look for a tower here. They might just get it, but the wave clear is good here from Choo Choo's especially, and with the Baron up minions, Legacy hold on.
Yeah, and you know, QSS is now finished up for Tallywacker. That arrow play will no longer work on him, although it's probably not going to help him against Kenzie, who's ridiculously huge. So there are things in Legacy's favor starting to stack up. I don't know whether anyone can deal with Minky's split pushing right now. He's an absolute monster, because on the other side of the map, you see the Porky, he's going defensive items for team fights. So there are things that Legacy can do to prolong this game. It's just that they've put themselves in a very large hole once again.
They have, and I like that Warble, is going for that last whisper. Knows he has to get through the armor there of Minky, who's already got his Randuins. Legacy's starting to feel a bit more confident. Get aggressive now. Get those wards down, because they know they find someone with the Umbaro, with Minky, and with Choo Choo's damage, they'll get a very easy kill.
Oh, 100%. The thing about Victor, like we mentioned all of his weaknesses in the pre-game, if he's anywhere near Warble, like looks at Warble at this point in the game, Warble dies.
Yes. And I think Choo Choo's now, especially with that QSS finish, he's the big arrow target. So it's going to be a pretty curious standoff between Ash and Victor here, which is a bit of a weird thing to say given the lanes that they started the game in. But Avant, they know what their win conditions are. They're trying to push down a couple more towers, but you mentioned those Baron up minions. Legacy just going to stop every offense at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you know, removing Baron also removes a part of the map that you can bait a fight over, as Minky looking at Destiny.
Gets grabbed there. Shelby coming in. Knock-up does land from the body slam, but nothing left here. Lantern out. Goodbye. Shelby says, all right. Didn't really fancy that, as it turns out. Sorry, Minky.
Juice caught someone.
That's not good. Warble actually is the one that's gotten caught, so very bad stuff as Porky almost Mega Gnar now, but he's going to get locked up by about 1 million CCs. Bates call, get Nautilus back into range. They're trying to riddle Porky with arrows. They slow him down with the Ren. The Gnar will get them out of the way for now, but Choo Choo's coming through, slow from the gravity field. Another Lantern, but Carbon gets in there now. Kenzie diving into the backside, but can't finish onto Tallywacker. Flay, though, comes back onto Carbon. He's almost dead. Ulti there from Shelby, trying to move them back into the tower. And Kenzie is going to get dove, but Shelby's going to peel for him. LeBlanc dancing everywhere, gets a kill onto Tally somehow. Avant, despite losing their AD carry, might turn it around as Jew. He's locked up. Kenzie again for the kill. Gonna make it more there. Carbon comes back in from the fountain. Double knock up there as he gets exhausted. Avant forced to move away, and Porky stops the shenanigans. Carbon's caught by a hook, and that was a... the arrow takes out Carbon.
Yeah, so they take out 2 members. No, Porky didn't die. So they take out 1 member. They chased for too long. Tally tanked 2 turret hits there. That's how he died on the back end of that fight. A little bit unfortunate. And Choose was There was a long time there that Choose actually couldn't throw out full spell rotations because he didn't have the mana for it. In the end, you saw, all right, let's take another look at it. So Porky, he lives. Kenzie does a lot of damage. Fantastic hook coming through here, and it's just an elongated team fight. Fantastic ultimate shoves everyone back in, and they prioritize Kenzie, which is the right call. But right here, you see Tally, he takes the turret shot and falls down. From there, they needed to just immediately get out of the fight because you see Choose's mana incredibly low. This is the last spell he can effectively use. From there, he can't use anymore. Kenzie actually misses the double to Storm. Carbon tries to save it. But look at this whole time that Choose is doing nothing. He's just running in and out, no mana, can't affect it. Porky gets back in. Ash Arrow snipes it out. Now they have positional advantage around the Dragon area, although Legacy cleaning that up. They need a blue buff on their mid laner.
Yeah, everyone's back here, and they do need that blue, but the Dragon will spawn. No chance for the blue just yet here for Choo Choo's. And Avant going to get themselves on top of the objective. Might look to take it away, but Legacy have 5 men strong. They're looking to fight maybe.
Yeah, I think the target right now is actually the support player. Ju can't eat the arrow because he is very susceptible to being taken down, and they rely on his CC a lot to be able to continue through these fights. Being able to peel, being able to hook up Kenzie is huge. So Ju, even though he should be one of the... Wow.
Running in there, Shelby gets caught by a hook, but Kenzie in the backlines trying to dive in onto a carry. Doesn't quite hit Tally. Eats an arrow, but gets out of it with the QSS. Now Porky getting chased down. Kenzie reflanks again there, and it's two different sides here. Avant trying to sort of corral Legacy, but Legacy sticking together, 5-man strong. Porky gets chunked out, knocked up by the Fates Goal. Will go down there to Choo Choo's, and that's one kill. That's all Legacy need.
Fought around the transformation perfectly. He was exhausted there, the Narc. Couldn't get in for the huge ultimate. In the end, Legacy come away with a kill. They'll grab the Dragon.
Might have to be careful while exiting the pit though, but Dragon should go over. No steal even attempted there by Chelby as the Rang will take it out here. So 3 Dragons now for Legacy. That 5th Dragon was stopped. They would have had it right now if they'd taken all of them. But instead, we just sort of reset, and Legacy still about 5,000 gold behind.
Yeah, but their composition scales incredibly well. Victor, he's getting stronger as the game goes on. Kensti will eventually fall off as all these QSSs and magic resist comes through for the team. Choo Choo's consistent damage is just way too strong. And Tally, now that he's got that QSS, we see he's much safer on the back end of the fight. I really think that Ju is the target they need to get rid of. He's a little bit HP tanky, but no resistances right now. They can delete him off the map really quickly if they prioritize him, and that's a lot of the catch potential gone from Legacy.
It's an easy pick as well, because supports always wander off
He was
toward.
at the front. He was like steamrolling in.
He was ready. He was just begging to be arrowed to the face. And it's crazy to me that we look at Kensi's damage in particular. There's actually no locket yet here for Legacy. Ju hasn't started one. Carbon's, I think, working towards one now, but it'll be a little late from this stage given that he does need to get a little bit more gold. Mikhail's done for Destiny, means Warble can stay safe. Kensi may be here as well as Shelby sees a flying Ju come through and has to back away.
Yeah, they don't want to use any cooldowns right now on Ju. They, once again, had... so
waiting for
Kensi
Kensi. Yeah, even Chu's getting hooked, which would have been a great pick normally. I mean, can't quite get him yet.
Yeah, so they're baiting around Baron. Currently, vision control is in Avant's favor. Have to see whether they're able to maintain it, though. And Minky, he's still in the top lane trying to get some farm.
I mean, he's been slowly but surely farming up away, still consistently ahead of Porky, despite all of the aggression and pressure that Avant have been dishing out this whole game long. Minkuel's only going to get tankier. Warble's going to find more and more difficulty in keeping Aurelia off him despite the good damage and damage items that he has. Porky's very tanky as well, so Legacy do have to select their targets appropriately. It's a curious fight here. We're going to look for the Baron fight eventually. It is back up. Legacy are around it, looking for a team fight. Porky going to face check here. Rages down. Lantern will move through, but Hop does come in instead. He's now Mega, though. Avant might be able to fight around this. Narrod's going to get them in. Mickey's going to eat the arrow, but Choo Choo's goes down instantly as Kensi dives into the backline. Tally hits a hook, but he QSS's it off, and Kensi just going to dive back in once more. Exhaust down as Shelby gets a double. Warble flashing forward aggressively as Mickey hits a hook. Tally goes down, and Avant very well played.
Yeah, and you know, Shelby got the triple kill, but credit to Kensti. His target prioritization, fantastic in that fight. They will be able to push through, be able to pick up at least an inhibitor for themselves. And Avant-Garde with a very good fight coming through, and they just went for one too many picks onto Porky.
I mean, yeah, it looks like it. He's just so tanky as Avant will break the brace and get the picks, but I agree with you. Kensi there, massive here, and you know, it was Warble's early hours that sort of got them ahead and got them this nice lead here. But it's been the density combo all day long. These hooks and the target selection from Kensi have been on point every single team fight.
Yeah, Destiny definitely deserves some credit as well. 1, 2, and 15 coming up massive for his team. They will be able to grab Baron off the back of this, but it looks like Legacy still want to fight.
Yeah, that Baron died so swiftly, so no steal chance here. Minky's in the area, actually ported down here to try and get them off the Baron again here. But instead, Avant will finally get their first Baron of the game.
Yeah, so they get the Baron. Minky dodged the volley, he dodged the barrel. House hit him in the end.
It's always the house that
It's
gets
always
you.
the house.
Well, Minky, pretty tanky at this stage, so can probably even shrug off a house or a piece of house being thrown at him. Legacy now going to move down towards the mid lane again. They've got tools, they've got plenty of damage, but they're just falling a bit behind in gold. About 8,500, 8,000 gold behind right now. I guess the lead's probably not that bad at this stage, given that we're quite late, almost 40 minutes into this game. But Legacy have not found a single team bet they have liked.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. They got the last one where they were able to catch Nara in mini Nara form, but that time when they caught Porky, it was just getting a right evolution timing through there. So he was able to get the huge Nara ultimate, which really set up everything else, and they've started pushing in top lane now with that Baroned up minions. Super creeps in the mid lane as well, so someone's going to have to stay over there to deal with them. Teleport advantage. They've pretty much got everything in their favor to be able to chip down this base turret.
Well, that turret's absolutely dead, so 6th turret of the game will go to Avant. That's all the outers and the tier 2s now felled. So with the Baroned up cannon, it's just time for these inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, Blue Elixir now on Kensti as well. He wants to try and get in there. get more damage in. Nice hook.
Yeah, onto Carbon, just a bit of poke. Kensti actually respectable poke champion on this LeBlanc, sitting at level 18 with that lots of CDR coming through. And even Warble can throw in some volleys as well. And if anyone's caught themselves out, they're going to eat a nice big arrow to the face.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, there's actually really good wave clear on the side of Legacy right now. They've got Choose to be able to deal with it all. Very big anti-dive threats in the Nautilus, in the Rek'Sai. So surprised we haven't seen something cute like a Banner of Command as Kensi eats a hook.
Oh, that's not good news. Tallywhacker coming in. The kill is there as Choo Choo takes him out, but Destiny hooks him on. Porky gonna dive in there. Can't find the ulti though. Shelby kind of throws him into disarray, but they don't have enough. Choo's gonna eat the arrow, but that's just going to get Porky out safely.
Shelby on the backside, he's caught out as well.
Yeah, trying to run away, gets the lantern out there, so Avant might lose the minimum, never mind. Shelby going to get grabbed up for a kill there from Tally, and Legacy finally getting the fight they wanted.
And they got it at the perfect moment. Look at the Nexus, turrets under fire. One more wave and they couldn't have fought when they did, so the catch on Kensi coming at exactly the right moment.
And a Dragon coming up soon as well. Legacy might be able to secure their 4th and force Avant to fight them on the 5th year. And by the time that rolls around, they're going to have a nice lead as Warble's actually come through. Carbon will face check Destiny, but Minky Whale's found it instead. Lantern plus face of the mountain going to keep him safe though. And Legacy, they can't afford to hang around for too long.
And Porky 2v1's on the back
line.
line.
He's found it. Meganaz come through. He's actually 1v3. Goes down to Tallywhacker, who finally has his last Whisper. And a couple of mistakes in a row give Legacy a Dragon.
Yeah, so in the end, they will definitely take that trade. Able to pick up the 4th Dragon of the game as well. That one definitely going through. And Legacy, once again, veteran team. They just come up with the goods when they look like they're out of the game. Twice in one game now, stalling out for as long as possible. The door is slowly shutting, but they're keeping it ajar.
They are just keeping it peeking open there. And this was Avant's story in their first game this week. Fell behind, managed to be the veteran team and find the late game team fights and win out towards the end of the game. Legacy, they were known for comebacks back in 2014, might have just clawed their way back into this one. 40 minutes in, still about 6,500 gold ahead for Avant. But that gold difference is starting to mean less and less as the game drags on.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see maxed out items now for Kensti. Choose has nearly joined him on that front. Ash waiting on one more item before Warble will join her there. And that 5th Dragon is what this game has now become about, because with 4, every other Dragon that spawns, Avant have to respond to the team fight. And Minky Whale is getting bigger and bigger as the game goes on, going to be able to dive Ash. You saw last team fight, Warble wanted nothing to do with Minky. So this game is getting incredibly difficult for Avant as it goes late.
Looks to be as red buff does get taken away there by Warble. I guess the other thing to look at with that 5th Dragon now looming for Legacy as they claim the 4th, Baron's going to be back up between those timers as well. So it's almost now a game of a fight between the two majors. Baron is good for both teams. I think Avant in particular would like it to break the base here. But that 5th Dragon now so super important for Legacy, and Avant, they're trying to break this base, but Legacy have been holding on, although this inhib is the one that's open.
Yeah, but they're funneled into a choke. They need to be careful of Dew.
Porky needs a little bit more rage there as well, just getting the poke in. Carbon actually gets hooked up. Flay will miss there from Destiny. A little short there trying to get Carbon. But poor Warble, he's actually playing in the backside. Minky gets grabbed up. Will get poked out as well. Ulti used by Shelby as Porky might be enough of a threat to give them this inhibitor. Gonna eat the gravity field, get stunned up, but Warble finally able to get in safely. Choo Choo's lucky to dodge that hook, but doesn't quite hit him.
Yeah, they're trying to look for an engage off the retreat, but they won't find it.
They don't have the disengage ultimates, actually. They have to be careful. Destiny going to get grabbed there by Ju. Teleport there coming in for Minky as well. Juju's gets the first kill onto Thresh. Minky maybe a little too deep here. Kensti has to get out of the way. Shelby and Porky nice and tanky, even in the mini now there, and Carbon comes back in. What was that as Shelby gets grabbed up and Fate's called at the same time. Kensti going to dive back in, but can't find anyone. Ulti lands in there for Ash onto Carbon. Ju going to get aggressed on. He's tanky, but not that tanky. Shelby comes in. Kensti around the back. Takes out someone as Gragas gets flying. Ju still running in for the damage. Minky and Choose are far too low. Warble slays Tally.
Ooh.
Kill from the Gragas ulti takes out Minky and Avant. Finally turn it around
Kensi
one
has
last
flash.
time. Kensti finds Choo Choo's there as well. And that's going to be game.
That was 100% worth. Gets rid of all of the wave clear. They're going to be able to move through and take the game. What a team fight. One more time for Kensi. Throws his life away as the human cannonball. But that was worth.
Yep, Porky ulti onto Carbon, who's trying to shake them off the turrets. Might not be enough. Shelby actually face tanking one right now, but kills Carbon. That's going to be it there. There's no more of Legacy left to defend. And Avant in a very back and forth game finally come out on top.
That was a battle, and in the end, they're able to come through with a very cute pick comp. Haven't seen one in a while. But Avant make it work.
They do, and a very creative, very different comp here. Hard to pull off, very executioner, because they basically team fought.
That was about vision control.
It was.
And they ran it into a double Sightstone composition and were able to deny enough vision in the mid game where Warbles arrow after arrow pick people off. That one of Carbon in the mid lane started that snowball running down the hill.
It did, and it looked a little shaky towards the end, but managed to execute the last few team fights and come on top of the end. We actually have a replay of the very last team fight of the game, so Spawn, take it away.
Yeah, so you saw that Flying Jew got chunked out, but he didn't die. And what that meant is the re-engage was on. You see Chelby's ultimate currently on cooldown. Jew flying after Destiny. So as we roll this one out, Destiny gets deleted. Absolutely taken off the map. And they look like they're in a good position to fight it, but they continue to kite back. Porky's in exhaustion mode. He can't get any rage. Everything going Avant's way. But we mentioned Kallista's inability to bust tanks, and she can't get through any of the priority targets right now. They continue to fight. Kensti continues to look for his window. They finally get the Ash Arrow, and right here, Kensti dives onto 4 members in the back line, able to take them all extremely low. And then you're running away from an Ash Gragas. Like, that is a lot of follow-up CC. The snipe, Kensti, human cannonballs into Choo Choo's here with the flash, able to trade his life for Kensti, Choo Choo's, who hadn't used his ultimate in all of that, and they just come up with a very important win you have to feel for Avant.
Oh, yeah, very important. That's going to give them actually the win for the week, I believe. We'll check in with the results of the day as well, just to see who's come out on top and who has not. We'll start off at the top of the day here. Sin and Absolute gave Sin a win, and the Chiefs still undefeated, but taking on the Direwolves.
Yeah, then Immunity ended out this week undefeated, taking down Sudden Fear, and Avant able to roll over Legacy to give them a 0-2 week.
Yeah, and Avant a 2-0 week, which is great news for Avant and really bad news for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you want any of those VODs or any other stats, head over to that website, oce.lolesports.com. Plenty of information there.
Yeah, plenty of great highlights for you to watch there as well. But that will wrap us up for tonight as well. We'll join us next Monday when the OPL kicks back off again. But for myself, Atlas, Rusty, Spawn, you're Spawn, right?
Yeah.
Spawn and our entire live production crew. I won't make too many more mistakes, but we'll see you next week.